Hello world and welcome to Brisbane for what promises to be an exciting day of track and field action on one of the best stadiums in the world. It just has turned itself on today. The weather is immaculate, the conditions look great, everything is raring to go for what is set to be one of the great days in Australian athletics. We've got a heap of junior finals to come, plus the under 20 100-metre finals. We'll see some of the stars across the men's and the women's. It is a great pleasure to have your company on what is set to be a wonderful day. Ethan Quinlivan alongside Mitch Dyer. Mitch, what a day.
Hello, Ethan. Hello, Australia. Hello, world. I liked that. It felt a bit Saddle Club-esque. I was right about that. I'm excited, Ethan. I'm very excited. Both of our voices are still maintained, which is, you know, no guarantee by the time you get to day 4. We had an unbelievable night on the track last night. I always love seeing some World Junior qualifiers book their tickets over to Eugene. Hayward Magic, waiting for them in August. But today is going to be fantastic on this athletics track. Of course, there's major headlines in the men's and women's 100 metres, but also our 800 metres. We've got some great field events, our women's triple jump, our men's high jump. We've got so much going on, Ethan. It's going to be jam-packed. It
is really a day that I think the world is going to be watching because there is so much Australian talent which is on display today. If you did miss the weather graphic, it is going to get up to 30 degrees today. And coming up shortly, we are going to be seeing some 1,500 metre finals. Then we'll be moving into some under 15 discus. The under 17 and 18 400 metre hurdles are going to be on. We'll see some shot put for the under 16s. We'll move back to the 1500s because we've got the under 15 boys who are going to take part in the championships today. Then we'll keep going with those 1500s. We'll move into some under 20 semis for the 100 metres across the men's and the women's. Yes, you are reading that right, and you did hear me right. Semi-finals for the under 20s in the 100 metres at the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. We'll move into some para 800 metre finals shortly after that. We'll see some more selection trials essentially for the under 20 men's javelin. If any of those boys have got the qualifier and they finish on top, then automatically they get pulled through to go to the 2026 World Under-20 Championships in Eugene, Oregon. We'll also then move to the 100 metre finals at about 20 past 2. Before that, we'll hit some 100 metre hurdles heats alongside the 90 metre hurdles heat. We'll see some para 800 metres as well. Shortly after 12:30 is when those events take place, and jot that time down. 2:20 for the 100 metres for the under-20s and 2:27 for the women's.
I'll give you a stat, Ethan.
Please.
There's only one event in this current qualification window for World Under-20s where we have no qualifier on both the men and women's sides.
Okay.
Can you guess what it is?
Is it javelin?
Javelin.
So this is a good opportunity because if any of them get the qualifier,
they're through. They win
through.
And they get it. Yep. They're through. So they'll have to find a little bit of something, but fascinating. The only event where we don't have a qualifier for one of the genders is the javelin.
And for those who do wonder what the qualifying distance is for the under-20s in the javelin, I can bring that up for you right now. It's all available on the Athletics Australia website. For the women, it stands at 49 metres 50. They're throwing the 600-gram javelin, and for the men, it stands at 68 metres 50. So it is competitive to be able to reach those standards, but if any of them get it, then they have the ability to go to the World Junior Championships. If you win, as Mitch said, you are in.
This is a really cool hat. Can I just say, I've never seen the wide brim and the Legionnaires combined. That's awesome. Oh, look at the spin back. They redid what their motion was. So I love that. I'm big on this New South Wales athlete here. That's amazing. So we've seen time and time again some great fashion here on the track. I'm on record for yesterday. I was questioning the choice of a T-shirt in the high jump. Ended up being the national champion. I'll never, ever do that again. And we saw a great hat down here as well last night in the men's under 15 final, I think it was. So great to see some good fashion out here from our athletes. As we can see the crowd here, it will continue to build through the afternoon. You'd think the closer we get towards those 100s, 800s and those under 20 events, I think the busier it will be. But this grandstand here where we are at the start-finish line has been filled to the brim all 3 days prior to this. You haven't probably been able to see it at home as much because when we're tracing these races and we're watching them, you're obviously looking all around the grandstand. And when it can seat this many people, and it's this hot, everybody tends to stay here on our start and finish line on the home straight. So the crowd will continue to build, though it's already at a great capacity in the early hours of this morning. 10:45 here, we're just 10:50. So as we get towards 12 o'clock, I think it will get bigger and bigger.
I'm also really intrigued to see how the warm-up track is looking when it comes to when those 100 metres are on, to see if it's in complete isolation and no one is there, or there's still some people focusing, because there were some times yesterday I noticed in the under-20 heats where people on the field sites just stopped what they were doing just to watch what was happening on the track. So a good indication on how keen people are is how many people you can draw out of the warm-up track, how many people you can actually stop from doing their warm-ups to briefly walk over. It's only a 2-minute walk from the warm-up track to where we are, and if you can get as many people as you can over, it just shows how exciting what this day could be.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it, to think that athletes who are here to compete at a national level are watch another athlete, one of their peers, an under-20, 18-year-old, and they're also here to watch Zara Hagan. They're here to watch how Izobelle Louison-Roe in the women's triple jump, who's in the top 3 ranked in the world thus far, also the world leader in the women's high jump from the under-20s. She'll jump there on Monday for that. That's her pet event. Bypass the senior nationals to be prepared here for this junior nationals. So you can tell how much respect is given to events like this. Of course, it also acts as a qualifier, but there is a great deep level of respect for their peers, and of course, the likes of Gout Gout. I thought Xavier Peacock was another man to keep close attention to in this men's 100-metre final later today. Of course, Amelia Reid versus Zara Hagan seems to be the headline of Maya Mearns. Maybe another to keep a close monitor on as they get to the final, but there are names across the board. One of my favourites, Josiah John. They're going to go in the same semi. Gout Gout and Josiah John.
Fascinating. So the gold and silver medalists from last year in the same semi-final. We've spoken about the up-and-coming sensations we've got here in Australia, and Gout is the clear name who attracts a lot of eyeballs, but someone who is just as impressive and just as good on the under-20 stage is Izobelle Louison-Roe. What she's been able to do across the triple jump and high jump is remarkable. Don't forget, she's only about 1 or 2 centimetres away from breaking the under-20 national record, which is held by the former world champion in Eleanor Patterson.
Absolutely. She's 1 centimetre from equaling, so 2 from passing it. And that was set over 10 years ago by Eleanor up in Townsville. So I would imagine Izzy, she had some really good attempts over a higher bar in Melbourne. She was so close there. I think these conditions, though, will be far more favourable than what we had down at Maurie Plant. So it's almost getting over the 95 again, which is a lifetime best, equal second furthest ever by a junior in Australian history. But to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Eleanor Patterson, if you could have even 3% of a career that Eleanor's had, it would be a success. And she's well on her way. She was a world junior medalist, don't forget, at the age of 16. Izzy Louison-Roe in that high jump.
And she'll go again, and possibly, I haven't had a look at the schedule, but if she's willing and if the schedule does allow it, I can't see a reason why she leaves Eugene without 2 medals in the high jump and triple jump.
She is, and I've said this repeatedly as I've been on the field action all year long, she is one of the most impressive juniors that we have in this country. And for Australians, she is so crucial to keep an eye on. We're going to show her in the triple jump today, later on this afternoon. But she is a star in the making. She's a star already. She's not a star in the making. Of course, we'd love to see what her senior career develops into, but she is a star. A great young athlete. Also
giving a shake to some of our experienced high jumpers in Eleanor and also Nicola, because don't forget, at the Maurie Plant meet, they both were on 195 apiece. Now, of course, Nicola had come back from the World Indoor Championship, so travel of upwards of 30 plus hours. So for her to be able to really challenge her at the Maurie Plant meet just also shows Nicola that it's not just Eleanor she's got to worry about, because there's another athlete joining that party.
Exactly right. You've got Emily Whelan there as well, who made her Australian senior debut last year in Tokyo. And it was fascinating in Maurie, wasn't it? Because you thought for a moment, geez, maybe the youngster is going to get Nicola slightly compromised, like you said. Turns out Poland, not an easy place to get out of with any quick haste. So all the athletes that came back, I think, maybe felt some of the residual effect of being at those World Indoors. But as we turn our attention to the track, we got another crop of junior talent. This is our women's under 16 1,500 metre final, but this is the first of 2 timed finals. So they're away here now. Moller, Bova, Hart, Dory, Duncan, Banderidge, Bug, Mume, Kartzman, Hartley, Howe, both up. Callum Vokus and Daniel. So again, this is the first of 2 of these time finals for the women's under 16, which means the tempo you would imagine would be quick. We've seen it across the last 3 days that some from these first of 2 finals have actually got up for medals. So it's significant what you can do here, because you never know what the group behind you is going to run in terms of style of racing. So the big group trails. And as they make their way down this home straight, I think this tempo will stay fast. I think that's something that you can always expect from the first of 2.
Yeah, completely agree. So they go through the first 300 metres in almost about 50-odd seconds, and it is our Queenslander who's wearing kip number 9 in Kartzman, who has got the early lead through the first 300, but she's been pressured by the Victorian Mummy, who is just coming sharply on the outside of her, and she's really laying down a lot of pressure. Moller from New South Wales is hanging on to that lead group, and she's only 2 or 3 metres away from Kazaman from Queensland, who still is in control of the race. Mumi, he's just switched into the lead. What are we going to see from Moller, who is starting to run away from the chasing group? The chasing group is being led by the New South Wales athlete in Kalamovics, and they're just starting to rejoin the party. But Moller, she's really laying down the groundwork early for this race, as the pace maybe has just increased from where they were at this lap last time around. As they come into the home straight, they only have not long to go, but 150 is what the clock stands at, and they've got about 870 metres to race.
So I think a watch for mine is certainly Moller in that second spot. Happy to just sit on the shoulder of the Victorian, but that group behind, oh so close. So the movements will continue to be made. They'll be shuffled like a deck of cards, you would think, in the final 800. 2:10 at it with just shy of 800 metres of running now. We've only lost 3 from this group, so everybody knows the significance of hanging on that last 400. In fact, it's probably closer to 200 metres, isn't it, that winds up being a kick. But you can see here, hasn't lost any contact. Kratzman, who's 4:35.55 at her fastest, is an imposing figure on the rest of this field. They're all out over 4:40 from there. So in that third spot, that's where the danger will lie. You can see moving on the shoulder now, Addison Hart of the ACT. That's around Alexandra Bova of New South Wales. So Hart now puts herself into position to strike.
And she does. 800 metres to go. Mum from Victoria sits on top just from Moller. And there is still about 8 athletes who are a really strong chance of being able to take out this timed final. It is the first of 2 of the timed finals for the under 16 girls, as they will turn into the home straight. Still in control, Mum from Victoria, but she is having a lot of pressure come from the outside, particularly from the ACT and New South Wales athletes. It's Moller who is the main danger and the main challenger. Hart from the ACT coming through. So too is Barnard. She's in a bit of a tricky position, but one, if she can get herself out of, she would definitely be a danger. Hartley as well from Victoria. So there's 5 at the bell who are definitely a chance of taking out top 3 in this timed final.
Yeah, so they'll give themselves a position to possibly hold on to a medal here in this 1,500 metres. So as you've said, Ethan, there's 5 of them there. The Western Australian poised, I would think, in Banderidge on the inside. Hasn't left the rail yet, so has had the benefit of running the shortest distance along with a few others. But as they make their way up this back straight, you can see the uptick in tempo of the legs. You don't want to leave that door open too much for the Western Australian, and just got shut ahead of her from the Victorian. So 6 of them there with 200 metres. She'll go again. The Western Australian now gets some clean space to make her move and her all-out assault down to the finish line. So time, so important here. This is the first of 2 time finals. So quickness is essential. As we can see, the Western Australian is leaving them behind her, isn't she? Sienna Mume, the Victorian, in second. But the Western Australian is in front of this field and is poised to get here first. So of the ACT now wanting to roll along on the outside shoulder, the Western Australian will have to hold strong here for a time. We'll look at the clock, 38:39. I think she's going to hold on. That's Moller of New South Wales behind, but she's done well. Around 4:43, 4:44. The clock didn't stop, so I didn't get it exactly. But Gabrielle Moller as well got moving late. Around 4:44, 4:45. So somewhere between the 4:43 to 4:45 marker.
We spoke about it. We knew that she was in a dangerous position, Barnard from Western Australia. Just come through, 4:43.04 for her. Moller, 4:43.35, and then Hart, 4:44.05. And we could see that Barnard had just a plan that she just needed to work her way out of the inside lanes and the rail, and once she eventually got herself pushed out of it, you could just see that she really put her foot down and launched into the lead and held on. 4:43.04 is the winning time for Barnard. That Group B of this time final is going to be looking to go under, and at the moment, if you want to get a medal in this age group, it's 4:44.05 set by Addison Hart from the ACT.
So good running there. Again, you have to give yourself every opportunity to possibly get a medal. But when they're broken up into two-time finals, you don't see as much championship-style racing. And if you are here for the first time, first of all, hello on 7+. You're here with Mitch Dyer and Ethan Quinlivan. But championship-style racing can tend to be far more tactical. It's what, if you watch the highlights of the seniors, we saw in the women's 1,500 metres, it's always now going to be one of the great examples you can give of championship racing, where everybody slows up, it becomes a kick, but it becomes a little bit of carnage as well. Sometimes clean, most of the time not. But when you've got two-time finals, and it's not only getting to the line first that's significant, it's getting there at speed, you don't tend to see it quite as much. This group is faster than the first group, though. Even if they were to slow down, they might fancy a chance of still being the national champion, but you can't make it too slow.
And then how nervous is it? We see the complete results. Barnard 4:43.04 for her. Moller 4:43.35, and then Hart 4:44.05. So how nervous would you be if you were Barnard? Because at the moment you've got the gold medal. Now it's just determining what these athletes who are about to go over the 3 3/4 laps, what they can do. Introduce to you the field once it does start, but at the moment, if you want a medal, 4:44.05 for these girls. And they will be called back in the Group B for the under-16 women's 1,500 metres. And there is a smaller field than what we saw in the first heat. So what is that going to spell for them? They've just been recalled back to the start line. All clear and ready to go. Just been told to stand up again.
A little unsteady there, Ethan. I think the nerves maybe.
They know that it's, for some of them, they'll know that it's a time that they're capable of, so they're just excited to get out there and prove to the country what they can do.
What does Amelia Sheridan do? She's run 4:17.
The defending age group champion as well. She would have just seen somebody else in her spot from last year. And how does she respond? So Warzaka wears hip number 1 from New South Wales. Gross in 2, Tague in 3, Snelling 4, Williams 5, De Vries in 6, Schulz in 7, Beaver 8, Lindequist 9, Tuttingham 10, Baldock 11, Sheridan 12, and Thomas 13 from New Zealand. So a bit of a smaller field as they do start to make their way around the first 180 metres going into the home straight for the very first time. It is Gross who is in control of the race from New South Wales. On her outside shoulder, De Vries from Queensland sits in second, and she is in the lead from Sheridan, who's just starting to come through on the outside as De Vries takes control of the race, and just saw Gross just be tucked in behind a bit, but she's been able to maintain and hold her form through the first 350 metres of their lap, and leading as they move through the first 400 metres. De Vries in control, but Sheridan is looking strong. The South Australian, the age group champion from last year and the All Schools champion as well, has just been able to hit the lead through the first 400 metres.
She's a tenacious runner, isn't she? She likes getting towards the front. She's actually a woman in this field. She's joined alongside there by a fellow stateswoman, Tilly Williams. They are the two fastest. They've actually both run under a qualifier, but too young. So You can just see the pedigree of athlete we have currently in the middle distance stocks. But I like this move here from Sheridan. She's going to string out this field, so she's not going to leave anything to chance. She doesn't want the kick. She doesn't want it to be slow. She wants to keep this tempo fast as the fastest person here to say, I'm going to take you to the deep end. Can you swim? Can you go with me? Tilly Williams, this will be so familiar for her. Like I've said, they're both from the same state. They would have raced each other so many times. So she would know what it's like to be in the deep end of a moment like this. But they look strong. They look confident and they look controlled out in front. But Amelia Sheridan, when you've won so many of these, particularly last year, you know how to win them again. And they're out from this field. They've got a good 15 to 20 metres on the rest of these women who are running at a really quick tempo as well, it has to be said.
They've really taken this field and run away with them. 4:43.04 is the winning time from the last race, as we're seeing a change in lead. Williams is able to fly past her teammate in Sheridan, and with 650 metres to go, is there maybe an upset brewing? What are we going to see from Williams, the South Australian, and what can Sheridan do to respond? They've got 600 in this lap to go. Then just behind from New South Wales is Tague, who is sitting in third place. 4:43.04 is the winning time from the last timed final. 4:43.35 for second and 4:44.05. So they are where the medals stand. And the clock is just about to go to 3 minutes, and they've got under 500 metres remaining. And charging towards the lead, it is Sheridan who's able to overcome the challenge that Williams put on her. We've only got about 420 metres to go. And what has Sheridan got in store? She hears the bell at a good pace. It's about a 3:14 right now. And she's starting to tear away from Williams. Back behind in third place, it is Tague, who is in that third spot, but she's been pressured as well. How is she going to hold on in her final 350 metres? Up the back straight is where the two leaders lie. It is Sheridan who is in control from Williams. Williams has got 250 metres to catch up to Sheridan, but Sheridan has found some strength in her final parts of the race, and she's stretching clear, but Williams is not going away quietly. She'll continue to put on a show for us. Gross doing well. She's sitting just behind those chasing packs, and then sitting in third it is Tague, who is holding on to the bronze medal spot with only 180 metres for her to go. So into the home straight they come. Can Sheridan run down the clock and be able to put herself on the top of the podium again? She's been able to break clear of Williams. She's stormed ahead of her. The clock looks good. It looks like it's on her side. She's going to storm to victory, and she will go back to back in this age group. She's broken clear from the challenge of Williams, and she gets a gold again. 4:21.30 for her. Williams, after this fight for bronze, is fascinating, and it's got a new taker. It is Lindquist from Tasmania. Stops the clock at about 4:30 unofficially. We'll wait to see the confirmed times, but looks like, Mitch, medals have come from that race.
Yeah, what a run. That was awesome to watch, the game of cat and mouse that was going on. I thought the move from Tilly Williams was so strong. I actually think she picked the vulnerability perfectly. I thought maybe Sheridan was starting to tire a little bit, but when we made our way back around, didn't she just show why she's a 4:17 runner and a two-time national champion just last year? So got away at 200 again. I thought maybe some pressure would be applied, but she's a class runner. She's able to just find form, hold form more importantly, and just went strength to strength there in the closing stages. That's going to be a really fun battle for the years to come. They're keeping it in state, and then we get to see it on a national level. Fantastic.
So 4:21.30, the confirmed time for Sheridan. So she does get on the podium and she gets on top of it. Williams, 4:23.06, and Lindquist from Tasmania, 4:30.83 is what she was able to do. So we'll have those all officially confirmed, but 4:43.04 was the winning time from the last race. So looks like we have found our medalist all from this race, and as you said, Mitch, it'll be a fascinating watch, the state championships for the under-16s over in South Australia, because it may just prove to be an indicator for what is to come at the national championships.
Certainly is. So great racing there for our women's under 1,500 metres. We're going to be right back here, though. We've got 400-metre hurdle action to come in Brisbane. Have a look at this. There's Sheridan, 4:21.30, 4:23.06, by the way. Would have been enough to get under the World Junior qualifying standard. Lindquist, the Tasmanian, just outside of her lifetime best, but who cares when you get a bronze medal in your hand, right? You get to go home with something, and there it is, the full field. So it looks like those who are in the first of the time finals, will be just outside of the top 9, but that's okay. They still put it all on the line to give themselves a chance. They're setting up behind their blocks here. You can see it on the big screen. When we get back, we're going to show you these races as they come. Don't go anywhere. Live from Brisbane. So welcome back here in Brisbane. I told you we'd be back with these 400-metre hurdles. We are indeed. So this is the final of our women's under-17 400-metre hurdles. And so no national champion over this distance last year, of course. This is the first age group where we see them competing here in the 400-metre hurdles at the National Championship. So Ava Landers, Bethan Koss, Sienna Geck, Allegra Dioth, Michaela Blazek, and then Amelie Wardle. Chelsea Nicol will watch from lane 7, Evie Binney and Casey Ibbotson will go out of lane number 9 from Western Australia. But as I've said, they qualified. The fastest was Blazek from New South Wales in 5. But Chelsea Nicol, she's run 62 seconds this year, qualified in 65.11. She's in lane number 7 for mine, a big watch in this final.
Always such an impressive watch, these 400-metre hurdles, particularly for these age groups. You can tell the athletes who have been honing their craft over the 400 hurdles for a few years, and you can often see the athletes who have just decided after the 200-metre hurdles they want to make the switch and continue on with it. But it's always pretty obvious when you see the athletes who have thought, well, after the 200 hurdles we go to the 400s. Let's just always focus on the 200 hurdles, of course, but in training every now and then we'll slip in a 400-metre hurdle session. It can just make the world of difference.
Well, you go both ways, don't you? Because I'm sure some will drop down to the 100.
Yeah.
So if you're speed-based or if you're endurance-based, I think that's where your decision lies, isn't it?
And
So
you often see the best at this age, even if they continue onto the 400 hurdles, they will choose to do the shorter hurdles like we've seen Sydney McLaughlin in the past do.
Of course.
Been able to run a 12.600 hurdle time. Remarkable.
An incredible athlete, Sydney McLaughlin Lavone.
Still getting used to it.
We'll be without her, expecting baby number 1. Here we go, though.
Landers, Koz, Geck, Dioth, Blazek, Wardle, Nicol, Binney, Ibbotson. Under 17 women's 400 hurdles final. Just be caught up again. Just a few nerves. Dioth just jogging back to her blocks. Blazek, as Mitch said, she's one to watch. She's from New South Wales, who is in lane number 5. Wardle on her outside. Nicol from New South Wales as well. A few New South Wales athletes all bunched together, with Binney ending that New South Wales stretch. Quick start from Geck from Victoria in lane 3. So too was Ibbotson from Western Australia. She's gone out really hard. Binney's been pressured in lane 8 from Nicol, who's in lane 7. And quickly, Nicol catches her and breaks the stagger. Going with her is Wardle from New South Wales, and Blazek comes behind. Geck still moving really hard through the first 150 metres. Ibbotson holding on nicely on the outside. She's been pressured by Nicol, who's coming through well in lane 7. She's already caught up to Ibbotson through the first 200 metres. Can she hold on, because Geck is challenging her on the inside? Then Koss and Landers come behind her, and moving well in the middle was Blazek from New South Wales. So into the home straight they come. It's Nicol from New South Wales all the way out in lane 7. Can she hold on, because Geck is finishing hard? Blazek and Wardle go with her. Binney's also in contention for a medal. Geck leading the minor medals with Blazek coming after her. Nicol, can she hold on over the final flight? And she storms to the finish line, but she's been pursued behind her, and she won't get caught by Blazek. She's the national champion. Nicol wins from Blazek, 103.83. Awesome race from Nicol. She set it up really well, got her stride pattern working nicely, and she walks away the national champion.
So you can see just how much it means to her, can't you, as well? What a great run. I mean, she set it up so perfectly from the beginning, out in lane number 7. Still, I think, reeling at the fact that she is the national champion. It was a good finish from Michaela Blazek, though. I thought maybe, just maybe over the last flight of hurdles, she might just get there, but credit to Chelsea Nicol, who just set this up so well. You can see Blazek really comes from the pack, doesn't she? She's in about 5th into the home straight and then able to use her strength to get down to the line. Might have been some lactical pain for Nickel, but again, Chelsea Nickel had done enough to set it up and crowns herself the national champ.
And it can be such a relief for these athletes in these 400 hurdles, particularly for the under-17s, which, as we spoke about before, it's the first time doing it. So they don't have a real strong gauge as where everybody else is. The only time they may have seen their competitors, or who they think are their competitors, are in the heats, whereas for the under-18s, they've had last year's nationals, they've had the all-schools, they've had the heats as well. So really, for these athletes, they think they know where to look in terms of competition, but in reality, it may not be what they think.
Yeah, they don't really have their bearings about them as much as other events, do they? So, well done, our first national champ for the 400-metre hurdles there today. We're going to continue with 400-metre hurdling as well. Our women's under-18 turns. So before we get to them as they work behind the blocks and get themselves sorted, it's our decathlon under-18 men's long jump. So we can see here the Tasmanian. That's Smith, Liam Smith, 5.77 for him, which would be, by our reckoning, near a lifetime best. Here's the Victorian on the runway. Good bit of distance for him as well. That's got to be over 6 metres. I think maybe just shy.
So I think that's Ong from Victoria. So he's almost getting up to that 6 metre mark. 5.78 for him. So if he can get it deep into that 5.85, it definitely is possible for him. Gregory from Queensland, 5.95 for him, and at the moment he's 6th in this long jump competition, adding on an extra 576 points from that 5.95. Here's our New South Wales athlete.
So it's a good comp down there at our men's decathlon long jump, and again they've got plenty of events left ahead of them. It's a big 2 days of competition for these boys, taking on the full 10.
Very difficult task for them. We saw these athletes warming up, but this is the under-15 discus. Severson from Queensland is on top, throwing 56 metres 97, so he's right on the door of going 57 metres. And then from Victoria, Deasella, 55 metres 24 is what he's been able to throw. And then Kassem from New South Wales, 52 metres 02, so he's holding on to the bronze medal spot by only about 1.5 metres. But this fight for gold, it's separated by almost 1.5 metres, with Severson from Queensland still on top. There is a lot of time still to play out. We're only halfway through the competition. They've only just started round 3, and only 3 athletes have been able to throw so far. So the next that we are going to see come into the circle is going to be Everton from Victoria. And then after him is going to be the athlete right now, and Roberts, who walks into the circle. He's in 4th place, actually, so he's the one who's 1.5 metres behind Kassem, who's holding on to the bronze medal. 50.52 is what Roberts has been able to throw. Needs to stretch over the 50-metre mark. Has been pretty consistent so far. 48 metres 86 to 50.52, and that one's just going to fall short of the 50-metre mark. So we'll come back to this in a moment, because this under-18 hurdles race is exciting.
So Jai White of New South Wales in 1, Stewart, Stott, Ohuno Buford, Ginger Gleeson in 6, the Western Australian, the one to watch, Charles Herring Knight. Away here in the final, it's a good quality field. Your eyes are drawn to lane number 6, though, for the Western Australian, who already inside of her, you can see Angelina Burford out with intent here, leads this field out in the opening 150 metres. So to be technically sound is crucial, and Burford, so good over the top of these hurdles thus far, still continues to lead, but maybe wakes up Ginger Gleeson a little on her outside shoulder. So Gleeson, Burford in front of this field here with just shy of 200 metres remaining, and now you can see Ginger Gleeson of Western Australia start to ask the questions of this field. Nobody with answers just yet, with 100 metres to go, and just looks like she's getting stronger. So 100 metres remains here for Gleeson. Burford in second will have company for those minors, but the Western Australian is showing them a clean set of heels here with one more flight remaining and over, and now it's all down to the line. So she'll be just over 1 minute, but it's a great run from the Western Australian. 61.78 for gold. And a good hold on there for Burford. Chanel Charles of Tasmania gets the bronze. The Western Australian, though, once we hit 200 metres to go, she was gone and is the national champ.
Well, that's where she started to ask the questions, because she was building and building and building, and then just decided to charge through the pack at the 200-metre mark. And her hurdling along the top bend was very impressive, and for her to walk away with a very good time. It's a bit outside of PB, 101.19, but that just shows the standard of athlete we are dealing with in Ginger Gleeson. She has got a lot of room to move. She came into the home straight. She was up by 3 or 4 metres. She didn't have the pressure of the athletes all close together and charging in on her, but she was able just to relax her way through, continue to hold on to the stride pattern, which can be a really difficult task in the final stage of the hurdles, and she ended up winning it by almost 15 metres in the end for Gleeson.
Yeah, just a dominant performance from Ginger Gleeson. Like you said, great technician over the top of the hurdles. We'd love to get some 400-metre hurdle coaching's opinion on this.
Well,
I'm certain if Nick Wall's watching, he would fire off a text, but he is a busy man back home. So Ginger Gleeson of Western Australia, the winner. Angelina Burford second, and then Chanel Charles in third.
Well, Gleeson's mum, actually, I did receive some mail yesterday, is a former Australian representative in the 400 hurdles, in Rebecca Campbell. So good to see that the 400 hurdles blood continues to run through the bloodline, and Ginger Gleeson just been able to pick up right where the mum left off.
So well done on the national title there for the Western Australian. The discus continues. Like we said, what are we hunting? Over 50 metres here.
If you want to get on the podium, Mitch, it's about a 52-metre throw that you need to get. The leader, he was throwing about 57 metres at the last count. He's Ong from Victoria in the under-18 long jump for the decathlon. Their second event of the day. We saw them do the hurdles a little bit early on. Back towards the discus, we continue to go. This is set to be an exciting discus final for the under-16s. They're throwing the 4-kilo discus, by the way.
What a haircut. This is a great mullet too, just quietly.
The result and victory presentation for the under-18 girls 400 metre.
Like the slow wind, and
bronze medalist in 105.
he's let that go, hasn't he? That's
well over the 50-metre mark.
Throw.
So watch to see what happens when it comes through for the under-15 discus. Severson is in front with a throw of 56 metres, 97. Deasella 55 metres, 24, and Kassem still in control of the competition. Victoria next up in the circle. Now, last throw, as soon as it comes through, we'll pass it on to you. By the way, if you do want to keep updated with all of the live results, just head over to the Roster Athletics website or download the app, and as you get all the results and start lists as the same time that Mitch and I get it. Well over 6 metres in the under-18 decathlon long jump from the Tasmanian. That was an excellent leap from him. Just was able to pull out the right time in harnage, so he didn't have any legal jumps going into this round, but in the final one he really made it count, because it can be so stressful when you're going into the final round, particularly of a decathlon, when you haven't been able to record a jump, and he records a jump that sees him go into second in this competition, 6 metres 45, which is actually tying Sanderson, who jumped 6:45, but they do get separated on count back, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the decathlon, it doesn't matter with count back, because it's all about the points, and both those boys walk away with 686 points.
Some good accumulation of points there in this competition.
And then it is Brady from New Zealand, who's only 2 centimetres behind them, and he is 4 points short of them on 682 points. And Laporte from Queensland, 609 is what he's jumped, 606 points for him. Next race is just about to get ready, Mitch. It's the under-17 400 hurdles.
It is, Ethan. We continue with 400-metre hurdling here, so some good names through qualifying, of course. They're all pretty close. There's no need to push too hard out of the qualifying. Max Ferrugia, always a name to keep a close eye on from New South Wales. Can do it across multiple levels. Can Max on the flat, now over the sticks as well. Giadonitis of New South Wales will be in 1 though. Charlie Watkins in 2. Charlie Krieg in 3. Faruja goes in 4. Felix Birchall, another in 5. Ragnar Knath is in 6 from Queensland. Wong's in 7. Zach Kirk in 8. And Luke Dixon is in lane number 9. But always at attention for mine is New South Wales' Max Faruja.
Well, when they were competing as under 16s over the 200-metre hurdles, Max Faruja walked away with a silver medal. So let's see if he can translate it through to the 400 metres. It's a tough task, but Faruja one to watch.
He was also silver in the 100 hurdles as well.
Kenneth in 6, Katandis in 1. A good start from lane 3 in Girk from Queensland. He's out hard, attempting to break the stagger on Faruja early, but Faruja goes out just as hard. Rick Hall also moving well from from Queensland, who is in lane 5. On the outside, Kirk and Dixon having a good duel, with Kirk going up to Dixon and challenging him early. It's Faruja just in front from the Queenslander in Burkle, who is working harder down the back straight. Kirk moves past Dixon, and he's got some pressure from the inside in Faruja, who is lifting. The Queenslander in Burkle also moving nicely. Don't forget Craig on the inside into the home straight. Faruja doing well, so too Burkle, but it's Kirk on the outside who's leading with only 2 flights to go. Has a fall, but opens up an opportunity for Burkle. Burkle and Faruja storm to the finish line. Faruja and Burkle. Faruja just behind Burkle is the national champion. Burkle's able to walk away with gold, 53.89. Carnage, unfortunately, in the home straight. We hope Kirk is okay, but Burkle able to walk away with gold.
Doesn't get much closer than that at the finish line, does it? We're hoping Zach Kirk's okay. He was contending there too, but Felix Birchall will get it. 53.88 for him, so looks like a PB for Faruja, 53.92, so 400th of a second separates it, and Giadonitis from New South Wales is third in 55.29, but what a head-to-head battle we had down that home straight. It's hard because you also want to stay relaxed and keep technique, but when you've got somebody right next to you like these two were, so we're watching the replay here. You can see it's Kirk, the Victorian, was just starting to get pressured a little bit and clipped, and then for these two, well, Birchall had enough time to scratch his nose into the final 100 metres, and then the pressure came from Faruja, but here at the dip, you can see just got his chest out there. The gym work's been paying off, and he gets him there on the line, the Queenslander at home. So just great racing. You can see he likes the crowd support, doesn't he? So who else was it going to be? Of course.
Home track, hometown advantage, and walks away hometown hero. And it was just a real lunge and dive towards the finish line that saw him be able to claim the national title. Birchall 53.88, Faruja 53.92, and for Faruja, he's the only returning medalist from the 200-metre hurdles when they were under 16s last year. So he was able to. He wondered how he would go, and he was able to correlate the good speed in the 200-metre hurdles with a all-round great performance in the 400 hurdles. Back to the long jump competition we go. Here is Cox from New South Wales. So the decathlon that we are seeing in day 2, their second event for the under 18s. Daniel Cox from New South Wales, just 3 centimetres shy of getting over the 6 metre barrier. 5.97 for him. This is the final attempt. It looks pretty close.
Oh, that's a good jump.
Looks very close. So 5.79 is what he did in round 1. 5.97 in round 2. The wind looks like it's swirling a little bit. We've seen some minus 3.7s, but we've also seen some plus 1.6s. So hopefully he was able to gain from a tailwind. Just 3 centimetres shy of the 6 metre mark so far. 580 points is what he will walk away with if he doesn't improve on the 5.97. If he can get 6 metres, he will gain an extra 7 points, going to 587 points. Coming through next on the runway for the under 18.
This is one of our French competitors.
One of the French competitors.
We've seen so many of them here. We're trying to work out, is there like a tour down here, a school group? Is this some of France's best? What's the operation?
They must absolutely love it here, and why would you not? Again, 5 metres 73 for him. Here he comes, just starting to wind up. So we yet to confirm what Cox was able to jump, but incredibly close to the 6 metre mark. Unjigan towards the board, unfortunately just a foul. Yeah, the foot over the plasticine. It would have been a very good jump had it have been all legal, just unfortunately. Red flag for him, under 18, 400 hurdles.
It's going to be a really, really fascinating race because obviously we can see the PBs and season's best are also close to qualifiers.
These guys will go faster than that. I'm not going to take that credit for that stat. Nick Wall watching on at home, who's been in this booth many a time, said watch this race. They will go faster than that. There's quite a few that can contend. A national champion from last year's here, Connor Campbell. But Kieran Simi now is in 1. Blade Thompson 2. White 3. Here he is. Connor Campbell is in 4. Who's he got on his outside shoulder? He's got Chapman. He's got Badger, Haggard. Harrison Sly was a part of that final last year as well, just off the podium in 8. And Oscar Brevulius is in 9. So there's a few that can win it. Of course, there always is. But I don't expect this race to be sorted out until the second last flight of hurdles, if not the last. It'll come down to the wire.
What's the game plan for them? And when you look at the qualifying times, there's a bunch of them that were able to qualify in the 55s, 56 regions.
Well,
They're all
Cameron
spread
Badger,
from 2 and 8.
Ethan, he will be quick. He will be the one that they chase, somewhat of a rabbit for this field. His challenge is, can he hold on? The rest of the field's challenge is, can you bide your time and have something left? Men's under 18s are away. Last year's national champion goes out of 4. Your Queenslander there in Connor Campbell. So Campbell's off to a good start. So's Cam Badger. Outside of him is Haggard of New Zealand. So our man from across the pond leads out our Australians, and he's giving them plenty to chase. They'll have to get quick in tow. Badger's the next one there to respond, and then also Chapman. Campbell not far either, but we'll have to find something over these closing 200 metres. He's good at that, though. So continuing to lead is our New Zealander in Haggard. Badger there in next, and Harrison Sly of Victoria just working his way around them there. So the New Zealander is clear. Sly to Badger. Inside of Badger working there is Chapman. Chapman now up to Badger and Sly. Leading though is Haggard. He's going to get there first. But for the national title, there's 3 of them wide. Badger goes past Sly. Haggard, but Badger, the national champion, 52.87. We said they'd go faster than their lifetime bests. And Cameron Badger is the national champ.
What a race from Haggard as well, from across the ditch in New Zealand. He was able to have an aggressive 200 metres and attack the hurdles really nicely. He was able to whip the lead leg down. But what a wonderful performance for our Australians. As you said, Mitch, it was probably going to be determined within the final 2 flights of hurdles or even the last, and that's exactly what happens. We came over the last one, and it was all just a race at who can sprint the best. There were no more hurdles to work out who it could be. It was all just a matter of speed, and Badger was the best of them and was able to get it by 0.09 in the end. He had some challenges, particularly from Sly and Chapman, but Badger too good in the end.
It was a great race, wasn't it? I mean, Haggard, Badger's run 53.51. Sly, there's PBs everywhere. 53.60, and Chapman will be 3rd. Connor Campbell's just off there. He's gone 55.46, so he had a bit of a ways to him. But for the Australians, it's Badger, Sly, and Chapman. But for the entire field, Haggard of New Zealand, 52.87. He's made the trip over here well worth it, hasn't he?
It's an awesome time. We spoke about the French athletes that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of them. We're seeing, I think, a very healthy number of New Zealand athletes. It's just been incredible. It's a pleasure to be here in Brisbane for what has been a wonderful 2026 Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. We've got plenty more exciting athletics action right after the break.
Welcome back here to sunny Brisbane. Our officials doing an amazing job out there, making sure the distances are correct for our men's shot put. And an incredible amount of work all of our officials do day in, day out. 6 days here at the juniors. Many would have come from the seniors as well. So 10 days trackside, making sure everything runs on time, efficiently, effectively, and with a smile on their faces.
And guess how much they get paid?
And we'd be lost without them.
Correct.
We would be lost without them.
They get paid nothing to be here, so it is just an incredible incredible way that they are able to give back to the sport.
Love our officials dearly, as we can see. Another of our 1,500 metres is underway. This is the final of the men's under 15. It's a big field. There's 17 or 16 of these guys out here. So Wes, Reed, Wells, Wilson, Zarika, Sim, Bernard, Saccone, Faulkner, Lucas, Robinson, Naden, Burt Brown, Frolich, Cairns, and Bravulius will compete here. And I like some of these junior races. It's not quite as tactical. It really is just about how fast you can go. They want to win it, and they want to win it off their own merit, don't they? So they're all wide here at the moment. Did I jinx them? I don't know. Maybe they slowed it just slightly, but also trying to find some tempo early here. Two New South Welshmen happy to lead. Queenslander right there on the shoulder. And he's moving along nicely. Here is this group. So not super fast, but fast enough. Here we go now. Now somebody makes it a race. They are sick of the pedestrian pace. Sometimes that can be so jarring as well when you're the group behind, when all of a sudden the ignition gets hit and you've just got to hold on. There's two to respond quickly, and the rest will have to work their way back up to this move.
Well, we've seen a few people make a move. We've seen about 3 or 4. So the main one who was able to really launch was Robinson from New South Wales, and he was joined by Faulkner, who has been able to tuck himself into second place. Then the Victorian in Sim, he was in about 10th place. And then when they all started to pick up the pace, he said, hey, I want to be a part of this. And he finds himself in 4th. But look at the challenges starting to come from Robinson and also from Faulkner. Faulkner is really putting the pressure onto Robinson in the early stages. We've only got the final parts of this race to go, which is only about 800 metres, a bit over that, about 850 to race. And it's still Robinson who is maintaining control, but the pace has really dropped down a little bit here. Going after him is Faulkner from New South Wales, but tucked in on the inside as well. Don't forget West. He's also been able to find himself in a good spot, but he just needs to work his way out of that inside part of the lane. With Sim from Victoria, he's coming through nicely. He sits in 3rd, and he's been challenged by West, who has been able to open up a little bit of a gap, and they're starting to separate. So 700 metres to go, and Faulkner, he draws level with Robinson, and he's able to take the lead. But don't discount the Victorian in Sim, who has got 3rd, but it's only between 1 and 3, only about 2 metres.
Hardly any, isn't there? You can't get a room at all here at the moment in this group. So big shout out there to Robinson. Did a lot of the work to lead this crew out. But now you can see the moves are starting to be made behind him. That's Matty Faulkner, who's in front, was just sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting. He's done with that now. The group behind now has the responsibility to respond, because Faulkner showing no signs of slowing down or coming back here. Zarika from New South Wales leads out this group. A strong pack behind him there. The Victorian getting past on the shoulder. That was Jasper Brown. So Brown now starts to move back to this field. The Tasmanian starts to show his hand here in and amongst this group. What can he do over the final stages? That's Jake Burt. But as they make their way around with just under 400 metres to go, the two men from New South Wales are pushing towards the medals. They want gold. Only one can get it, though, up the back straight. The Tasmanian's certainly given himself every opportunity to contend among these two. But up the straight, Zarika in front for the first time. Burt there in 3rd, work to do, because there's going to be a few that fly late here. There always is at the back end of a 1,500 metres. But Zarika at 180 looks strong. He's got company behind. He hasn't been able to shake off the field, but he is strong in composure with 120. So Zarika still leads out here. He'll have to push down to the line with intent to hold the gold medal. There's flyers everywhere here at the moment in the home straight, isn't there? So Zarika got some company now. Have a look at Frolich. He wasn't near it, 50 metres to go, and just like that, he's the national champ. Just like that, he bided his time, he waited for his moment, and he got it.
Well, we were looking all places, Mitch, to find those people who were just starting to come at them late. Burt was one of them from Tasmania. But Frolich, where was he? Coming into the home straight, he was in about 3rd place, and he ended up winning it by just under 10 metres. An awesome performance for him. He was one of those ones who was leading in the early stages, so we knew he was good enough to keep sticking to the best. And towards the end, when they started to stretch out, he fell behind a bit, but he just had the best kick of them all. And at the end of the day, it was his kick which was able to see him win gold. It's funny what a home track and a home nationals can do to people, and he was able to move into a gear he's probably never gone into.
Ethan, he could have been up here in the booth with us.
Yes.
He was that far away from that lead. I thought it was going to come from the New South Wales from behind. I thought it was going to be a New South Wales 1-2. In fact, I was sure of it. And then all of a sudden, this flash of maroon just comes humming down the home straight. And that is, if you're a kicker, if you're a middle, just have a look at this. I wasn't even watching him in third. I thought, I don't think he's got any real chance of being able to bring this back, but past the Brisbane sign, he's motivated at home. He's running this like the final of a 400. He had plenty left to give there. He would have been kicking himself if he didn't time the kick to perfection like he did. But who cares, because he nailed it for the national title. What a run.
For Froelich, 4:10.66 is what he was able to get. Zarica, 4:12.24, and Faulkner, 4:12.82. So the medals only separated by a bit over 2 seconds, and between silver and bronze, it's just about half a second. Here's the full list of results. Sim was able to get fourth, 4:14.27. Brown, 4:15.74. So we had 8 athletes go sub 4 minutes 20, which is remarkable. And we had all the athletes bar 2 go sub 4:30, and we had all athletes bar 1 go sub 4:34. Incredible race for the under 15.
You kind of love it, because what he does there is he lets the whole field know if they didn't, you need to be more than 30 metres ahead of me.
Yeah.
The next time we toe the line, you better have a big lead.
That is a huge warning shot for the next nationals, and it is something that these athletes are going to go away with, and they will not forget about it.
No, you think about it for a while, you do. There was always the old adage, you know, people call it the 5-minute rule, the shower rule, whatever it is. You give yourself time to reflect and get over it, but I can guarantee you when it comes to national titles, it'll take a little bit longer than that. So congratulations to the Queenslander. No better feeling than winning it at home in front of your family and friends and those you love. So our men's under 16 behind the line. And you know what? They'll have flashes of what it could feel like in 2032.
Well, they've just seen an under 15 athlete come back from about 10 metres from third to first, and they're probably thinking, what can they do?
So a watch here, Ethan, I reckon. Archie Sidorides is back. He's the national champ last year in a big way.
What can he do as we get underway with Adams, who wears hip number 1, then Van der Merwe, who wears hip number 2. There's 18 in this field, so it's a big lineup. Hooper 3, Chinard 4 from Queensland, Hillart from Queensland in 5, Gray from Victoria in 6, Armstrong from Queensland 7, White from South Australia 8, Gab from Queensland, he wears hip number 9, Pao Nessa from New South Wales wears hip number 10, Mayu from Tasmania 11, Duminy from Western Australia 12, the man we spoke about, Archie Sidorides, who is the Victorian, who is the national champion from last year, he wears hip 13, Botonis from New South Wales 14, Bondnar from Tassie, he wears hip 15, Morse 16, the Queenslander, Woodhouse 17 from Victoria, and Kalakakaro from New South Wales, he wears hip number 18. And through the first 350 metres, Mitch, there's only really been one athlete who has stretched away from the field, and the Queenslander in Chinard, he is on top of the race through the first 400 metres. He's just been able to hold on pretty well, and then just behind him it is Archie Sidorides from Victoria, who is putting himself in a very mature position.
I would wager a guess that that's Philip Botonis as well there on their outside. If not third, then fourth. I love this. I love this. Chinard has said, we're running 1,500. We're not running 800 metres. We're not running 600 metres. Pack your racing shoes, boys, because we're running the distance of 1,500 metres. He was second last year. He wants to rectify that. He would love to go away with one better piece of hardware, and that's a gold here at home, and he's setting this tempo out well. They're all strung out. There is no group. They are all out here on the track, all with a clean bit of space, and I'm liking it from Chinard. He leads out there from Sidorides on the inside. These guys had so many great battles in Perth last year, and it was Sidorides who was trying to make it 3 golds. Couldn't quite get there, and now he sets himself with an opportunity to go here again. He was the national champion last time around. and sits in the perfect position in second behind Chynard. But this group is continuing to stretch. We might have one more jump on the back of it, maybe. But as I say that now, here's another move. So they have to respond to this because this is the defending champion. You cannot let him go here, the Victorian, and they're quick to respond.
So Calcaro does go with the defending champion in Sidorese. And how does the rest of the field respond? As you said, Mitch, we've got under just 600 metres to go in this race. And what are we going to see? We've got a leading group of 5. Just off the back of it is Morse, and he did really well. When he could see that there were 2 groups starting to form, he decided, I can't be with the chasing pack, I need to be with the lead pack. And at the moment, it has paid off really well for him because he's in 4th, and now that group of 5 has now become 3. So Sidorides will hear the bell first. He's a history maker, we know that. What is he going to be able to accomplish? Calacararo sits in 2nd, and then just still sitting on that pack for 4th, it is our Queenslander in Morse, but just ahead of him from New South Wales, doing well, is Botonis. He is sitting in 3rd with Morse just starting to approach him, but with 260 metres to go, it's between Sidorides and Calacacaro. Calacacaro moves on to the shoulder, but Sidorides responds nicely. It could be a sprint finish with 200 metres to go. We've got some of the best sprinters in the world competing here today, and these boys are about to put on a masterclass with 160 metres to go. Sidorides just in front. Calacacaro hanging off the back of him. Into the home straight they come. Sidorides, can he hold off the challenge? Calacacaro's coming alongside him, but Sidorides starts to motor. So too does Calacacaro. He goes up to him, but Sidorides pulls away. He's up by 2 metres. Sidorides stretches clear and holds on for gold. 3:56.85. Amazing from him. Goes back to back, and he gets the gold in the most elegant style imaginable. He wasn't leading the whole race. He got himself in a good spot. He knew exactly what he needed to do to get gold. It was closer than he probably thought, but at the end of the day, he will get gold.
Fantastic, Ethan. Fantastic call of the moment there. You could see the challenge was coming from Calcaro, wasn't he? He just hung around, and you thought maybe the challenge was Chynard set it up, but I thought Botonis would be the one to roll with Archie, but Calcaro, shout out to you, Cristiano. What a run here. You can see it wasn't all his way. He had to find a little bit extra to the Victorian. Even here, with 20 metres to go, we got one more challenge, so he was going to earn every step. I said it at the start. We're running 1,500 metres, and not 1 metre short of that was anything but perfect race execution, so well done to Archie Sidorides, another gold to his ever-growing tally. But had to find a little bit of something there. Had to find a little bit of something to hold on, and I love seeing that in athletics. That gets me fired up.
So when he updates the resume, he'll put, as well as the gold medal from the under-15s last year, he'll put under-16s gold in the same event, but he gets to put on a championship record as well. 3:56.84 is what the championship record has been confirmed to. Well, we are going to take a break because something big is coming. Something big is about to erupt this stadium. Don't go anywhere. Back with more soon.
Back here to Brisbane. Over years, it's been a little bit of a sprint factory. We've seen so many fantastic results here in a sprinting capacity, both across the 100, 200, 400. We've even seen national records in the relays set here. So we're going to continue with that theme. It's our men's under 20 100 metres. I can't think of a time in athletics where there's been more intrigue in an under 20 national final than what we have this year. And of course, the headline is Gout Gout, and he brings so many eyeballs, but there's some great talent in and amongst this field. And one of my favourites that I saw yesterday, one of my favourites that's been coming through the ranks here for quite some time, goes out of this heat. He's in lane 6. His name's Xavier Peacock from New South Wales. Peacock, multiple-time national champion. We were so close to losing this guy to rugby league. We were so close. They were knocking on his door. They said, mate, if you can throw a ball, here's a contract. And he said, you know what, actually? I like this sprinting stuff. I like staying here on the tartan track. So we've got him here, Xavier Peacock. You're looking on screen there at the South Australian's Lang, who also was quick through the heats. He was around the 10:75 marker. But Xavier Peacock, for mine, is the watch here in this field.
Well, that makes me feel better because it seemed every time Peter Volandis wanted something, he got it. But clearly, Xavier Peacock would be the one that got away. And Xavier Peacock has a chance to put his name in the history books in what is going to be a history-making final. And the crowd at the moment, Mitch, it is electric. No one is sitting down. This is something that the whole of Australian athletics has been waiting to see. In fact, this is just the teaser for it. What they want to see is coming up a little bit later on, but this is the path to get it. This is the bridge that is needed to cross to get it.
So here's the first of 3 semi-finals for the men's under 20. We've got Gale, O'Brien, Abomo Zalang, Narana Sanga, Jasen, Peacock, Borkstyle, Schneider, and Siasat. So only 2 of these guys will find themselves automatically through to that final. Who will join them from there will be the next 3 fastest times spread across all 3 of these semi-finals. The tension is palpable. The tension, it is everybody, to your point, Ethan, is upright and aware of what is happening on this athletics track. And for me, there's my man, Xavier Peacock there. He's the furthest right for you watching on at home. He is a supreme talent. He's run 10.28 at his fastest. He's one of these gentlemen, a big group of them, that have that 100-meter time. And for me, you got to get through here. You've got to get through. I mean, the importance of these semi-finals is significant, of course, to get the final. But when you are under this sort of level of, not scrutiny, but public attention, sometimes can the moment be too big? I don't think so for this group. This is the first of 3. This is the men's under 20 100 metres. 2 will go through to the final here automatically. 4 from the right for you at home. He's one of the last to get into his blocks. Xavier Peacock, the favourite here in 1 of 3. Away, good start, closest to you and Sisat, but here goes Xavier Peacock, one of the favourites in this field. Jensen Nasamaranga as well, not far away, but Peacock will be back in an hour and a half. 10.48, 0.1 the tail, and I think it'll be Jensen that gets that next automatic spot. But Xavier Peacock is through to the final. He's done what he needs to do. He'll be back here later this afternoon.
He had to work for it a little bit, didn't he? 10.48, the unconfirmed winning time with a plus 0.1, so very still conditions. But Xavier Peacock, he looked impressive in the heats and he was able to back it up with a 10.47. Got a great start. The acceleration was exceptional. Those on his inside were pressuring him, but he was just able to relax and fly past them. By the way, Jansen, he did go through with the next automatic qualified, 10.66. Nazirima Sanga will have to wait on times, but 10.70 is what he has got.
Well, there you go. There's another World Under-20 qualifier for him. He gets under there. So now what that means is if you have the time, you go. You win, you go, of course. Now, obviously, the attention's on Gout Gout. We don't know exactly what he's going to choose to do at the World Juniors. He'll obviously run that 200 metres, but TBD on the 100. But Xavier Peacock, he is a real talent, and he's somewhat fresh, Ethan, because he's only really come into it towards the back end of his teenage years, focusing on athletics.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Hey, semi-final 2 is not too far away either. There's your full results of the men's under 20. Everywhere you look across these fields, there is a name that stands out, and this will be a fantastic one as well, isn't there? There's a youngster. There's another superstar on the rise potentially here.
We saw him go 10.3 in the heats yesterday, and that is Lou Bender, who's actually been one of the few people who has been able to break one of Gout's records in the past, one of the junior 100-metre records, and he's going to be starting in lane number 5 from Queensland. He is an exceptional talent when it comes to the under-20s. Can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do. He's the under-17 champion from last year, so he's running in a few age groups up, but that's okay. He knows that he's good enough to be on the plane over to Oregon, but just how is he going to go against the best under-20 athletes in the nation? This is what we are going to wait and find out. So Lubenda, he'll be right in the middle of your screen. There he is, just leaning over to fix the blocks, make sure they're lined up perfectly. He's going to have Hall on his outside, who don't discount him because he looked impressive in the heats. Kevin Gelly from Victoria, he's going to be in lane 4, either side of Lou Bender, so they are the athletes to watch. Ingleton's going to go in 1, Ting 2, as we get a look at the start lists. Ingleton, Ting 1 and 2, Vass 3, Kevin Gelly 4, Lou Bender 5, Hall 6, Bertram 7, Hewitt Watson 8 and Kai Peacock in lane 9. And looking at the slowest seed time that we've got presented to us, Mitch, no one's been able to run a seed time that is slower than 10.9. They're all sub 10.9 runners.
It's the depth of sprinting, Ethan. It really is. I love this. They've got the two fastest next to each other. In the youngster in Uwezo Labenda, he broke championship record that belonged to Gout Gout in the under-16s. The Queenslander right in the middle. And next to him, Dylan Hall. So good in those heats.
So Lubenda, the clear favourite, but he's not going to have it all his own way. Only the top two go through. And there is more than two athletes who are capable of progressing into the final. Lubenda in lane 5. He is 5th from the left, and then it is Hall, 4th from the left. Good start from Lubenda, likewise with Cabangeli next to him, and Lubenda's away. He's stretched clear at 50 metres. Cabangeli's going with him. Hall winding up. Lubenda, a good display from him. 10.55 into a minus 1.2. It's not as quick as we saw him go yesterday in the heats, but still, it's an impressive sign for the young man.
Cabangeli's another that's had that World Junior qualifier, so you could just see it was the start that might have let Dylan Hall down. But if you look on the adverse of that, have a look at this replay. Lubenda's already in front in the first 10 metres out of his drive phase now. If you were to turn the clock off and look at pure form of sprinting, you would pick this man's 9 times out of 10. He is so technically sound, so strong out of these phases. Cabangeli was right with him, and you're right, he's into a minus 1.2 headwind. So swirling here in Brisbane. Fantastic from the youngster. We'll see him back this afternoon.
Switched off, well, started showing signs of switching off with about 20 metres to go. Had a little glance over the shoulder, which means he was probably thinking about it with 40 metres to go. So to run that while not having your head completely and utterly focused on going as fast as possible for the whole 100 metres into a headwind, that 10.3 is looking more and more promising that he's going to be able to do, maybe even a 10.2.
This final is going to be something.
Full results. Lubenda 10.56, Cabangeli 10.77. Hall will wait on times, but 10.81. If that doesn't get you into the final, then that is just going to be so unfortunate for him, but a good position for him. But Mitch, the moment is here.
What we're going to have to do for this final is we're going to have the sheet of the all-time under 20 list, because I guarantee it's going to be rewritten here this afternoon. I would think if this wind turns into a tail, it's swirling right now. We'll wait and see, but here he is, Gout Gout. 10.19 it was in the heats yesterday. It was a hard read. You were wondering whether he'd given it everything he had or not. He probably ran it around 90%. That's just off my observation. Now, this is, of course, the semi. He'll be thinking about this afternoon, won't he? He's got some good company with him, though. One of my favourites out of lane number 4. He'll be 4 from the right. In the black singlet is Josiah John. He's been a constant in these finals alongside Gout Gout. He would like to find himself there again. Kelakai Ekwamadu as well, the South Australian. So there's 10.6s, 10.7s across the board, but you can see there in lane number 6, the Queenslander Gout Gout, 10.00, of course, set earlier this year.
Yep.
He's gone sub 10 before, but that wind reading, unfortunately, was over last year in Perth. For just about every race that he ran, he got the benefit of being on the right side of the wind reading finally in Sydney, but he needs to win here, book himself a spot in the final, and then anything can happen.
He ran that 10 seconds flat over the warm-up track. I've just had a peek out at it. There is still some athletes there, but not a lot, which is unusual for the middle of the championships, not to have a lot there. So anyone who can has flooded over here just to watch this. Everybody is on their feet. This is going to be a race and going to be a day for Queensland sport that people will not forget anytime soon. It's a historic venue that was built in the 80s for the Commonwealth Games, and good to see after all this time it's still going to be producing famous sporting moments.
So you can see, as we've said, everybody at attention here, ready for this semi-final. For all those watching on at home, hello to you here on 7+. Australians love sport. So good to have you here at Athletics. Gout Gout, he'll go out of lane. Number 6, he's 4 from the left of screen. 2 next to him on the inside is Josiah John. But all eyes on 6. Men's under 20 100 metre semi-final. Another good start, maybe not quite what we saw in the heats there from Gout Gout. John wants to roll along with him, but the Queenslander now is away from this group here in the semi-final, and he'll stop it quickly. 10.45, minus 2.2, so that's a big headwind to contend with. But what we do know for a fact is he will be back here later on this afternoon to do battle with the nation's best in the under 21 100 metres. And if we can get a favourable wind, it'll be a show.
Really will be. That was an impressive result from Gout. Didn't have the best of the starts, but that's become common. But what we did see is there were some pressures coming from him on the inside of the track, and he handled it extremely well. He got up to speed, he got into the lead, and then he was just able to cruise to the line. So he probably wasn't the quickest out of the blocks, and maybe even at 30, he was just trailing from John. But then when you get to the 60-metre mark, that's when he's able to pull away from the field, eased up just before the finish line, did what he had to do, and he is into the final.
Well, wasn't the start we saw from him yesterday, but also to the South Australian, Kelikai Ekwamadu. He was the only man out of the blocks after Gout, and he's managed to pull through past Josiah John, run 10.9 and book himself a spot in this final as well. So he'll have to clean that up a little bit when he gets to finals time, because if they put him alongside the likes of Uwezo Labenda or one of these fast starters, one, it could help drag him out of the blocks, but two, he'll have his work cut out for him. He won't be easy to catch immediately. So you can see the margin here from Gout Gout, minus 2.2 of a headwind. That is about as brutal as you can ask for in terms of 100-metre racing. But he's through. It's going to be a great final here a little later on 7+. We're just over 2 hours away from it, so these guys will make their way back to the warm-up track, or they'll get themselves under the stadium. They'll do what they need to do to recover. 10.44 for Gout, Kelikai Ekwamadu 10.90, and Josiah John, who I think, Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, will miss a spot in this final.
Yeah, so we've just seen the full summary come through. He did run 10.97, so it won't be good enough, unfortunately, for him to get a little Q. Nazira Masanga gets one with 10.70. Hall 10.81 for him. O'Brien 10.88. And to make this final, Mitch, based on non-qualifying times or non-qualifying positions, you needed to go 10.88, which is remarkable. There's Gout putting on a show for the cameras, and in about a bit over an hour and a half's time, he'll be back out here producing hopefully some more magic in the 100 metres. If you're in Brisbane and you are looking for something to do, get here.
So stay around here on 7+ as well, because this isn't the end of our action for the next 2 hours. We've got our women's under 20 100-metre semis here as well. Some class athletes. The fastest woman in Australia this year is going to be competing. She'll go out of semi-final number 2, and one of our up-and-coming stars will be in semi-final number 3. Another here, though, to keep an eye on, Ethan, and she certainly caught your attention in terms of one to watch, is Amaya Mearns.
Well, we saw her in the heats yesterday, and she didn't get the greatest start, and she was able just to swarm over the top of them, didn't she? And it wasn't that we weren't expecting it to happen, but the ease and she was able to do it. She didn't really come out of second gear at all. So she is going in lane number 4. 11.45 is her personal best. When you look at the results from last year, she did get the bronze medal in what was a historic race for the under 18s. Leah O'Brien 11.14 to get the gold and to become the equal 4th fastest Australian ever. Izobelle Phillips second, and Amaya Mearns' role in that race was the bronze medalist. She has got the World Junior qualifying time of 11.78. She goes in lane 4. Good start from Sullivan, so too Taylor. Mearns out pretty well from Victoria. Nielsen's moving nicely. Mearns moves the best. Moves past Rays from New South Wales. Goes to the lead, and she can get to the final. 11.69 for her. Eslick wasn't far behind. Neither was Rays, but top three are in, and Mearns has booked her spot in the final. 11.69 unofficially with a plus 1.3.
Well, Mackenzie Eslick, she runs a little similar to Amaya Mearns in terms of it's going to be the later stages of the 100 where she's going to get you. She's another with that World Junior qualifier, but Amaya Mearns, you've just become used to waiting for that moment when she overtakes this field, aren't you? You cannot judge her on the first 30 metres, only outside of the last 40. So she's able to get it done here. We're going to watch the replay. She goes 4 from the right. You can see she's one of the slowest out of the blocks, and only one slower than her is Eslick, and those two had to work hard together because the challenge on the inside was there. but they made their way past the Canadian, these two, and get those 2 automatic spots into the final.
And how's this? So we've had 3 athletes go under the World Junior qualifying time of 11.78. Mearns 11.68, Eslick 11.74, and for Ray, she actually equals at 11.78, but we don't know if her spot's guaranteed in the final. So we could see a situation, Mitch, where to get into this under-20 women's 100 final, you need to go and reach the World Junior qualifying time. Nielsen by the ways, the other one who's got the little Q, 11.92. So that's where it sits at the moment. But sub 11.92 at the moment will give you a little Q, and if you really want to be confirmed without getting an automatic spot, run a World Junior qualifier and you're in.
Well, how's the wind as well? Plus 1.3. So we go from a minus 2.2 to a plus 1.3. The luck of the draw of human nature, isn't it? Or not human nature, it's Mother Nature. Unfortunately, I wish it was human nature. We could construct the perfect conditions. Now, semi-final number 2. You can see Maya Mearns getting some advice from over the fence. But semi-final number 2 has the fastest woman in Australia this year, not under 20, not junior, the fastest woman in Australia this year in Zara Hagen, the Queenslander. She was in that national final last week in Sydney. Would have liked a little bit more. Wasn't her best run, but she came out here in the heats and ran a time that would have been good enough to win that national final last week. So gets back up here to some familiar territory in Brisbane and set the tempo so well. She ran 11.49 in the qualifying. Holly Ray next to her as well was fast. Leah Berry, the Victorian, another to keep a close eye on here. But 2 will go through automatically. It's Zara Hagen in the dead centre of this track will be the one to catch her eye. She's a good starter. She's not a great starter, she's a good starter. But if she can work away from this field, she won't be beaten. She's run 11.16. Zara Hagen. It's good enough to be just outside the top 5 fastest times ever by an Australian, Ethan. And what we needed to see here was some form. We saw it in the heats. Can we get it carried into the semis?
And we saw in the heats, her start is incredibly impressive because she doesn't just take off out of the block, she lunges out. And if she can get a similar start to what we saw in the heat, then she'll be able to, I think, book her space comfortably in the final. But it's a question of how hard does she go, because she's got to come back here in about an hour and a bit's time. So she will be starting right in the middle. She's got the fluorescent spikes on, just putting the back pedal into the block now.
Semi-final number 2, women's under 2100. The depth of sprinting in this country, it's mesmerising. Watch for Hagen in the middle. Good start there for Zara Hagen. That's so confident here in the semi-finals. You can see Ross from New South Wales was quick to respond, but Zara Hagen is away from this field and in cruise control on the way through to the final. How about that? 11.45 to make her way on through. Leah Berry will be the next automatic qualifier. Plus 1.7 the tail. That's near on perfect for what you're after. And Zara Hagen continues to show this field that she is the one to beat.
11.47 is what's been confirmed to. For Leah Berry, she gets 11.77 confirmed as her time. Another World Junior qualifier for her. For Hagen, I didn't think it was a start that was better than yesterday, but it was still a really good start. And just the transition from her, which saw her go from her starting speed to top speed, was just incredible. And then she was able to hold on. As you said, Mitch, she just went into cruise control, and it just looked incredible there. When she just came out of her transition, she was probably about a metre or 2 in front, and within about 8 or so steps, she was able to stretch to about 3 or 4 metre lead. So 11.47 for her, safely through to the final. 1.7, perfect conditions for her. We have another athlete who has put on a show.
The one to beat, Ethan. She is a star. We've got another one here in semi-final number 3, though, don't we? I mean,
well, I think
you could really say that
I did hear some rumours. I didn't want to believe it, but it has just been confirmed that, unfortunately, we have got a DNS from Amelia Reid.
So that's unfortunate, isn't it? We were looking there on the line to see if she was there. We hope she's okay. I hadn't heard much about carrying any niggles or injuries into the championships.
And that's only just grown really over the last 2 or 3 minutes when it's all started to come out and confirm. There's a great look at the crowd. They have hung around after their first look at Gout today. They'll get another one later on in the final. If you are in Brisbane and you want to come out and have a look, just come down to Cusack. Have a look at what is one of the most exciting young sprinting talents across the globe. But right now our focus is on the under-20 women's 100 metres. This is semi-final number 3. It'll be Clog, who starts in lane number 1, and Do from Queensland in 2. Kraus from New South Wales 3. Crow from Victoria in 4. Then Anderson in 5. Here's Cohen, who is in 7. He's a full look at the start list. Unfortunately for Amelia Reid, confirmed a DNS for her. Krebs from New South Wales 8. And Halserton from New South Wales in 9. So that's a look at the field. Crow definitely one to watch. So too Kraus. Cohen, another 11.6 runner. We've got 2 of them. They are the ones to watch. So it's Cohen in 7. And then Crow in lane number 4. There's Kraus from New South Wales. Here's Crow. Next to her, Anderson from Victoria. Unfortunately, there's the lane we would have seen Amelia Reid in, which has Cohen just next to it. And Curbs, Hazelton, who follow. So top 2 go through. Without Reid, who's able to shine in semi-final 3? Cohen did get a good start, so too Crow. Kraus has had an unbelievable first 30, but Crow goes alongside her. Kraus responds. Crow takes the lead back off her, and she stretches clear in the final 20 and goes through 11.59 with a plus 1.0. We weren't sure how it was going to be without Amelia Reid in this race, but we saw Crow stand up. 11.60 is what it's been confirmed to, with a plus 1.0.
That's a lifetime best for Grace Crow, the Stall Gift finalist this year. Fantastic run, so strong through the middle phase. As you can see, it was called perfectly, Ethan, wasn't it? Grace Kraus gave her everything to chase, and I thought maybe even Amani Anderson would get up there, but look at Grace Crow over the closing stages of this 20. She's away from this field. That is so strong. That is, wow, so impressive. This final will be something.
That's definitely an athlete to watch out for, Crow. We saw that even if she doesn't get a good start and if she's under pressure by the athletes around her, she can surge and she can put together some magical performances.
Do you know why that should scare some people? Because Grace Crow is a 60-metre specialist. She's usually so good at the start, and it's her 60 and it's her explosiveness that gets people. The finish there will give people plenty to think about.
So you do the maths at home. You've just seen that fast finish. What can she do with a fast start? Here are the fast times for the under-20 semi-final. She is the second fastest behind Zara Hagen. The little cues, they are the ones we were watching closely. So Ray gets one. Then also Scully Tui from New Zealand gets a little cue running 11.88. And Rays, who got a World Under-20 qualifier, she is able to go through to the final. Well, we take a breath, we take a pause, but just momentarily, because we've got some more track and field coming up on what is a historic day from Cusack.
Yeah, sports fans, track fans now I should call you, because I guarantee you're probably locked in here now for the afternoon. And if you think your mates have stepped away, tell them to come back, because we've got some 800-metre action about to kick off. This is our men's under-20 800 metres. What makes this so entertaining is you win and you're in. And where are you going? You're going to the World Junior Championships in Hayward Field over in Eugene, Oregon, right after our Commonwealth Games. Now, the favourite here is a man called Daniel Williams. He was 4th at our Senior Nationals. He's won plenty of these titles. In fact, he was at the last edition of the World Junior Championships, and he's run so fast that he has the Commonwealth Games qualifier. He's in 5. Will Caddick inside of him has it, and the field is away.
We're taking you through the first about 50 metres. It is Williams, who has been able to start off really electrically. Then Hallen, who's from New South Wales, wearing hip number 8. He's just on the outside of him, and he's done well. Williams, who wears hip 5, leading. Caddick performing well. And then Tomashui from New South Wales has been able to use lane 1 really well. So through the first 200 metres, Williams looks like he is going to take this pace out really hard. He's a 144 man, one of the fastest in Australia, and he is proving why Gridley, who's a 148 man himself, he's only about 2 or 3 metres just behind Williams, and then it's close because we've got Hallen, who had a good position off the start. He's only 2 metres behind those. Then it's Caddick from Victoria who are behind. So they're all still clumped together. They're all strong, but 400 to race.
53.66, so it's fast. You can see them there. The only one with that World Junior qualifier that's not in that top 4 is our man second last at the moment, Tate Van Camp. What can he do over the closing stages? But the favourite is in front, Daniel Williams. I suspect he wanted to take these guys somewhere they've never been before and see whether or not they can hold on. They're going to have to earn this national title because Daniel Williams finds one more gear here with 200 to go. So he wants to make his second World Juniors team here in Brisbane. 150, the lead is enormous. Williams is away from this field. He's an imposing figure. He swung for the fences in Sydney last week and he wound up 4th. But with 100 metres to go, it's national title on the mind for Daniel Williams. He's got that Commonwealth Games qualifier as well, this kid, and he loves the crowd support. He's a showman. He's a champion. 146.94. You can see Van Camp came flying there for third. But Daniel Williams, you've all got tickets to the show and you can watch it again in Eugene.
Well, he set the race up early, didn't he? So that's why he was able to come home victorious. He went out hard in the first 200 metres, didn't he? Didn't want to be jostling for positions when they started to make the cut in. He knew where he wanted to be. And then at that same position in the following lap, he just went bang, really put his foot down, stretched along the bend, and then came roaring into the home straight.
You know what's worth noting here? A man from New South Wales, Helene, he had one of the slower World Junior qualifiers coming into this. He's now come second and improved to 148. Look how far back Tate Van Camp came from, the 16-year-old, for third as well. He clocks a 148. There's PBs everywhere. Tyler Gridley's under the 150 again, 149.96 for fourth. But Daniel Williams, he showed them exactly what he's been doing all year long, and that is fighting off the line. He was not interested in leaving it for a kick, was he, Daniel Williams? He took them somewhere they'd never been before.
Championship record as well, Mitch. So we saw it last year with Bob Abdul-Rahim, who's also got a Commonwealth Games qualifier, and Daniel Williams just able to knock it down to 146.94. How's that? 4 athletes underneath the World Junior qualifier, and unfortunately, you get a World Junior qualifier for Gridley and he doesn't get a medal. It's just painful for him, but it just, as athletics fans, we just sit back and just go, could this get any better?
So they're going to send 2 on that team, but it's only the first person through with the time that's automatic. So it will go to selectors from here, but Harry Helene, he's put himself in the box seat, hasn't he? Because he runs 148 and comes second. It was important. Look at this, Daniel Williams. He's selling. I would like to think that D. Will sent that right up here to the commentary booth. I would like to think that he did the double python as well. He knows I love that. Yep. Oh, geez, how could I have missed that? He knows that's my favourite celebration. I'm expecting him up here in the next 30 minutes. Daniel Williams. Him and Isaac Beecroft between them always want to get on the commentary.
Okay.
Isaac, you'll be watching on at home. Shout out to you unless you're still in Brazil. Very good friends. We're going to continue here. Our women's under 2,800 metres. Another incredible field assembled here. So I'll give you all of them. It's Chalmers, Piper Simpson, Fleur Cooper, Ivy Boothroyd, Lucy Delbridge, Emma Freiger, Violet Owen, Matilda Emmanuel, and Mia Bridgeland. And Ethan, Ivy Boothroyd has had an astounding year. She was also at the Opens just last week. She's the fastest this year in this junior category at 2:03.15. She ran that at the Hobart Track Classic, so was active on the summer circuit here on 7+, the Chemist Warehouse summer circuit at that. But her challenger comes from Emma Freiger, who's 13 times the national champion at a junior level, championship record holder across the board, and she herself has improved immeasurably this year on what was already an outstanding resume. They're everywhere here. So many have that World Junior qualifier. Lucy Delbridge as well between them on the start line, the Victorian, another to watch. So the national title on the line. So many of these women have run under that 209 standard, but Boothroyd and Freyger are the two fastest here. So how do they set this tempo? Is it going to be slow? Will they take it out quickly like we saw Daniel Williams do not so long ago? And it looks to me like it will be quick. They're all going to get down to that line, and I think it's Boothroyd and Freyger leads out in front. So the 13-time national champion leads out this field and leads out a strong group behind. Ivy Boothroyd, the fastest this year, sits in nicely behind her. Slight gap back to the group, not big enough to worry about here at the moment, but you got the sense from the heats that it would be these two that would push the tempo and push each other to a national title. You win, you're in. It's that simple. And at the moment, it's your Queenslander at the bell, ladies and gentlemen, who leads out from Ivy Boothroyd. And it's quick, 60 seconds through the opening 400.
Freyger, the defending champion from last year, such an impressive race. She was the younger of the under-20s, and she was able to beat all the ones of her senior, and she's been challenged by Boothroyd. 300 metres to go, doing well behind her. It is Cooper who's holding on to the bronze medal position. Then it's Boothroyd behind, then Owens next through, but 250 metres to go. Freyger starting to wind up. Boothroyd's going with her. There's only about a stride or two that separate them at 200 metres. Charging through from Victoria's Delbridge. She may give herself an opportunity to win the bronze, and that's what happens. But gold and silver with 150 to go. We've got no leader. It's between Boothroyd and Freyger. Freyger just on the inside of Boothroyd as Boothroyd storms into the home straight. Freyger starts to respond. She's squeezing through on the inside. She's been able to take the lead. It's been an almighty performance from her. Can she go back to back? She's well clear. She does go back to back. A historic race, a historic time. That is amazing. A 2:02.73, out of this world. She is a star amongst stars.
Well, what a run that was to be challenged with 70 metres to go. That's the moment the kicker dreams of. They go, I've got your measure now. But to fight back like that from Emma Freyger here in Queensland, and that time, I've got to look up where that puts her here, Emma Freyger. What a run. That is one of the tougher measures of an 800-metre runner you will find. And she is a star. She is a star in this field. Look at this on the replay board. You can see there, Boothroyd. Maybe you thought, gee, she might work around her here. And Ivy left everything out there. She's had a fantastic summer. She goes second here at the National Championships. For Emma Freyger, I'm not going to say she surprised herself because I don't think she can anymore. There's how talented this athlete is. But certainly the disbelief of being the national champion will never wear off.
But how about this for a field, Mitch? 5 of the athletes went under the World Junior qualifying time. 5 of them. 2:09.15 was Violet Owen. She came 6th, so she's 0.15 outside the World Junior qualifier. Championship record for Emma Freyger. And how's the grit and determination? Because just coming into the home straight, that's where she fell behind by only a stride or two. And then just the presence of this stadium and being at her home nationals, it just did something to her, and it just allowed her to find a gear, just to find herself, poke through and take the win.
Good enough for the 7th fastest under 20 time in Australian history. Moves just past now the woman she just beat, Ivy Boothroyd. Sits between Hayley Kitching and Tiessa Buchanan. Oh, good names to be in the middle of. What a show of 800-metre running we just saw there. We're going to continue with our paras after this, but 2 more on the flight to Eugene in August. It doesn't get much better than that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue with athletic action right after this. More of our 2-lap national titles. We're here with our men's para under 15, 800 metres. So it's a good group, but I'll explain it before they start. There are different types of categories for para-athletics. So, for example, you'll see on screen it says Rowan Gillam is a T11 athlete, Roger is a T37 athlete, out to Xavier Wilson is a T12 athlete. It means they have different disabilities. Now, because of those, whoever crosses the finish line first doesn't mean that they're the gold medalist. What we have here is a group of judges, officials that will then calculate the percentages based off of those categories. And the athlete with the highest percent is your gold medalist. You don't always see that on the international level because often they're grouped in their categories. So first across the line is the winner, but when it comes to the national level and having so many amazing, talented para-athletes, they're in together at an age group, and percentages worked out after the fact.
And what it should be notable, it's the first time we really see them over the middle distance races. We've seen a few 1500s, but we notice with the sprints, you don't tend to deviate too much from the finishing order to what is eventually confirmed as the medal position. So maybe just keep that in mind. But everything Mitch said was bullseye and bang on. But just sometimes the finishing order, a bit closer than we think. So we are underway. It is the under 15 para 800 metres. Gillum is wearing hip number 1. He's a T11 athlete from Queensland. Roger at hip number 3 from France. T37 is his classification. Morgan hip 4. T43 from New South Wales. Picton T20 from New South Wales. He wears hip 5. Hislop, New South Wales, hip 6. McGrom from Queensland, hip 7, and then Wilson from New South Wales. He wears hip number 8 through almost 200 metres so far, and it's on the outside McGrom from Queensland, who has been able to go through and take a 10-metre lead already from Wilson from New South Wales, and then Gillum, who is representing Queensland. He's just sitting behind Wilson, only by about 2 or 3 metres as they start to turn into the home straight. The athletes just behind, it is Picton, who's got about 150 of this lap to go, and into the home straight they come. Gillum moves past Wilson. McGrom still the ones to catch to take line honours as they run through the Brisbane sign. Hanging on really well behind Gillum is Wilson, and what's Wilson got left in the final 400 metres?
So our Queenslander doing a great job in his opening stages of the 800-metre final. McGrom, he's been active all through the previous 3 days. This entire field has. You've seen plenty of these guys out here in Brisbane, which we love to see. And McGrom continuing to lead from Rowan Gillum, and Xavier Wilson right behind him there as well. Most of our field now with just shy of 400 metres to go. But it looks to me that Jonah McGrom is out there with intention. Now we see a move made by our man Xavier Wilson of New South Wales. So he gets around and he will have himself scoped on Jonah McGrom out there in front. So 200 metres to go now for McGrom. Wilson not far behind him. Rowan Gillum still sits there in third outright. It looks like Toby Morgan, you'll have 400 metres to go, young man. Keep up the good work. But with 130 metres left now, look at the work rate of Xavier Wilson out around the outside there of McGrom. McGrom trying to respond, but Wilson so strong here in the men's under 15 para 800 metres. This is a fantastic performance from our man from New South Wales. He's going to get line honours here in the 800 metres and give himself every opportunity to be the national champion. 2:30 for you, Xavier. Well done. McGrom goes there for second. Rowan Gillum flying late. Well done. Just under the 240 marker for him. So we'll wait for these percentages. We'll find out who our national champion is here. Everybody's starting to storm down into the home straight now to finish off their 800 metres. You're not too far away, I promise you that. Just 40 metres remaining here. It's a big group of our New South Wales athletes. Well done. Picton and also Hislop making their way through here. Roger now finishing off here as well. Our man from France. Great running. You'll be just under 3:15. Well done. Time's so important. That's where these percentages, of course, come from. And now just under 200 metres to go for our T43 athlete in Toby Morgan. And I've seen Toby race plenty of times, and I know that he has a good kick on him when he wants to use it here, our man from New South Wales. I saw it in Perth. I think we've seen it here over the last 3 days. The beauty of this event, look at the competitors waiting for our man here to finish off the 800 metres. Toby Morgan, just under 100 metres to go, Toby. Can we get around? You'll be just over 4 minutes, I think. You could prove me wrong here. Here's the kick. I told you he has it. He's got it here at the moment, Toby Morgan. So the man from New South Wales, give it up for him. He'll just be over 4 minutes. But he'll finish off here on our men's under 15, para 800. Well done. He found that kick, see, I wasn't lying. I told you he had it. Amazing racing. And beautiful to see the sportsmanship, as always, at the finish line. We'll get these percentages shortly.
Oh, I just love it when Morgan deploys the kick, because you know when he does, he's just going to fly down the home straight, and that's exactly what he did. A good time for him. It is sub 4:06. It's a 4:05.77 for him, so we'll wait and see what all of the confirmed points are. But here is a look at the official time. So Wilson, 2:30.15, and it looks like we have got the points already come through. 79.37 for Hislop, then Gillum 76.83, and McGrom 75.94. So that's a look at how the medals looks like they are going to fall. We will confirm in a moment. But what we are going to do is we are going to take a break. Plenty more coming up from QSAC on the screens of 7+. Don't go anywhere. A wonderful day of track and field has...
Welcome back here to Brisbane. So we continue. It's our men's under 17 para 800 metre final now. It's a big field too. Inside there is Odell, Dixon, then Marin, Bell, Gribble, Rumsey, Flaherty and Graham. So 8 of them will compete here. And similar to what we just saw in the men's under 15, again, it will come down to the percentages after the fact. And we are getting those quite quick, but here we go. At the 17's turn now at the 800 metres, it looks like Archie Dixon of Tasmania will go out quickly, but no faster than Jaden Graham, widest on the track. So Graham of Queensland sets the quick tempo. All of these boys will find themselves in a good position, but Jaden Graham, the fastest out here, has a good 30-metre gap on this field and is slowly but surely making his way down to the railing in the opening 200 metres. So that'll be just shy of the 30-second marker. That's quick. Little clip here or there in the group behind, but now the Tasmanian Dixon finds himself in some clean air. But have a look at this from Jaden Graham of Queensland. He is storming down this home straight for the penultimate time and waits for nobody here in this men's under 17 para 800 metres. It's Dixon there in second. The Victorian sits there in third, but at the bell here, he's going to go under 60 seconds. 59 seconds for the opening lap. He's on one here.
He has set a electric pace already, and is he going to be able to hold on to it? I think so, because look at this. It's almost 30 metres as they are about to move into the back straight. Graham has had an awesome race. Then behind him, the Tasmanian in Dixon. And then from Victoria, it's Bell, who is sitting in third place. But Graham, this is his race, and he's just running away with it. Don't forget, it's all about the times. Each athlete is racing their own clock. And with 200 metres to go, Jack Graham is really starting to make that clock nervous. Coming through for second, it is Dixon. He hits 200 metres about 30 metres after him. Then coming after, it is Bell. He's about to go through that 200 metre mark into the home straight. And Graham, in front of his home fans, on his home track, in his home state, he can just glide to take line honours in this race. Dixon's going to post a very good time, but none would post better than Graham. This could be close to sub 2. It's just a fraction over. It's a 2:01.04, a remarkably quick time. Here comes Dixon. He's going to cross the line in second, and then to take the third place across the line, it is Bell, who is holding off some late challengers. Coming after him is Gribble, and Gribble does eventually move past him and take third place across the line. 10 metres to go. That's when Gribble was able to make the move over Bell. And right now, coming through fast, it is the Queenslander in Flaherty. He's going to have a very good time posted for himself. And next to come through, he's wearing hip number 2, Odell from New South Wales. He's only got 20 metres to go. A fantastic race for him. Odell, he'll well and truly get under 3 minutes. It's under 2:50. Awesome time from all of these boys. It's confirmed Graham 2:01.03.
So great racing there. I reckon he wanted to go under 2 minutes. I think that's what his expectation was when he went through the opening 459. But to then run 2:01, he hasn't actually split it too badly there. He didn't drop off much at all. So near on impossible to negatively split an 800 metres when you go out quick. So that's great racing from him. He should take so much from that. Here it is. We can see the percentages adjusted as well. So, geez, he's only just held on there, Jaden Graham from Archie Dixon. 2:01.03, but 90.8% to Dixon's 2:08 and 90.1%. And then third place would be the Victorian in Matty Rumsey, 221 across the line, but 81.99% is a T38 competitor. So well done to our men's para under 17 800 metres. A great race.
It was the top two that went across the line first, who walks away with those gold and silver medals. Awesome race from Jack Graham at 2:01.03. Love to know what time he was embarking on trying to record, because I reckon he was pretty close to it. And for half a second, Mitch, we might have thought he'd be able to go sub 2 minutes. That's next barrier on his mind. And when he does that, he's definitely going to make waves around the para community, not just in Australia, but right around the world. Impressive from him. So we are preparing for the next race, which is going to be the under 20 para 800 metres. And then after that, we'll move into some exciting hurdles heats. It's the 90 hurdles heats for the under 15s and the under 16s. For the men's and the women's. And then the men's, we do go for them for the under 15s and 16s, but they stretch it back to 100 metre hurdles. And then it is the under 20 100 metre final. So they are taking place at 2:20 local time. I'll get you an opportunity to get your pens ready and all your paper. I'll say it again, 2:20 local time. So do the calculations in your head, cross-check it, and make sure that you have got the alarms switched and you've got 7+ on.
Well, I'm certainly not going to be the one to do the math. That's for sure. All I know is it's 2:20 here in Brisbane.
Yep. So
you're a Perth boy. So what do we need
Perth,
on the west?
It'll be 12:20.
Okay.
And then in Adelaide, this is where it can get a bit tricky. So Adelaide's half an hour behind us right now, so it'll be 1:50 in Adelaide. Same with Darwin.
Yep.
And then overseas, check your local guides.
Yeah, that one will have to be out of our hands. So I think we'll have quite a few, though, watching on from around the world. So some high jump action down here. I think this is part of our women's heptathlon. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is. Yeah, it looks like it is. So under 17 and under 18 women's heptathlon high jump. About 141 at the bar at the moment. For our under 17s, do we share it with our under 18s? We do. So 141 across both mats here.
Hey, also, don't forget the athletics action will continue on after that under 20 100 metres. This is what a lot of people are anticipated for, but afterwards we've got some 400 metre finals. We'll see some javelin finals as well. Mitch, you pointed out that across the men's and the women's, we don't actually have a qualifier in the under 20s. So if you get the gold and you also happen to get the qualifier, you're straight through. You are straight through. Then we've got some more 400 finals. We'll swing back to some 800 para finals. Then we'll have the hurdle finals, triple jump under 20s. How good are triple jumpers going, by the way, in this nation?
Oh,
how good.
Incredible. I mean, Desley Owusu made history last year. Aidan Murphy was into an Olympic final the year before that, the first to do it since his dad, Andrew. And, of course, Izzy Louison-Roe continues to make history. Good to see Aidan Hinson back as well, jumping. Without Connor at the moment, but class. Here we go. This is our men's under 20 para 800 metres. One of the great sets of hair, Kai Davenport, on the outside. You will not miss him. I guarantee you that. I'm not going to tell you why. You can't see him yet, but I have a suspicion you won't miss him. Daniel Zullo, Heath Otto, Lachlan Woodfull, Zachary Barwell, Joshua Suregna, Kai Davenport. I promise you won't miss. And Thomas Crump. The field here. A smaller field. Not much smaller, by one athlete.
Usually when we hear people point out how good other people's hair are, they're usually people who are follically challenged. But you, Mitch, you've got a great set of hair on you. So are you worried about what could happen?
No, I'm actually not too worried about the hair loss. I'm 30 now, so I feel like I'm making it past the hump of the potential hair loss. But much like Kai, I have done quite a few at-home bleached hair. Usually I went the Bieber blonde.
Yep, that does
Bieber
not
Chella
surprise
Day
me.
2 coming up. Everyone will be excited. Here we go, anyway.
So we are underway, under 20 para 800 metre final. Zullo 2, Otto 3, Woodfull 4, Barwell 5, Suregna 6, Davenport 7, and then Crump, who wears hip number 8, going through the cut-in. First, it is the New South Wales athlete Burrell, who's a T20 competitor, and he's already got a lead, which will be close to 20 metres. And then Davenport, who is wearing the blue of Victoria, has also been able to get the hair colour matching his state, so that is state pride personified. Then Zullo from New South Wales, he is wearing hip number 2 now. He's in 3rd place. He is in pursuit of Davenport and Barwell, who was leading as they come into the home straight. And Barwell looking comfortable. He was able to take the race out hard, and he's been rewarded for all of his hard work in the early stages, but he's still got 450 metres to go. And what can Davenport do? He looks just as cruisy and comfortable. And then I'm fascinated to see how Zulo will be able to go in the final 400.
So he's off quick here, Zachary Barwell. He's a 207 man. Quick glance on the inside shoulder would mean that he's anticipating a bit of hurt over the final 300 metres, but his form certainly doesn't indicate that at the moment. So Barwell doing a really good job. He's continuing that tempo. I think he'll hold it all the way through the final 200 metres, and Davenport sat there in second a long, long way. Zulo behind. You're right, Ethan. He's got the state pride. He's nearly matching the track there as well. I love the pink shoes. I love the flair of our man in second there. But out in front, taking line honours here, it's Zachary Barwell, who's earned it too. He takes another quick look on his inside. You are flying, Zachary. I promise you that. With 100 metres to go, 2:07 is what I've got in front of me here for Zachary Barwell, and he will be under that. He is absolutely motoring down this final 50 metres in our men's under 20 para 800 metres. 2:01, 2:02. He'll be under 2:05. 2:04.20 for you. Well done to Zachary Barwell. Now moving through here is Kai Davenport. Great hair on him. 2:13 for Kai. It looks like it'll be Zulo now, rolling down here to the finish line as well. Look at the kick finish down here from the Queenslander. He's found everything in the last 100 metres. Left no stone unturned, did he? I think that was Crump down here. And another big kick. Oh, we're loving the home straight. It's so good to see. Is this Otto rolling down here now? That is blistering in the final 100 metres. Well done to him. And this will be Lachlan Woodfull to round things out here in our men's under 20 para 800.
How was the sprint finishes and sprint kicks from some of these athletes? They just look like sprinters. They didn't look like middle distance athletes. They look like some of the best sprinters we've got, particularly from Moto. But Barwell, what a race. 2:04.23 for him. Really set the race up in the beginning stages of it. He was the first to cut in, and he was able to hold his form all the way through to the end. And there's the results come through. 88.47 for Barwell, then Davenport 82.31. Zulo 77.86. So those are the 800 metres done for now. We've got 800 metres coming up later on. But right after the break, we turn our attention onto some of the sprints because the hurdles are being laid out, and we've got the 90-metre hurdles quickly after the break. Back to beautiful Brisbane as we have seen some wonderful results so far, and the good times keep rolling here in the Sunshine State. It is just looking picture perfect at the moment, and if you haven't got anything to do for the rest of the day and you are in the area, well, let me solve all of your problems. Come down here, come down to Brisbane, because not only do we have some of the best athletes in Australian junior athletics, we've got some of the best athletes in world athletics that are going to be running today. So if you're scratching around looking for something to do, you've flicked on the television and there's nothing else that takes your fancy, and you're in Brisbane, come down here, because look where you could be sitting. You could be in a stadium that is just dripping with history, that is about to add on another layer of it today. And right now we are going to see the heats of the under 15 90-metre hurdles, which do take place. Ethan Quinlivan alongside Mitch Dyer on 7+ for the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. Wonderful day so far, and it just continues to get better. Heat 1 of 2 for the under 15s, which means the top 3 will go through to the final automatically, then the next 2 fastest. So qualification a little bit easier in these heats. Ray from France, who's going to be in lane number 1. Vogel from Western Australia 2. Rhodes from New South Wales 3. There'll be Miller in 4. Lawrence in 5. Mendez in 6. Keys in 7. Valley from Queensland in 8. And King from Western Australia is going to be in lane number 9. There's our French competitor, Ray. Vogel just next to her. Rhodes from New South Wales. We are about to go. 90 hurdles, heat 1 of 2. We were saying yesterday how They can be a bit chaotic, these hurdles, but when they are done perfectly, it is one of the greatest spectacles in sport to watch. Fast start from Vogel, so too Rhodes out wide. King got out really well, and it's Keys from Queensland who is leading. Lawrence from New South Wales going with her. Then Miller just behind, but Keys over the last into the final. Lawrence and Miller weren't too far behind at all. The wins are plus 1.1. So nice legal conditions and good amount of win for these hurdlers.
Yeah, top three automatically through there, so good strong performance. Want to set the tempo well. We're watching that wind gauge closely, aren't we? Plus 1.1, the tail. So you can see here the Queenslander already by hurdle 2 was clear and then just in control. Just keeps that technique on point. And Marnie Lawrence through for second. Portia Miller, the Victorian third. The rest will now have to wait and see how the heats shake out for the women's under 15 90-metre hurdles.
So 12.97 for Keys, Lawrence 12.94, Miller 13.37 for her, and the wind was a plus 1.1, so good tailwinds at the moment. But it was Ella and I who were having the conversation, Mitch, about how when the hurdlers, the best in the world, are able to really demonstrate their skills and have their technique bang on perfect, it is a great spectacle to watch.
Yeah, it is. You remember back in the day watching, and we're biased here, of course, but Sally Pearson, wasn't she an absolute technician of the hurdles?
But just the way they don't jump over the hurdle, the best don't even hurdle over the hurdle, they just skim over the top of it, don't they? It's millimetres between them.
There's a great piece of footage from Florida Relays years ago of Grant Holloway jumping the hurdles, and the shot, the frame stays fixated on his face, and it is helping because that is part of the shot. But the lack of movement from shoulders up, Grant Holloway, it's like he actually just stays in a perfect line, does not move, and his body's working around him. So to be so technically proficient like that, it's like watching Mitch Lightfoot here in Australia, another great technician of the hurdles. It's always beautiful. It's amazing to see up close and personal.
You get the ones who just skim it all, like Nick Hoff did back in the day, where I think he hit about 8 hurdles to win bronze at the Commonwealth Games. It's just he had the speed definitely, and he had good hurdles technique. But sometimes you can just have the big, powerful boys at the end of the track, and if you hit the hurdle, it does more damage to the hurdle than it does to yourself.
Well, his hamstrings could crush watermelons, Nick Hoff.
Yes,
he was that strong. You could bounce pennies off it. It was like gravel. It was amazing the amount of times it would have clipped the top of the hurdles. So Sophie Whitfield, Emily Perry, Madison Tarbett, Autumn Good, Marley Scott Fall, Ava Ward, Savannah Cox, Alea Vagitas, Harper Harding, and Matilda Cutfield. Harper Harding was the winner over 80 last year. Strong family of hurdlers at that. She'll be second from the left of screen for you. Top 3 go through to the final. Then we look for the next 2 fastest times. This is number 2 of 2. Harding was away quickly, last year's national champion, off to a great time to defend it. They're moving through well. Savannah Cox of New South Wales with her, but the Victorian just needs to get over one more and she's away. Great running from her. Cox then goes through for second. Autumn Good will wait on those times because there's only 2 small queues available to this final. But great racing. I apologise. She will get through. I'm losing my own math up here in the booth. It was great running nonetheless in heat 2 of 2.
And well done to those girls, because difficult conditions are plus 3.0, so there would have been times in the race where they might have been in an uncomfortable position in terms of they were closer to the hurdle when taking off than they wanted to, but good 13.11 to get the big Q. Likewise with Cox, she got 13 flat, and then Harding 12.69 to get a big Q to go through to the final for the under 15 90-metre hurdles. We prepare for the under 16, same distance, same height. We'll get the summary for you in just half a second, because there are some blistering times that will be able to go through to the final, and some athletes definitely keep an eye out on for lanes from heats 1 and 2. So there's the heat 2 results, and a little Q for Vadigas running 13.55. Harding confirmed 12.69. She was about 0.31 away from Cox, who came second in good 13.11. And here you can see Scott Fall, 14.74 for her. But very tough conditions.
So how's that wind? We see a 2.2 headwind, what, an hour and a bit ago, and now we're getting 3.0 tails.
What would you rather?
Tail. At least I'll get a fast, windy legal time.
That's true. Because you can run fast times anywhere, can't you? But this is the only place you can automatically get selected.
Exactly right. I want it as quick as possible, and if you have to credit it as a wind-assisted time, so be it.
We just saw the summary. So King and Vadigas gets little cues, 13.52 to Vadigas 13.55. The under-16s aren't far away from marching out and getting prepared. So we lay down hurdles flights 3 and 4. So if you're looking at it going, well, why aren't those hurdle flights up? It's just so that the athletes, they can practice going over 2 hurdles and then they have enough lane to be able to slow down, because the hurdles are spaced pretty close with each other. Don't forget, there's got to be 10 hurdles that we need to push onto the track for these 90-metre hurdles. So because of that, they're closer than people may actually think. That's why we lay down the hurdles, just so that we give the athletes enough room in order to be able to slow down completely without causing harm, because it's 10 hurdles that are laid out onto the track there. I think the roster does tell you, but I think they're about 8 metres apart from each other, the hurdles. You've got to try to put 3 steps in between each from when you land to when you then take off next.
Do you coach any hurdles?
I know how to. I do occasionally when required. It's not a specialty, but I know the basics. I know the basics, but it would be throwing me into the deep end to coach an athlete on it. I can do the basics okay, and I know what looks good and what doesn't.
What's your specialty to coach?
The sprints, I'd say. The ones and the twos. Can do 400s.
Yep.
Relays are fun. Relays are very fun to coach.
Ella says that.
Really, they're very
You
fun
two
to
would
coach.
have so much to talk about then.
Oh, we just talk about how good relays are all the time.
Yeah, honestly, we wouldn't get to see any individual events if we left it up to you two.
Now,
Just
I'm going to
relay
launch
on
an
relay.
inquiry into your behaviour, because we've got relays later on today, which I know you live for.
I do.
And you're not going to be here. So are you just going to be camped down to the box next to us with your own little plastic microphone, just so that you can have the experience of it? Because I know that you love it.
I might yet. Yeah, I might yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I've been at the track, you know, just about all day, every day, the last 3. So I might hang around. I might try and find a spot to swim potentially, because in Melbourne, we're not getting this until
No.
we roll back to November.
That's true.
And I'm not talking about the heat. I'm talking about the sun. No, Will.
So
I'm thinking of getting a momentary rest, but
So you enjoy yourself.
I might stay around. I can't stay away from the track. That's the thing. I genuinely, even yesterday, was here, I think, at least 5 hours plus before I was starting. But I just love watching the qualifying, because I love seeing what athletes do for when that final comes. You know what they've done in the lead up to the event, and just in general, the depth of talent we've got here. I love watching it. I love seeing what we've got here in Australia. But I will admit, I might be away from the track. But if I am, I will have 7+ on.
Good.
And
As
I
you
will
should.
be watching and listening to you and Ella. So I'll know if you drag me if I'm not here. I will be.
Oh, I'm not trying to hide the fact that I'm going to.
Well, I'm just saying. I just want you to know that I will be listening.
Just don't worry, I've got a legal team already prepared to go for whatever charges you may throw at me, but those will finish at about 5:45. So you could possibly hang around, then duck out and have some rest. But, you know, you definitely earned a break, no doubt about it. Just a shame that your break comes when one of your favourite events are for the relays. But just on the relays, in years gone by, how common was it just to have 2 states out there? And now we're seeing 4, 5, sometimes even 6 states being represented.
The depth of it is certainly getting bigger. You always kind of, and pardon the description here, but the big 3 sometimes it's called, where you've got Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales. They always seem to feature, but now we're seeing more and more states on the start line, which is great. South Australians are strong. Western Australia is obviously a sprint factory at the moment. We always like to see a bit of the Tasmanians as well. So it's definitely getting deeper, which is entertaining when it comes to the actual race itself, because you're sort of now supporting more than just the big three.
Yep.
And it's great for everybody at home. So, you know, sprinting depth, it's there.
It is a individual sport, and we're not shying away for it, but whenever you do have the opportunity to come together, being a part of a relay team, it does feel a little bit strange, because you're, rather than focusing on your own individual performance, you now know that if you're below par, you're not just going to let yourself down, but you could have the potential of letting down other people, which is a strange pressure to have for some of the athletes. But I think ultimately it can benefit them, because for these athletes going forth, it's not just them that they'll be representing on this start line, say if they make an Olympic Games, but they'll have Australia slapped across their chest, and they'll be representing their family, their coach, their nation. It can teach these athletes skills which will then translate into the future.
100%. And learning teamwork like that, and learning how to be in a team, I think is also really important, because to work with other people means to check your own ego and to be available to the team and do what's required. And you don't always get that in athletics, because to your point, it is an individual sport. You're so used to taking care of you. It's always a classic example when you compare it to the likes of footy or rugby or netball, basketball, whatever. There's nowhere to hide on a 400-metre track. It's you. You are very much so there. So speaking of individuals, let's have a look at one of the good individual performances here at the moment in this women's heptathlon. This is the high jump. I took a great shining to the high jump yesterday. I mean, I've taken a great shining to it all year long, but here it is, Martin from New South Wales up and over the bar. And we're jumping at 165 here now, so we're getting further and further up. She joins Maddie Tarabay and Amani Mariahuhu over. Oh, sorry, I apologise. Amani still yet to get over. And there's a few more as well. Fell and Frank of Queensland looking to get over here too. But, you know, women's heptathlon high jumpers. There's Taylor. Just clipped it. The hamstrings on the way up. So there is a lot of technique. A lot of technique to high jumping.
It's all really about coiling the body over, isn't it? You've got to lean with the head.
So this is through.
Field events aren't my specialty, but it's, from what I understand, sometimes the arm can really help navigate where you go over the bar, but if you can just lean the head back, that then helps coil your body over. Then you've just got to really flick the legs up over, because if those legs are caught lacking, as the kids would say, then it can really come up underneath it.
You're not 40.
Well, I feel like I'm 40 sometimes when I speak to them. I hear all these words that I say, oh, I know what that means, and then it turns out it has the complete opposite meaning to what I thought, so I give up now. But then if you get those legs caught, then that's when the bar can flick up. So that's why you've got to really snap them back over with you.
This is Tarabay, the Victorian. Where's she, Ethan? Is she over 65 or she is? So
she is over 65. She's had nothing but O's on her scorecard. She started at 147. Right now 165 was her last clearance, and she was able to get that, and just looks like her first X of the day. So wait to see what the confirmed height is. It's 168.
You know what I'm going to say.
Go on.
Your Mazda.
Pot meat kettle.
He said, I know. And this is the Grandmaster of the Moz telling you. Your Mazda. He said she has not missed on the first round.
I will start drafting up some sort of apology.
I've had to issue many apology on air.
So here's Taylor, and I will not say anything now until she jumps.
Yeah, let's see. Form into the bar important for Taylor, the Queenslander. Capable at this height. Can she clear it? Not many left in this competition. The Queenslander, just clips. No, it wasn't either of us.
No. So we have a clear conscience at the moment. So she's the only one left in the under-17s. The last one to go out was Gia, who jumped 162. She did that on her first attempt. And then you must have been speaking about her, Mitch, because then she got 3 fouls after pretty much O's across the board.
No, I'm telling you, I'm learning.
So Taylor, unfortunately, that was attempt 2 with a foul. And then here's Tarabe. Just before we get to Tarabe, here's Martin, who did miss 168 on attempt 1 and also is the same with attempt 2.
So we'll continue. That'll happen on and off our women's heptathlon high jump. But behind the starting blocks now is the first of our 3 heats for the women's under 16 90-metre hurdles. Waitro, Collie, Ida Matrevsky, Mears, Hobday, Charlotte Campbell, Fraser, Ball, Steele. So a good group of women here to contest. Abigail Steele was 5th in the final last year. The only one in this group that was there. Top 2 will go through automatically. So 1 less than we saw a moment ago. Then we hunt times from there. The first of 3 women's under 16 90-metre hurdles. So Steele, closest to you, was away first over these flights. And have a look at her go. She was 5th in the final last year. And she's motoring these hurdles as it stands. So 1 more to go. She's away. She got to shut it off after the first one. She was that impressive. Hobday of Tasmania gets the next automatic spot. There's only 2 in this age group. And that was a steely performance from Abigail.
That was incredible from Abigail. 12.40. That is a almighty time with a good legal wind of a plus 1.3. So top 2, as you said, Mitch, will go 3. And she is just putting her name up on the top when it comes to the final, because that was an electric race. She was just able to really snap the lead leg down and then was able to just to bounce off the track and continue to charge 2 each hurdles. And there was a good fight for 2nd and 3rd with the Tasmanian Hobday just ahead of Mears from New South Wales. 12.40 unofficially was the winning time. And you have a look at the roster athletics website, has been confirmed to 12.38. So she won by almost a second in the 90-metre hurdles. Steele, the one to watch.
Beautiful hurdling it was. So again, we've talked about it often, but the importance of technique on display there. So that's the first of 3 under 16 90-metre hurdles. We're going to go back here. You can see beautiful camera work sending us right to the front of this start line. It's a good field here assembled as well. We'll go the results. 12.38, 13.47. So she got it by over a second in the end. 1.09. 13.62, 13.91, the small cues to keep an eye on.
Now, you and I were a bit too young to see this athlete, but I've just had a message from someone in the West who had seen this person live. We were talking about great hurdlers and just how good they are at their technique, and when it's looking at their best, it is just one of the great spectacles to watch. I've had a friend, Mike, who was around in the time of Shirley Strickland, messages in and say, how could you forget her, one of the queens of WA sport, not just WA athletics, but WA sport and Australian sport. So the list of hurdles greats we have had in this nation stretches back from present time all the way back into the times of the 60s and the 50s. So thank you, Mike, for sending that in and just reminding us of some very important history, as Heat 2 is preparing to go of 3 for the under 16 women's 90 hurdles. Top 2 then the next 2 fastest. For the Cruise, Smaldon is in lane 1 from Victoria. She's also a sub-13 second sprinter. Aya from New South Wales and Whiteman, Buzzer, Matheson, Barnett, Oliver, Greenup and Vincenti all start here. So what did they do? They've just seen a awesome race from Steele, who was able to go 12.3. Yes, 12.3 in 90-metre hurdles.
Well, they'll have to be clean.
By the way, the championship record, 12.31. Sorry, excuse me, that's the national record, 12.31. The championship record, 12.24. So just bear that in mind, 12.31, the national record. That is going to be a time that we'll keep in our heads. Write it down on a post note, just so we don't forget it.
Lane number 5 is Alexia Matheson. She was also 2nd in this last year.
Fast start from Dela Cruz Smaldon, so too Greenup. Vincenti got out hard. Matheson in the middle, running well. Dela Cruz Smaldon from Victoria, just in front. Here comes Matheson. Matheson storms over the top and does get to the line in sub 13 seconds. Dela Cruz Smaldon also walks away with a big Q, by the winning time unofficially 12.94 into a minus 0.5.
Was there any clip of the hurdle in that last one from Alexia Matheson? Because it just looked like the step or 2 to 3 after, it was a bit sunken into the track and almost looked like a tumble was about to happen, but did really well to maintain. We're going to watch the replay here for those watching on by 7+. See Dela Cruz Smaldon so quick over the first 3, and then you can see the silver medalist from last year get into her work. It's this one we're watching, so I don't know whether it was a near misstep, but did well to hold up, and she'll be there in the final.
Looked like just a misstep, I think. I couldn't see any of the hurdles moved from our wonderful hurdle officials, but I could be wrong, but looks like just a misstep, which is hopefully not going to cause her too much problems in the final. So there's the photo finish. 12.97 the confirmed winning time for Dela Cruz Smaldon. And then Matheson 12.99 and Buzzer 13.17. In the second heat. So good to be able to access the photo finish from our photo finish team, which is only about 50 odd metres to our left. And we have seen some famous races be decided by our photo finish team. And when you look at history, only just last year, Mitch Ella and I were speaking about it, but how good was it in that very close 100 final? More on that in a moment. Here's Tarabe.
Yeah, Maddie Tarabe
coming through. What can she do, Tarabe? 171.
Ethan, we didn't speak on what she could do.
Correct.
And she cleared it. No, she's a star.
She's
such
a star.
great heptathlete.
So 171's the height of the bar there. And she will now progress to 174. So she's the sole competitor left in the under 18s. Tarabe. Here's a look at the results from the hurdles. 12.97 for Chris Smaldon.
Maddie Tarabe was the national champion last year for the heptathlon. I thought so. So 5,284 points last year. Can she improve there?
She continues to soar in the high jump. She'll definitely be on her way at the moment. She's been able to add on an extra 867 points.
So back to the 90-metre hurdles, our women's under 16. Taname Serum is in lane 2. Jennifer Hargrave Scott is in 3. Ivy Yang in 4. Marley Luz Velhusens in 5. Anya Jensen Van Vuren's in 6. Willow Gross in 7. Annalise Quintana is in 8. And Chiara Georgopoulos from New South Wales is in lane 9. I don't know whether or not they've decided to just put all the longest names humanly possible in one heat. Someone's playing a trick on me. I'm in trouble if lane 3, 5, 6 and 9 are all close. Top 2 will go through. And we'll go back to the starter. And I think, Ethan, that the Western Australian might be out. Let's watch back.
I didn't see anything really stand out from the naked eye.
It could be a warning, but...
Well, I have been wrong before. So you can see the hair move from the Western Australian. She was the first to leave the blocks, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't tell whether she's beaten the gun.
So let's see our start team. Green...
Oh.
Yeah, green
There
card
we
all
go.
confirmed. So bit of a false alarm. She had it ready to go.
We've seen that
Just
a
wanted
bit
to
at
check.
these championships. And again, I've got to be 1 from 12, but I'm struggling sometimes to see what's over the line or not. We're grateful that everybody's still there. So Velhusen gets to stay and get a shot at the final. Women's under 16 90-metre hurdles. I'd read you the field. I won't have time. Plenty to watch here. Cleanly away there. Georgopoulos close to you was fast, and so was the Victorian in Serum. So Serum, Velhusen, Georgopoulos in that order. Now Georgopoulos ahead of Velhusen. Velhusen just lifts here, but it'll be Georgopoulos that gets there. 13.27. Back then to Velhusen, and then Serum inside the Victorian. Great racing there. I was going to say that Velhusen would have loved the same start she got the first time, and holds on to get an automatic spot.
That she does. Well done to Velhusen on being able to perform so well, and it was a good time too. 13.26 for our winner in Georgiopoulos, and then Velhusen 13.37 for her, plus 0.5. I don't think we'll see any little cues in this race.
No.
But a good race from Georgiopoulos and Velhusen. Let's take a look at the replay, because there were some good starts, particularly from our ACT competitor, New South Wales, I should say, in Young. And you can just see here, this was where Georgiopoulos moved away from the field, and Velhusen wasn't going away quietly. Over the last one they go, and just a sprint finish in the end to both of them. And Velhusen just looked like she might have tried to be lunging or bounding towards the finish line, so hopefully she was all right there, and there was no issues that caused it. But plenty to come from the 2026 Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. Don't go anywhere. More hurdles races after the break.
Welcome back. We're going to bring you those results immediately. That's from our women's under 16 90-metre hurdle. So this will be your final. Abigail Steele, Layla Delacruz Smeldon, Alexia Matheson, Felicity Buser, Chiara Georgopoulos, Maya Velhusen, Margaret Hobday, and Alina Mears. So, unfortunately for Tanami Serum, misses by 0.03 of a second from a berth in the final. You can see on screen here, this is our javelin. Now, men's under 20 javelin. So this is the event that Ethan and I were talking about earlier. It is the only event group for our Australians that doesn't have a qualifier in either the men's or women's in terms of World Junior qualifying for Eugene later this year. Now, they need to get it out over 68 metres. Caden Andrews, our man here, the only man left in the competition. This is the last throw. This is the last opportunity here, pre-nationals, to get the World Junior standard. It's the red line out there. You'll see it in a moment. Leaves everything in it. And unfortunately, gets a little upright to not get out over the 68 marker. But 65.80 there for Caden Andrews. He'll be the national champion for the under-20 javelin throw for men. Second place, George Gray from New Zealand. So the real second place getter is Zayden Camish. And third place will go William Jenkins. But George Gray will get the honorary silver. Camish and Jenkins second and third for the Australians. And Caden Andrews, who'd been our furthest thrower this year, takes national gold.
Excellent stuff from our boys. It's a good history that we have to look back on with the javelin, particularly on the women's side, and also the men's. We've had some very strong representatives representing this great nation at the Olympic Games and also World Championships and Com Games. And this team that we are going to be sending over for the Commonwealth Games is going to be probably one of the strongest in history, not just in the field but also on the track. So if you're new to athletics, it's a welcome to you, a big welcome to you. It is so good to have you along with us, and hopefully you can stick around, because for the next few years, this sport is just going to continue to climb to levels that we haven't seen in quite a long time. Here's Turner. Got to come down. Probably not the best release, but it will go over the 40-metre mark. See how wonderful officials with the spike that they put into the ground. It's got a little bit of reflective tape at the bottom, and then one of our officials who's sitting on the EDM will have a scope on the EDM, and it will line up perfectly with the, once they get it lined up perfectly with the reflective tape, that's then how they're able to record the distances. Eckstein, New South Wales athlete. He is in 7th, throwing 51 metres 58 for 7th. And these boys in the under-20s, they do get 6 throws. So we've seen a lot of the field event athletes, they get only 4 attempts, but when you get to under 20s and opens, that's when it extends out to 6. Is approaching the 50-metre mark. Was Eckstein. Very consistent. This is round number 5. 51 metres 58 in the last round, 45 metres 92, and Eckstein 51 metres 32. There was a foul in event 1. He's in the top 8, so he is awarded those 6 throws. You finish outside the top 8 in the final, then you'll just get the 3. Sheehan, representing Queensland. He's had 3 fouls in this competition. And the only reason why he is in the top 8 is because of a 52-36, which he threw in round 3. And what is he going to be able to do now that he's secured an extra 2 throws? Well, 3 at the time. He has unfortunately had a foul in one of them, but he's got 2 more guaranteed. He would have been very nervous going into round number 3 because he wasn't sure if he was going to have 3 more or that was it. Home track. Pretty good release. It's able to soar approaching 50 metres. I think that falls just short of it. So it'll be his second best throw, but I don't think it'll be better than his 52-36.
I made the mistake earlier. I thought they were stopping at 4.
So
what age group do they go up?
So it starts at under 20s.
Right.
So that's when it all
Because
kicks
it's
in.
international level competition.
I believe
beyond?
so, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's I know in the West it's been something that has been introduced relatively recently, and I don't know if it's been something that's just been adopted recently or new, but you're not the first to be caught out by it, Mitch, and I reckon you won't be the last, so don't beat yourself up too much over it.
No, I'm inconsolable. It's got a good bit of distance to it.
That does. It goes over the 50-metre mark by some margin. That was Blackman from New South Wales. Has not thrown below 52 metres. He's had 3 throws above 54 metres, 54.91, 54, and then 54.85.
I'd love to see our man, Caden Andrews, get this World Junior qualifier. I would love it. That would make my Saturday. Here's Jenkins.
By the way, the distance is 68.50. He's thrown 65.80. But it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. Correct. It's not completely out of the realms of possibility. There's Blackman, 54 metres 44. 55 metres 44, excuse me, who he just threw. Jenkins, next up. That's gone over 50. But the question is by how much? So to get a medal, it needs 58 metres 37. Don't think he's been able to achieve that so far.
So our man, Caden, you won't be far away, will he? Won't shock you, but a common injury for javelin throwers is shoulder, hip, that pull there, the block, they call it blocking in javelin. You block your feet, you stamp, and you pull your hips through.
It's like a fast bowler in cricket, isn't it? When you block, the amount of force that travels down your body.
They've got to be good golfers, these guys, I would think, at the rate that they have to move their hips. All these guys and girls that commit to javelin.
So here's Kamish. He's our bronze medalist. He, at the moment, is in 3rd. But if he finds an extra 20 centimetres, he can go above silver. And he might have just been able to find those extra 20 metres and then some. He's gone 58.37. That's his best in round 3.
I'm going to say 62.41.
I'll say 63.02.
So we're going to see who's got the better scope from up the top here. But behind the blocks is the first of 2 heats for our men's under 15 100-metre hurdles. Gabriella Wusu-Free, Duke Lampret, Tyson Bresinger, Jake Horsey, Cooper Friend, Devram Tanish, Jed King, Leo Nash, and Riley Death, as well as Ollie Lowe.
Quickly, 61.39, Kamish in 2nd.
Nearest to the pin, Mitchie wins. First of 2. So big group here, ready to roll in the first of 2 for the men's under 15 100-metre hurdles. And Lamprey from New South Wales is ahead of this field. Wusu-Free not far. The Victorian, the Queenslander pushing. Oh no, he's had the stutter step. He'll have to get to the line. Oh, geez, we'll have to wait. Bresinger and Owusu are free. They were 1 and 2. But Duke Lamprette, let's wait for this to be official in our results. But Gabriella Owusu wins it 14-23 for the Victorian. 14-28 for Bressinger, and Duke Lamprette 14-39, young man. You've got it. You're in that third spot. Let's watch this replay back. So the New South Walesman was in total control. Rolling into the last one. I could see them watching down here, and it was the clip, so he hit that hurdle so hard. You know what? He's done well to hold on and recover. He'll be in the final. That's the important thing, but Owusu wins it there for Victoria.
So the good thing is that it is an easy fix. It may be a bit of a mental barrier that he'll try to overcome, but he knows that he's got so much more in the legs for him because 14.39 does not accurately reflect where he is. But once he gets that stride pattern ironed out, and when I say ironed out, it's not like he's got a lot to work on, it's just fixing that minor mistake. But he's definitely going to be one to watch in the final because that display of hurdling right up until that mark was very impressive.
Can you tell me much about Hunter Etchells from Western Australia? Because I just watched him warm up there and his technique looks pure.
So he, like you, Hunter, he likes to alter his hair colour sometimes from time to time. So haven't seen Hunter these championships yet, but the last time I saw him, he did have the peroxide blonde. It looks like he's gone back to his brown.
Hair
okay. The serious hair colour for serious occasion.
I like it.
But he likes to mix and match with his hair colour. Sometimes you'll see him in blonde. Sometimes you'll just see him regular in brown. Good multi-eventer, I think, from memory. He's a very good hurdler. I think from memory he's also a decent jumper. Here he's on screen. Trains under Julie Danes.
From his warm-up, he looks like a good hurdler too.
Trains under Julie Danes, who had a daughter, Izobelle Danes, go over to the NCAA system. Back here now coaching. Here's a look at heat number 2 of this under 15 boys. Jay Soraya in 1, Burgess 2, Witherow 3, Etchells 4, Hicks 5, Nielsen 6, Devery 7, Mitchell 8, Ferrugia in 9, and Solomon 10. They will come back. Let our award-winning and our world-class photo start team just work out what happened there. But it looks like green card already issued. So these boys don't have to wait with bated breath for too long. They know it's all clear. Just need to calm back down again, compose themselves, and get ready to launch.
I was going to say, I think it'll be a green card. I was about to get one.
Nostradamus over there.
On the ledger. No, I just needed one back. Good to see they're all still going to stay.
Top 3, then the next 2. Another break. They will come back again. We'll see what card is being showed to the field. I don't think it will be green. They'll just meet together, all the starter assistants and the start team. A green card confirmed again.
Not going to claim I thought that one was going to happen.
No, likewise, put on the line and said, didn't think it would be green, but The starters, no more than you or I combined.
And some.
So attempt 3 to get underway. Fast start from Burgess from Victoria, so too Solomon of New South Wales. Achels goes with them. Burgess in control. Flying past them is Solomon on the outside. Achels will do the same with Burgess. Solomon in complete control. Eases over the finish line, 13:37. Achels and Burgess then take the next 2 automatic spots. The wind plus 0.8.
Impressive, wasn't he? Jackson Solomon, I'll tell you what, he was motoring through the early stages of that field and then was able to switch off with 2 hurdles to go. He looks like he can go again. He looks nice and relaxed and controlled, and that's exactly what you want. 13:37, 0.8 the tail. But dismantled the field. So watch it back here. He's so quick. He's probably second to the first hurdle, but then after hurdle 4, he's away, and that form just stays so consistent. And you can see why they're probably nervous of what the New South Welshman can do in the final.
Faruga, by the way, a little Q, 14.18, so he will go through to the final. But an awesome race from Solomon, who was just able to fly past on the outside. He knew that the challenges were coming from Achels and Burgess on the inside, and he was able to really concentrate on his own race.
It's Jackson Solomon, who was 4th last year in this final. Duke Lamprette, who had the misstep after crashing into the second last hurdle, was the winner, and Gabriella Owusu-Afriyie was second last year. So we got quite a few big hitters back. There's your final. Jackson Solomon, Hunter Etchells, Felix Burgess, Byron Faruja, Gabriella Owusu-Afriyie, Tyson Bresinger, Duke Lamprette, who was last year's champion, and Jake Horsey will be the field here for that under 15 100-metre hurdles. That'll go off tomorrow. Plenty of hurdle action still to come, and of course, right after that, it is the final of our men's and women's under 20 100 metres. Stick around, plenty more to come.
Welcome back to what is a day in Australian athletics I don't think too many people are going to want to forget. We've seen some awesome 800 metres, and we're going to see shortly the 100 metres for the under 20s. But in between them, we have got some more hurdles races. It's 4 under 16 100-metre hurdle heats. Look at that crowd. You could just see they're building up. They're ready to go. The warm-up track, it's starting to become a bit more empty. And when you've got athletes wanting to hold and pause their warm-up for an event, that's when you know something is magical. But 100 hurdle heats first. There's 4 of them for the under 16s, which means only the fastest will go through. Then the next 4 fastest times. So you have to run this race almost like a final. It's just a dress rehearsal in some ways. You won't be up against the people you will be for the final, but you are definitely going to have to treat it as if a final. Once you get into the lead, and if you know you are comfortably in front, then you can ease up. But also in saying that, for hurdles, if you ease up, you can throw your stride pattern out, and then it might become a bit of a disaster as we prepare for heat 1. Here's Reed, who's in lane 2. Asin 3, Yulo 4 from Queensland, Renault 5 also from Queensland, then Cumming, Pentecost from New South Wales, Paul Pratt from New South Wales, and then Brain from Western Australia. I'll go in this race. Only the fastest than the next 4. They're tough and grueling. There's Reed, Asen from Victoria. Bull, just relaxing, getting himself ready to go. There's Renault, deep in concentration. Cumming, staring down the lane. Pentecost, looking well, so too Paul Pratt, and then Brain on the outside in lane 9. Only the fastest go in. How's the wind looking? You can just see them blowing on their singlets, giving them a tailwind, but how strong is it? Because in 20 minutes time, the wind is going to be crucial, but it's also just as important right now. Good start from Assen, so too Bull. Renault went out hard. Paul Pratt leading, so too Cumming, who's just behind. Then it's Assen who's after. Cumming moving with Paul Pratt. Cumming ahead, Paul Pratt just behind. Cumming wins from Paul Pratt. So coming through to the final, Paul Pratt is going to have to wait on times. And the wind a minus 0.3 is what it is. So the wind at the moment just blowing into their faces at the moment, but hopefully that doesn't stick around for too much longer. But Cumming, job done, he's into the final.
That's all you need. You needed to be first across the line. So important. Those 4 times, of course, will come, but great running from him. That wind said minus 0.3. I'm looking at the windsock in the middle of the track, though.
I also
looks like it's blowing down the home straight. So.
I also had some questions, but wind gauge a lot more accurate than our naked eyes. 13.54 is what it is. For Paul Pratt, 1362, Assen 1387. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far on 7 Plus or the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. There's a front on replay. There's Cumming. He looked concentrated in the warm-ups for it, and likewise for his teammate in Paul Pratt and Assen. So we'll see how those times stack up to the remaining 3 heats. So only the fastest, then the next 4, so it's very tough qualification through to this under-16 final. And there's the results. Coming on top, wind minus 0.3. Just looking at the windsock, just picked up a fraction now, had died down a bit before.
So 13.54, the winning time. 13.62, 13.87, 14.42, 14.47 for Reno are those small cues. So there'll be 4 of them, 4 heats, got to win, and then go fast. Outside of that, have to race these heats. No ability to slack off unless you are the favourite and you're out in front. A good field of 9 here. Heat number 2 of the men's under 1600 metre hurdles it is. Maximilian Kyle, Finn Wyatt, Vian Ragu-Reedy, James Smiles, Oliver Finlay, Kyan Seal, Thomas Eaton, and Roman Dobson will be closest to you at home. Here's the field, you can see it. That's Kyle Wyatt, Reddy, Smiles, the Queenslander, Finlay, Seal, Eaton, and Dobson. Have to win to know that you're in the final immediately. Always the hardest qualifying is only one. Got to harness the nerves, harness the energy. There's no real safety net here other than win or run fast for a spot in this men's under 16 100 metre hurdles. All the way cleanly. In fact, they're all going to hit the hurdle near on together. So James Smiles of Queensland now moves well with Seal. You have to win to get in automatically. Seal, just clips it. There's Smiles from Queensland now. We'll get it. 13.94. That's unfortunate, but the Queenslander is through to the final.
He is in the wind, plus 2.7, 13.94. Good race for him, but the Queenslander did what it takes. Heart breaks for Seal, but he'll be able to bounce back at his next event. But awesome performance from our Queenslander in the middle, and Smiles. And just have a look at the replay. So he probably wasn't the first to touch down certainly over the first one, maybe not even over the first 2 or 3, but he just drew level with Seal, and he was able to come away with it. You could tell that the wind might have just been pushing him a bit hard, so the chopping of the steps definitely was something that was on his mind, Smiles, but navigated it beautifully. 13.97 the confirmed time, and the wind again, plus 2.7.
So Wyatt and Reedy as well already have a small Q next to their name. With 2 more heats to go here in the men's under 1600 metre hurdles. It's unfortunate we're going to see so much more of our man from New South Wales in years to come. But it is the element of the hurdles that is fraught with danger, is clipping one on your way through. We've seen some athletes recover, we've seen some tumble. He was able to recover, but probably not fast enough. And Unfortunately, it will result in him missing that final.
Hopefully he's A-OK. Can be heartbreaking, but nevertheless, I'm sure he will bounce back. So there's the confirmed results. Smiles 13.97, to Wyatt 14.25, Reddy 14.25.1, and Kyle 14.25.9. So they had to go to the thousandth of a second to separate them, and at the moment, Reddy has received a little cue. Still got 2 more heats to come, but we will see what happens. So here we go. Here's heat number 3. Here's Cook from Queensland as we have a look at the start list. He's in lane number 2, Pelleggi 3. Heyman from Queensland in 4. Sims of New South Wales 5. Jethny from Victoria in 6. King, New South Wales 7. Kim. So we've got King in 7, Kim in 8. And Gornow from Queensland, who is in lane number 9. At the moment, the little cues, by the way, for those who are questioning where they do stand, because there's 4 of them, so plenty to go around. 13.62, 13.87, 13.25, and 14.26. What's heat 3 capable of producing? It'll be Cook into Pelleggi 3, Heyman 4, Sims 5, Jethny 6, King 7, Kim 8, and Gornall 9. We'll come back. It is heat 3 of these under 16s. Being the fastest that go through. Did see some minor twitching. We'll see what our start team does decide to do, and there is a green card that has been given. So relief for these athletes will be the overwhelming feeling. They'll go down to their blocks again. Don't forget at the moment the slowest little cue is a time of 14.26. The wind on the last race, a plus 2.7. The one before 0.3. So if we're trying to gauge a pattern on what the wind is doing, good luck. Cook got a good start, but they'll come back to their blocks just again. Hopefully just another green card has been issued, or will be issued. Heyman just going to the hurdle, just picking it up, making sure it's all in position. Green card again, thankfully. We are building up. The stadium is starting to become full. So you know something exciting is just around the corner, because people are packing into it right now, which gives these under 16s a great opportunity to perform in front of a strong athletics-loving crowd. Only the fastest go through to the final. Then it's the next 4. Good start from Cook in 1, so too Jethny from Victoria. Going with him is Pelleggi, who snatches the lead. Sims going hard for 3rd, and charging through is with Jethny from Victoria. He storms over the top. He's been pressured and challenged towards the end. On the outside, Kim from New South Wales came storming home. It's a plus 1.2 with a 13.85 unofficially. We'll wait to confirm the results, but between Jethny and Kim, awesome race. Take a breath. 1.2 is the wind on that. So it's all legal at the moment for these athletes. We have a look at the replay. You can just see it was an awesome start from Rejethny, and it has been confirmed he did take it just from Kim. Only 1/100th of a second separating them. Rejethny crossed the line and was just able to out-dip from Kim. Kim 13.88, and Sims has got a little queue at the moment. 14.11 is what he's on. There's the photo, incredibly close between Rejethny and Kim. 1/100th of a second in the end separating them.
So, the desperation to get into the final, isn't it? When it's only one that's automatic. Have a look at that. You called it perfectly, Ethan. Jarathony gets it from Kim. But the 14.11 from Sims is competitive in a small queue position right now.
Really is. So he is the one who has got the slowest non-automatic qualifying time, 14.11. Kim, 13.88. Sen, 13.87. Paul Pratt, 13.62.
So the last of these qualifiers about to get themselves behind the blocks. Last year's national champion is here in lane number 7. Jimmy Atkins has been a promising junior for years now, at least the last 3. I thought I would go back and I thought, did he set the record last year?
What'd you find?
It turns out Sasha Zoya set the record.
Okay.
So that's okay. We'll let Sasha have that one, wherever you are overseas at the moment. Sasha, big love to you and your family. River Pentecost set this one back in 16. 12.70 is the championship record here. But would you believe in this final, the gold, silver, and bronze medalists from last year?
In the one race?
In this heat. So last year's bronze medalist, Jaden Crosby, is going out of 3 from WA. Tatton Rogers, the silver medalist, goes out of 6, and he's right next to last year's gold medalist.
Wow.
In Jimmy Atkins.
And only one of them will go through automatically.
And only one is going through automatically.
So there could be a situation where only one medalist gets to the final from last year.
Could be. They've all got to rock back up. So here we go. Rare to see that. All 3 of last year's medalists here in the heats fighting for a spot to do it all again. So away, it's a good start there for Rogers. All 3 medalists from last year are right here in this heat. And have a look at last year's national champion, Jimmy Atkins, away from this field. He's nearly a full flight ahead in the heats. Rogers clips, have to get over. Oh, boy. This might be the first time you've ever seen a commando roll to the final. Jimmy Atkins of New South Wales, Crosby on the inside from Western Australia. And again, the elements of hurdling on display. Atkins, well, he was clear. He was home in terms of distance. We're waiting for it to come up here. We'll see the replay on the big screen down there. And for those watching on at home, but have a look at Jimmy Atkins here. He's so fast over the hurdles, and Crosby in there on the inside. He was all the way to the line here, and it's that clip. And to be propelled forward, I think the Western Australian will get it. Give him a round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give you these results. We're still waiting. And you could watch this 100 times over, couldn't you?
To my naked eye, Mitch, I think he may have just done it. But looking at the unofficial time, I reckon he may have been good enough anyway to scrape through for a little queue. But Mitch, the results have come through.
So, would you believe it? I think in the history of athletics, this might be one of the first times ever the commando roll has won a heat. Jimmy Atkins holds on, 13.53 officially when his body got over the line. But he would have got through regardless because Jaden Crosby is through as well on the small queue, 13.63. Well,
And
Let's hope not to see that in the final.
You just saw some great smarts from him, Mitch, because he was in lane 7, he actually rolled into lane number 8, and there was almost a risk of the athlete from lane 8 coming up to him and then being interfered by Crosby, but he quickly moved out of lane number 8 and rolled over across the finish line. So not only did he know that he could have been at risk of impeding an athlete who was coming to him, he was then able to roll over and then pop up over the finish line. So he knew that he needed to get out of the way of lane number 8 and to also just cross the finish line, because as it turns out, he's actually gone through as the fastest qualifier, would you believe? So that is a sign to come. We did have another little cue coming from that race in Crosby, who, as Mitch said before, he was the bronze medalist from last year. Unfortunately for Rogers, who was the silver medalist last year, he won't be progressing through to the final. But there's a summary. Little cues: Paul Pratt, Crosby, Asen and Kim.
So what a final that will be. I think we won't want to see the commando roll if we can, but we are going to go away from the track for a moment. Do not go anywhere. You won't want to, because the men's and women's 100-metre final is up after this.
Welcome back, world, for what is set to be a wonderful next few minutes in Australian sport and Australian athletics. We've got the under-20 100-metre finals. It serves as the selection trials for the World Junior Championships. We've got so many athletes that have qualified where it comes down to, if you win, you are into the World Under-20 Athletics Championships. But also in this goes the 16th fastest man ever over the 200 metres, the reigning Under-20 national champion, as well as Australian record holder in the 100 metres for the under-20s, and one of the all-time greats of the sport already. When you look at the times, he is running times that many Australians in years gone by have dreamed of, and he has an opportunity now to do what only a handful of Australians have been able to do, and that is go under 10 seconds. But the thing is with Gout, he's done it before, but this time he has an opportunity to do it legally. The wind is swirling. We haven't seen consistent winds over 2 metres. We have seen them pop up sporadically, but the winds maybe, just maybe, at the moment are good enough for legal conditions. Mitch Dyer is alongside me. He'll bring you the calls of the 100 metres for the under-20s and for the men's and the women's. But this is an important day for Gout, because We know that he's not going to the Commonwealth Games. He's decided just to focus on the World Juniors. And if he can win this under 20 100 metres, then he is in. He is in for what is set to be a wonderful championships over in Eugene, Oregon, Tracktown, USA, one of the homes of athletics, certainly in the United States, but fast becoming one of the homes of global athletics. We saw history at the 2022 World Championships, and we go back there for another World Championships, and we have young stars like Gout who are ready to make history there, Mitch.
Here we go, Ethan. What a show we're about to witness here. We're watching what the windsock is doing. It's unpredictable. We cannot tell you whether it's going to be a tail or a headwind. Dylan Hall, Kelakai Ekwamadu, the under-18 championship from last year. Hugh Kebengeli has that World Junior qualifier. Uwezo Labenda, the youngster. He took Gout's record at the under-16 age. Gout goes next to him, the man he would look up to, Xavier Peacock. We've taken him from rugby and he's right here alongside Gout. Callan Jensen, Antoine Naramasanga, Cody O'Brien, James Vass. This is a field here ready for the men's under 20 100 metre final. And there is talent across the board. It belongs deeper than just lane number 5 where we see Gout. Uweza Labenda. He's such a fantastic starter of the 100 metres. I love that he's next to Gout because obviously the start isn't necessarily Gout's strong suit. It is for Labenda. Kebengeli next to him has a World Junior qualifier as well. Xavier Peacock has been so impressive through the rounds. I think he's caught everybody's attention, the young man from New South Wales. As I've said, rugby wanted him. Listen to this crowd. The crowd has built up, ready to watch what the Australian product can do. It's so exciting, isn't it? The world was on notice already, but last week, the attention grew again for Gout.
I've just seen his coach, Di Shepherd. She's close towards the finish line. She's in a good position, as are we. Everybody is standing. Everybody is ready to go. The stadium has come to a halt.
This men's under 20 100 metre final. As Australians, we've had a man already this year under 10 seconds in Lockie Kennedy. Can we get another?
His body knows how to do it.
Here today. Lane number 5 is Gout. What can we see here? Great start out of the blocks. We knew Labenda would give him plenty to chase here. Gout, but he's got his work cut out for him for the youngster. Moves on past him here now, the Queenslander. He waved them goodbye at 20 to go. He said, thanks for coming, fellas. I appreciate the tow, Uweza. But I'm the main show here in Brisbane. And I'll repeat, as the under-20 national champion, he is all class. He is much-watched TV, isn't he?
Gets that ticket to go to the World Junior Championships. His goal for this year, the time, it's a 10:21 unofficially with a legal wind of 0.5, but the time doesn't matter because he has done what he came here to do. The time, we all know what time he's wanting, and that will come in time, but he has been able to capture the attention of not just Australian athletics fans, but Australian sports fans, and that was a show that he was able to produce. He didn't have it all of his own way, did he? Lubenda had an amazing start, and he really gave Gout something to chase, and what Gout was able to do shows why he is a champion. He wasn't able just to run him down, he was able to storm over the top of him to produce magic.
So we're going to watch the replay here in a moment, but Gout, he gets the 0.5 behind him. We've got it here now on screen, and he starts next to Uwezo Labenda, who is one of the best starters here in junior sprinting. You can see that. He had his work cut out for him at 50. Peacock rolled with him on his outside, but have a look at this. The second he's in front, he's waving. And Xavier Peacock of New South Wales has got up for second. 10.35 for him. It's under the World Junior qualifier. Uwezo Labenda, 10.37 for him as well. And Ekwamadu is fourth in 10.57, an equal lifetime best, but he is much watched TV, isn't he? Gout. He got pushed with the depth of under 20 sprinting that we've got here in this country. So great to see such a conversation point as this young man. And wherever you are watching across the world right now, he is the real deal.
Just love the wave as well he was able to give to the crowd. Sometimes when we do see superstars do it, it's not the most warmly received, but this is his home track. Now, he competes in Australia quite frequently, and he may often do that in the future, but this is probably going to be one of the only times that we actually see him compete in front of his home fans while having the opportunity to race for a gold medal. So anytime he can thank his friends and his family for coming out, as well as his fans, it's going to be an opportunity that he would take.
I love it.
I love it too.
I love it. A little bit of flair, a little bit of something. He's always had that character. He's always had a little bit of that within him. And I think we've got to let him be. We've got to let him be the man that he wants to be.
Yep.
Because that's where he's entering into now. He's 18 years of age. He's going overseas this year. We know he's competing over there in Oslo at the Bislett Games. He'll be in Eugene as well for not only the under-20s, but the Prefontaine Classic. He will be up against the best of the best. Letsile Tebogo, the Olympic gold medalist, the first. He will race over in Europe. But a good showing, 19.67 just last week. He shakes everybody's hand. He gives them a hug. And he is the defending national champion, 2 times the under-20 champion.
And we all know what time we were expecting or hoping
well,
that he would run.
Sub-10.
We do
you
want
do.
to see sub-10.
Of course
but,
you do.
And it was funny, I was trolling through social media and I came across a post that Matt Shervington did a few years ago when Gout was really starting to launch on top of the scene, and he made the point that Gout one day, he'll just roll out of bed and run sub 10 seconds. So we do wait with bated breath for it to happen first time legally, but it's going to be something that does happen, just a matter of when, not if.
So one final into another. This final is of great intrigue because there is talent across the board, the most significant of which is Zara Hagen in lane number 4. She's the fastest woman in Australia this year, and she's improving every round we see here at these championships. She didn't have the final she wanted in the open event last week in Sydney, but she's come here to Brisbane with a purpose, and that purpose is to win and automatically book her spot at those World Juniors. We saw Maya Tabor win the under-18s in a blistering 11.3 just the other day. She's not the only one. Mackenzie Eslick has this qualifier. So does Grace Crowe. We're without Amelia Reid. And Amaya Mearns is another to watch here. They're all across the track. We're without Lee Berry. But this is going to come down towards the final 20 metres. In lane number 4, the fastest woman this year, the 6th fastest in Australian history, Zara Hagen. Can she become the national champion? Great start there. Hagen was quick. Have a look at Crowe, the 60-metre specialist. So the Victorian leads out from the Queenslander, but now she gets away from this field, Zara Hagen. She will become the national champion. 11.41, 2.6 the tail. You win and you're in. She's off to Eugene. The fastest woman we've seen in the country this year is your under-20 champion.
Actually is. It's a decent time as well. 11.41. It's just been confirmed to that. It's a plus 2.6. She knew that she had some fast finishes around her and also some great starters. So the start for her was crucial, and she got a great start. She was leading by 10 metres. She was up by almost a step or two. Crowe was definitely going with her in the end. Crowe finishes 3rd, by the way. And Amaya Mearns, she came back from about 3 or 4 metres behind, and she's finished in 2nd. So 11.52 apiece. We'll get the official separations for them in just a moment. But Hagen, the star, she was leading by 50 metres. She had Crowe pushing her. But Hagen, in the end, was just able to move away. And Mearns has come back wonderfully to be able to secure the... In fact, Mearns has got the bronze, so it just confirms they both got 11.52. I apologise, with Crowe going 11.514 to Mearns 11.520. So that's how close it was when it was officially confirmed.
So you can see it on our screens. It popped up that Mearns was 2nd, but it's been adjusted. Great work, Ethan. Grace Crowe is 2nd here by 6,000ths of a second at that. Can you believe it? So what a run that was. Zara Hagen just got faster and faster and faster each time. It was a big tail, didn't matter. Needed to win this. needed to win this and does, and is now going to be contesting an individual event at these World Junior Championships. The fascination now is what do they do with the second spot?
I was just about to say that.
Maya Tabor was blinding in the under-18 event, so that will be interesting. The selectors have their work cut out for them. Well, what a spectacle that was across both 100 metres there for the men's and women's under-20. The two favourites win. Don't go anywhere. Still so much athletics to come here on this Super Saturday, live from Brisbane. Come back here to the track. Gout making his way past fan number 6,000, it feels like, with his autographs and how popular this man is down at the athletics track. I think he went down, did his media row, interviews, did all he needed to for TV, and I'm sure got his quotes out about the consistent international speculation around, well, not just Gout, but Australian athletes apparently across the board. Here's the podium. Have a look at him, the youngster Labenda. He was so good. And Xavier Peacock, who I've maintained over the last 2 days, is a man to watch in 100 metre sprinting. You'd think those three will make a pretty formidable 4x100 metre relay, don't you?
Oh, that is a frightening prospect, those athletes, because those two have just been able to run, Lubenda and Peacock been able to run 10.3. Gout, we know he's a 10.0 runner. He's just been able to run 10.2, which isn't the best result for him. At his best, he can go sub 10 seconds. Put him at the major championships of the World Junior Championships. Who knows what he's going to be able to run there. Throw in another athlete who runs a 10.3, 10.4, and is just a frightening prospect what these athletes can run.
It's going to be exciting by the time we get to the Hayward Magic, isn't it? Eugene, every athlete in the world loves competing there where they can. Obviously the World Championships there in 22, the World Juniors in 14. That was old Hayward though. They renovated, they rejuvenated, they made it a high-tech, high-performance type of track.
And we've seen what has been on display at the Prefontaine Classic. Seen Elaine Thompson run blistering 100-metre times, and for those who don't know the Prefontaine Classic, it's basically what the Masters is to golf. It's just that important to the sport. Here's a look at the replay, Mitch.
So here's all three of them. This is 1, 2, and 3. But watch this start. In particular, watch Uweza Labenda on Gout's right shoulder, the youngster. His start is always look at that. So he's up past Gout. Gout takes a little longer to get upright, and Peacock is right there with him. He's moving with him, but this is the Gout we know and love. He's waved them off. He says, thank you all for coming out to watch me. I might go home and recover now. You would think he's an entertainer at heart. He's been doing the entertaining stuff for years. And look at that, adoring fans, kids everywhere, looking up to an 18-year-old who has one of the great heads on his shoulders as well. If you get fortunate to spend the time with Gout and his camp, they are so level-headed, and he is mature beyond his years. He gets back to the boys, says, well done, fellas. Xavier Peacock in particular, and Uweza Labenda, the biggest hug for him, the youngster. He might even, it's hard to imagine saying this, but at 18, he might take him under his wing and teach him a few things. He's got a promising future ahead of him.
And he's got a lot of experience already, has Gout. So if you ignore the age, if someone like Gout says, I'll take you under my wing, and you look at him going, well, you're only 18, you'll take it, because he's been around the world. He's raced some of the biggest names in world athletics. We know shortly he's going to be going overseas. You said Mitch will be racing in the 200 metres. He'll be up against lights of Lesile Tobogo, the 2024 Olympic champion, one of the fastest men ever. And he's familiar with Lesile because, don't forget, in 2025 at the Maury Plant Meet, Lesile came out here and Australian athletics captured the famous vision of those two just having a walk around the track, Lesile passing on some of his knowledge. So already the international stars, like an Olympic champion of Lesile, knows he's a phenomenal talent and just wants to give him a helping hand.
The thing with Lesile as well is he's been in a similar position to Gout in terms of running these types of times at a young age. Only him and Gout have run 10 seconds or faster in the 100 and 20 seconds or faster in the 200 before turning 20. So those two share a piece of history. If Gout had got under 10 here, he would obviously have been the second man to ever do it, but the youngest ever as well, because Lesile was 19. People tend to be quick to forget that even for Bolt started running 100 metres properly when he was 23.
Correct.
And he had to convince his coach to run 100.
Had to
he said,
forge a
I
bet
can
with him.
actually do this. And the first few were terrible, and then he got into it. So even outside of that, he's just 18. he'll build into it, and
Yep.
we don't need to put too much pressure on him. He's won the under-20 title here. That's fantastic, and I'm excited to see what he does internationally as well. Our women's under-20 javelin is also on here, so they're looking for qualifiers, but on your screen, it is our men's under-15 400-metre final. These are always great watches.
Oh, fascinating. Just the tactics of the 400 metres is what I love. So from the outside, there's Doyle from New South Wales. Fitzpatrick is on his inside in lane 8. Then Mitchell, Monson, Webber from Western Australia, Crittenden from New South Wales, Skinner, Sorpassa from Queensland, and Millie from Victoria. Ready to race. Watch for Webber. He's the defending age group champion. Also, Monson, he's the all-school silver medalist. And he is in lane 6, just outside Webber. Webber got a quick start, but they'll be called back to their blocks. So we just hold for a little bit longer in what is set to be an exciting 400 metres for the juniors.
Did you see much there?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I didn't see anything that immediately alerted me to problems, but doesn't mean it didn't happen. So we'll get our start team just to iron out what is going on. And they'll be able to confirm.
It looks green
for us.
It is.
Say green card, all clear, which is a relief. So they will go down again. There's Doyle from New South Wales, Fitzpatrick after, Mitchell, Monson, Webber, Crittenden, Skinner, Sorpassa, and Millie from Victoria. Slowest qualifying time, would you believe, was a 53.5. 53.5 is the slowest qualifying time. Let's see what these boys can do. Championship record, 49.36.
So this is interesting. Callan Mitchell, he stepped out of his blocks, and then Cruz Monson was arms in. He was appealing to the umpire in cricket. His arms are up. He was saying, "How's that?" And it's a green card. I don't know if Cruz is going to be happy with this, but
green card again.
Callan Mitchell, I think even he thought he was in some trouble. He stays in. Third time now, Ethan.
So they do say third time's a charm. 49.36 is the championship record. I say watch out for it because Webber, who's in 5, he has gone sub 49 before. He's a 48.97 man himself. Cleanly away was Doyle on the outside, so too Fitzpatrick. Webber going out quickly. Monson out just as hard, putting pressure onto Mitchell. Behind them, Crittenden, Skinner, Sorpassa and Millie that are next. It's Doyle out in front. Webber moving well. So too Monson. Webber goes up to Monson. Monson moves past Mitchell and Fitzpatrick. Eyes Doyle off around the bend. Webber's moved past Monson. And likewise with Mitchell and Fitzpatrick. Doyle's next on his sight. And he moves past him with 150 to go. Webber is leading into the home straight. Monson's in second. Doyle's holding on to bronze. Mitchell's challenging him for that medal. But here comes Webber. He can stretch this field, and that's what he's doing. He's pressing them. He's up by 10 metres. Webber is gliding clear. Monson's in second, and Webber will stop the clock. Fast it will be. We'll wait for it to be confirmed. He stops the clock first. But an awesome race for Webber. We'll wait to see what's officially been confirmed too. But Luke Webber is able to go back-to-back in this age group.
And he was a 48-second man, and you can see he's got a championship record there officially, Ethan, of 49.30, 49.30, 50.80 for Cruz Monson, and 51.65 for Alex Fitzpatrick, the Queenslander. And you can see what it means to him down there, but this is a talent.
He's a good 100 and 200 metre runner, and he's an amazing 400 metre runner, just able to really move the arms down the home straight just to keep the legs ticking over. And the clock it did stop at 41 seconds. So he looked up in the air and just thought, did I break the world record? But it has been confirmed. He didn't break the world record, but he was able to break the championship record. There's the photo finish. Monson 50.80, then Fitzpatrick 51.65. So Webber 49.30 for him. But what would you do, Mitch? You crossed the line, you look over in the 400 metres and you see you run 41 odd.
I would probably celebrate.
Would you take it?
I'd make an argument.
You'd take it, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I would hope that a photographer has taken a photo of me crossing the line with the 41.
Very good point.
In which case, that would be definitely on Instagram.
So just for those wondering why the clock does
100%.
stop sometimes ahead of what the actual result is I don't exactly know for this clock, but I know for clocks right around the nation, it has different sensors for when it stops. So there could just be the wave of a hand that accidentally gets in the way of a sensor and triggers it. So there could have been all sorts of movement that passed ahead of the sensor, which is why it stopped early. So if you're looking and see why is the clock stopping ahead of what the actual time is, that's why. Just they have all these different sensors that are activated in different ways.
You just know everything.
Well, I get fed good information.
Yeah, you are an encyclopedia. So here we go.
Yep, I've spent my 20s well, haven't I?
Yeah, absolutely you have. Look where we are. Most beautiful part of the world you could be right now. Here we go. 1 through 9 here in the men's under 16 400 metres. Again, it took 52 seconds, 52.24 to make this final. These guys will go quicker than that. There'll be a few under 50, you'd think. Riley Bradshaw is in 1. Jacob Pietrase is in 2. Kieran Cuttress in 3. Jack Berry in 4. Bless Joe from Western Australia is in 5. Augustus Moore is in 6. Zach Bailey 7. Braden Carlson is in 8. And Rehan Favre from Queensland is in 9. Bless Joe sort of took over last year at the juniors, didn't he? In Perth at home. He felt confident and he came away with a good championships.
Yeah, so good that he was able to get a gold medal. And then the last time that this age group was competing against each other was at the All Schools Championships, where he did walk away with a bronze medal. So interesting to see how he goes. In the heats, he looked extremely good. But last time he was in a final with these athletes, didn't go according to script. Now, that was in December. We know the athletes, they do peak for April, not for December. But it's just interesting. Just a little side note. But he did, out of all the heats, I think, look the best.
Okay, so Jacob Pietrase, I'm going to say that correctly. The Queenslander was second last year. Augustus Moore was third. Zach Bailey was fifth. And those are members of the final of last year. But if a week's a long time in footy, a year's forever in athletics. There is a lot that can change on this blue tartan track. Yeah, you've gone with Bless Joe. I can understand why. He looked good in those heats. But I'm fascinated to see what the guys around him can do as well. Barry Moore. And maybe even in lane number 2, the Queenslander. What can he do? Always something about running at home. You can't rule them out completely.
Well, we saw it with Freiger, didn't we, in the 800 metres?
We did.
We've seen a few other middle distance races where they've been in third coming into the home straight, and then they just are able to summon something. It's just this track, they know it so well, and they're able to use it to their advantage. It's a pretty, if you're new to this stadium, it can be quite daunting. But when you have been in it a while, you do understand its beauty, because it is just covered in history. When you're standing out there, it just feels like it's about to swallow you, the stadium. And for some of these athletes, they can use it.
Long ago.
Yeah.
Used for the 82 Commonwealth Games. And these guys ready to rip. Men's under 16. 400 metre final. Middle of the track, plenty to watch, but I think on the inside, lane 2, Queenslander could challenge early. Here we go. So many return from last year's final, and the gold medalist, Bless Joe, in the middle of the track, trying to pick back up where he left off from last year. So Joe in the middle, off quickly. Bailey of New South Wales setting a steady tempo, and the other Western Australian in Cuttress as well, trying to stay within distance of Bless Joe at the moment. They make their way on through the opening 200 metres, and last year's champion poised to defend. Joe on the inside of Bailey, but Bailey doing a good job to hold him out here. So as they make their way around, it's Bless Joe, Zach Bailey. Joe rounds in front. Bailey will have to find something though. Looks like he's starting to go backwards. Bless Joe of Western Australia himself tightening up, but he did enough early and he'll defend his national title. 49.55 for him. The two New South Welshmen were close. They'll settle for the minors, but Bless Joe, again, the best in the country.
He is, so he returns back to the top of the podium, and a very good time as well. And you called it excellently, Mitch. It was the start of the race which really set him up for success. He's just signing some autographs now of his fellow teammates, so a very popular man amongst the West Australian camp. But he set it up early, came into the home straight, and he did have a lead. It wasn't a lead which was comfortable really, but he worked through the home straight. It can be tempting when you get into the home straight away to just think, right, I'm being challenged, I need to go now before it's too late. And he just increased his speed, not rapidly, but at a decent pace, which allowed him to surge away and really comfortably, in the end, go through and claim another national title for Bless Joe. So a success from him, and he is the national champion for the under-16s.
He's got great form and great rhythm, doesn't he, the Western Australian? So always hard to repeat as the national champ. He'll have that on his resume for the rest of his time. So well done to Bless in our two New South Welshmen. The results are going to pan up on screen here. Zach Bailey and Augustus Moore. Second and third, 51.7, 50.29, so just outside that sub-50 second barrier. We're going to throw to a break. I'm going to step out here. I'm going to leave it to the dynamic duo. Ella's going to come in and take my spot here, so don't go anywhere. The Super Saturday of Athletics continues right here on 7+.
Be back at Cusack for the 2026 Australian Junior Championships. Outstanding work from Mitch Dyer today. He's gone home and just to rest up for tomorrow, although I'm sure he'll be able to flick on 7+, and he won't be able to help himself, will he? He will just be on it as soon as he gets home. Ella Tobin has joined us today for the second part of today's program. Ella, welcome to you.
Thank you. I've been itching to get back in the box. I mean, listening to you guys this morning, all the excitement from the hundreds, the under 20 hundreds, the under 20 800s. I mean, I couldn't wait to get in here and call some races.
Well, you've got a good race to start off with, Ella, because it's the under 15 400 metres. Some very good names are going in this, and when you look at the fields, everyone has gone sub 59 seconds, and an athlete with the PB, which is the slowest, is 58.72. That is the kind of strength we are dealing with here at the moment in Australian athletics. There's a few athletes gone 55 here, 57, so it's a all-round a very talented lineup.
Absolutely. I think all eyes will be in the middle of the track, though, in lane 6. That is the likes of Billy Richardson. She's our, well, you'd know her quite well, Western Australian. Seed time going in of 55.61, and that's an incredible kind of effort for a under 15 girl. So it'll be awesome to see what she can do here. I mean, just looking at the conditions, I don't really think they're ideal for 400s. It's a little bit windy out there, so they're going to have to work hard on this back straight to set their races up.
It's funny, she's a good 400 metre runner, but I reckon the 800 is where her strength is.
So they are clean and away, and she's already making moves on the field, going up to the shoulder of the New South Wales athlete Charlotte on her inside, and now through to Queensland O'Reilly. So it is Billy Richardson absolutely motoring away on this field, and she's got her eyes not on the whole field. She wants to come through this 200 metres and know she's got the stagger for the athletes on her outside in Pickup and Little. So as we come into this final 200 metres here, she is looking extremely strong. Watch Moon though. Moon starting to make moves. The New South Wales are on the outside. Pickup is picking up around the bend. So I think it's going going to be a massive contention for the minor medals, but I think we can say Richardson has done enough early to take this one. So as she streams past the Brisbane sign, you'll come into screen now. She'll want that gold medal. She wants to stand on top of these minor medals. I think it's our South Australian Harrington Downey that might just pip the Queenslander on the outside moon for that second spot. So what an incredible run from Richardson to come through for that gold. Just dominating display, and it looks like it might be a PB with that.
Yeah, wait and see what the confirmed time is, but 55.61 was her personal best coming into this race. It was up the back straight where she really opened up and closed in on the stagger of Moon, pick up a little on her outside. She knew that she did have some company from James and O'Reilly on the inside, but when she came off the bend, she was up by almost 10 metres from pickup and then Moon, and she was just able to fly down the home straight. She's an awesome 400-metre runner, but in the 800 metres as well, that is where she does have a lot of strength, and she was just climbing those stairs in the final 10 metres, as everyone does, but a brilliant race from her, and the time 55.58 PB.
Just looking how close that second place it is. The South Australian who comes away with that by 0.04 of a second. So Harrington Downey taking that silver medal from Moon. But what a sensational race. I mean, such an incredibly well-executed race from the young Western Australian Richardson. She knew she had to go out hard, and that's often a little bit of an issue with our, not issue, but the struggle with our 800-metre runners when they step down to that 4. They don't get out hard enough and set up their race because they know they can come home. So to really execute that race, know that she had to go out early, use those girls on the outer staggers to set her race up well, and then back in her strength coming home. Just shows that's how 55.8 will happen.
Exactly right. So the next group of athletes over the 400 metres are going to be the under-16s, and here they are on screen, just being presented in front of the grandstand. And while we do prepare for the under-16s 400 metres, why don't we go over and have a look at how some of our javelin competition is going. So we saw the under-20 men, and right now we've got the under-20 women taking place. It's the Queenslander in Mullis Wallet who is on top, throwing 44 metres 33. And then here's the Victorian in Nolan, who's sitting in third, by the way, who has been able to throw 44.03, and that was that 44.03 mark which she was able to throw. And here's in round 2 where we are in the competition. Here's the Tasmanian Bailey van der Broek, who was a brilliant heptathlete, I should say, in her own right. She threw well over 30 metres, 36.82. Good to see so many of these athletes who are good multi-eventers being able to back it up. And here's Emma Kempson from Western Australia. Now, she's just outside the medals. 41.07 is what she has been able to throw so far in this competition. And we do have a new leader in the under-20 women's javelin after round 2. Gemma Buckle has been able to soar to the lead after throwing 46 metres 07. Mullins Wallet 44.33, and Jessica Nolan 44.03. So they make up 1, 2 and 3. And we're having a conversation with Mitch before, and he pointed out how the under-20s javelin is the only event where we don't have an athlete which is qualified for the World Junior Championships. Now the women's qualification stands at 49.50, so Gemma Buckle just 3 metres shy of it, which is a bit in javelin, but under championship circumstances it can quickly become nothing. In the men's finished in the under-20s with Caden Andrews winning 65 metres 80, so unfortunately he didn't get the World Junior qualifier, but you want to go to World Juniors and you win and you get the qualifier at Nationals, you're in.
Now this race coming up, our female under-16 400, I think this one's going to be a fair bit closer. You'll see the start list come up now. We've got 5 athletes here who have run 55, so sub 56, and they're well within each other. So this is going to be a really interesting race, and I really think it's going to come down to this final 100 metres. Who's going to put pressure on who? Who's going to tense up when it counts?
Yep.
Who's going to be able to find the legs in that final 100 metres? They've got the tailwind with them. but it will be about executing that first 200 well as well, because if you don't execute that first 200, you're not going to be able to get that back. I mean, a 400 is going to hurt regardless, right? So if you don't execute that first 200, you're not going to have the legs regardless coming home.
Got to go out hard. You've got to embrace the pain.
So I think it is the athletes, though, we're going to look at in the middle. So from lane 3 all the way out to lane 7, they're the ones to watch. The middle lanes, traditionally where your faster athletes get put in for these events, they're going to be the ones to watch.
So Lowell will be in lane 1 from Victoria. Mawson, New South Wales, she is in lane 2. Webb from New South Wales, she is in lane number 3. Now she is the silver medalist from the All Schools and the National Championships last year. Mia Wood is the All Schools champion. She's in lane number 4. London Rakanui, who was the defending champion from last year's National Championships. She's in lane 5. Wade from New South Wales in 6. Wall in lane 7 from Queensland. Dunn from New Zealand is in lane 8. And Matthews from Tasmania, who is closest to us right now, she is in lane 9. So as you said, Ella, it's fascinating, but particularly those middle lanes, they are going to be the ones to watch, and I reckon we'll get a fair indication of who may win based off the first 200 metres, because they'll all, I'm sure, have a very similar plan. And if we can see who's first to 200, just maybe that could see them hold on for the gold, but we will find out. Rakanui, the defending champion. Wood, the All Schools champion. She's in lane 4. Rakanui 5. Fast start from Wall, so too Wade. Matthews on the outside got out pretty well. It's Rakanui who's leading through 50. She puts pressure onto Wade on her outside, and she's eyeing off Wall, who is in lane 7. Dunn's also moving really well. Wood is going with Rakanui. Rakanui leads through the first 150 metres with Wood just behind her. Rakanui puts pressure onto Wall, and so too Dunn. Dunn closing in on Matthews, but Matthews is accelerating around the bend. Coming through in lane 4 from New South Wales is Wood, and Webb from New South Wales winding up. We've got 120 to go, and it's about a 4-way sprint finish. Webb is going to lead them into the home straight from Wood. Rakanui's got work to do, but she's putting it in now. Webb starts to push away. Here comes Rakanui. Wood still in contention. Webb holding on. Rakanui closing hard. It's Webb that's still holding on. Rakanui lunges late, but I think Webb was able to survive just from Rakanui. She was third coming into the home straight. We'll wait for it to officially be confirmed. It's a 54.78 unofficial winning time. Wow, from Webb and Rakanui. That was an awesome race.
She really bided her time there. Wasn't stressed out by the fact that Rakanui took that out, but covers all the moves there. So on that back straight, as Rakanui starts to really move and accelerate towards the second half of that back straight, Webb just kind of held her in her sights. You'll see this now as she comes in on the inside in picture. She can just see the frequency of her and the turnover of her leg speed far faster than those two on her outer lanes, and that's what set her up in that final 100 meters. She gets a little bit sloppy, a little bit tired as you come into that last 50 metres, but it's a 400, right? That's what we expect.
Correct. If you're not feeling that pain in the final 50, something's wrong. Webb, by the way, championship record, she got up 54.80, Rakanui 54.82, and Wood 54.98. There's a photo finish, and it was just a last gasp attempt from Rakanui just to really throw herself over the finish line, which left her in contention, but unfortunately for her, 2/100ths of a second away from Webb. 54.80 for her, Rakanui 54.82, and Wood 54.98. Well, those 400 metres were exciting, but I tell you what, coming up after the break, we've got some hurdles, but before that, we've got the under-20 para 800 metre final, which is coming up shortly after the break.
We are back, and you can see some javelin going on there on your screens at the moment. That is our under-20 javelin final at the moment. We've just had some amazing runs over 400. We've got a double lap to come with our under-20 para athletes. Yep. Shot put as well, under-20 decathlon high jump. You can see this shot put going on here. Everything's going on.
It's all happening right now at Cusack. If you're not at Cusack right now, then what are you doing? So this is the heptathlon for the under-17s and the under-18s. For the under-17s, Phillip is ahead of Taylor and Brown. Phillips 11 metres 46 to Taylor 11.29, and then Brown 11.29. So those girls are tied at the moment. It is only attempt one. Doesn't matter where they come in terms of placings, it's just all about the points for them. So if you see them split off, count back, it's not necessarily the be-all and end-all for them. That's for the under-17s. When you have a look at the under-18s, Tarabay 13.29 to Ireland 11.95, and then Leith 11.17. There's Martin from New South Wales, who is yet to throw in round one for the under-18s. Final thrower. Nice and legal for her. So the heptathletes only get 3 throws. And then they move on to their next event.
Tarabay there leading that women's under-18 shot put at the moment for the heptathlon. She has quite the reputation down in Victoria. I mean, she's almost cleared us out in terms of medals in Victoria. I think she comes nearly second all-time on the podium in terms of tally for most medals collected at a Victorian state championship. Glenn Turner down in Victoria, huge Maddie Tarabay fan.
Collecting that many medals. Hard not to accumulate a lot of fans on the way. Second on the all-time list for Victoria. That is an awesome stat. Thank you, Ella.
Well, I mean, she's still a junior, right?
Correct, which makes it even more impressive. There she is, Tarabay, enjoying some of the music which is being played in the stadium. Wonderful stadium this is. It's been a wonderful championship, so I've still got heaps to come. So we got the 800 metres for the para under-20s, then we've got some 100-metre hurdles, then 90 hurdles. We've got some 200 finals we're going to roll into for the under-17s and then the under-18s. We'll finish off with these athletes again in the heptathlon. They'll be doing their 200 metres to conclude their day. Then we'll have some 4x100s, which I know Mitch is just still getting over the fact that he's not going to be on the call for it. Here's Emma Kempson. So she is in 5th place, having thrown 41.07. This is round 3, by the way. 41.07 round 1, 38.89 for her. Launches the javelin far. It approaches 40 metres. I think maybe just a small margin over it. But she is in 4th place, 5th, excuse me. And to get onto the podium, she needs to throw 44 metres 38 at the moment, which is just fallen a little bit short of. Get back to the program coming up today. Have those 4x100 metre relays for the under-16s. Mitch devastated he can't be on the call for it. And then we'll have some decathlon 400 metres, and to conclude the day, under-20 steeplechase, which should be really exciting. Emma Kempson, by the way, 38.99 in her last javelin throw. Coming up to throw now is Redden from South Australia. 34.41 is her best. This one does go over 30 metres. Wait to see if it's her best throw of the competition after 2 rounds. Pushing back to javelin. This is going to be conducted towards the finish line then, by the way.
That was Tarabay there with the shot put. Yep, she looked like she absolutely launched that one. So she's already sitting at 1st place in this under-17 shot put. In terms of where that puts her, she is currently in the lead also in the heptathlon, so she's doing a fabulous job at the moment. I mean, Amani Mariahu, who we saw get that bronze medal yesterday in that hurdles.
Yes.
So to be doing, well, a heptathlon, hurdles first, I mean, I guess that aids her program, right? She's been able to do those events that she's better at in those individual events, and then come at the moment to be placing 2nd in this heptathlon. It's day 1 of this heptathlon though, so she's got a fair bit of a way to go.
As she does, here's the under-20 para 800 metres. Taking through the field, it is Bergen, who's a T20 athlete from New South Wales. She starts wearing hit number 2. Benner from Queensland, hit 3, T20. Then McCarthy, who is from South Australia. She wears hip number 4, T38. Downey from Victoria, T20, wearing hip 5. And Schultz from Victoria, who wears hip number 6, T38 is her classification. So we get underway in this 800 metres, and it's a good start from Schultz on the outside, but an even better one from Downey, who just moves quickly past Schultz. Then Bregan from Queensland also out hard. Werner, I should say, from Queensland, who's out pretty hard. Brengan behind them. Then it is McCarthy next through into the first 150 metres. And it's the two Victorians in Downey and Schultz who are 1 and 2. It's a race against the clock for these athletes. Ahead is Downey just from Schultz, coming through really rapidly through the first 200 metres, and in this last 50 metres in particular, she has been motoring. It is Werner from Queensland who's gone through past Schultz, but Schultz does fight back. Werner will start to round the bend and may just be in front of her as they come into the home straight. Leading the race down, it is Downey. She's up by almost 15 metres. Then Werner has gone into second place, and she's going to be eyeing off Downey with only 450 metres to go. Schultz, what can she produce in the final 440 metres for her? Then behind her, it is the South Australian in McCarthy, and then next through, it is Brengan from New South Wales.
Well, Downey is no stranger to these events. I mean, she's an Australian record holder in the 800 metres in the under 17. So she's an exceptional athlete. She knows how to run 800 metres. She's represented Australia from Australia before, training down in Ballarat. So Downey here will know what she needs to do to run a successful 800. As you said, it's the athlete against the clock here. So she went through reasonably fast. She actually started even harder, I thought, and she'll look to really wrap this race up in the final stages of it. So 250 metres to go, about 200 now. She seems to slowly start to tick over the leg speed. The cadence increases. I think she's listening to me. She's moving really well as she comes through this final 150 metres. So the Queenslander, Werner, doing a fabulous job as well. She's finishing off this final 150 metres, and Schultz will come into this as well. So Downey looking so strong in this straight. I'm surprised she's run 2 laps. I mean, she looks incredible, having already done the better part of 750 metres. So she will absolutely stream through here, holding beautiful technique as she finishes so strong in the arm drive. What a fantastic run. 2:33.35 will be just off her PB unofficially at the moment. It's Libby Werner coming in for second at the moment. She's also looking fantastic. So she'll finish off with a really, really good time, about 2:46.62 there. And our other Victorian, Zoe Schultz here, pushing hard to this line. 2:54.37 unofficially. So if that's what she's run, that'll be a massive PB. We've got 2 athletes left in the field now, and they're rounding out into the home straight. So our South Australian, Michaela McCarthy, T38 athlete, moving really nicely past that Brisbane sign at the moment. She'll have the straight in her sight. She's got 20 metres to go. You'll see her come into the screen momentarily, just cruising through to that line. What a fantastic effort. And we want to absolutely get around our final athlete on this field, the New South Wales athlete, Sarah Bergen, really pushing through. What a fantastic effort from these women, and what a community to see them all waiting for each other at this finish line.
Yeah, so the times have come through for the top 4. Brilliant race from Downey, 2:33.93. Werner, 2:46.63. Schultz, 2:54.34. And McCarthy, 3:21.14. And we've just seen it confirmed, 3:32.91 for Bergen. So we'll see how the points all fare and who's able to walk away with gold, silver and bronze in the under-20 para 800 metres. Here's a look at the official point scores, and Schultz is going to walk away with gold. 84.91, Downey 82.98, and then Werner 76.66. McCarthy just outside the medal, 73.60, and then Bergen 59.99. So that's the 800 metres all done, and we prepare ourselves now for the 100 metre hurdles. It'll be the under 15s, then the under 16s, boys first, then the under 16 and 15 90 metre hurdles after this break. Don't go anywhere. More from QSAC next.
Welcome back to Brisbane. We have an exciting afternoon in store for us today. We are about to flip to our 100 metre hurdle finals. This will be the men's under 15 event. This is a super exciting race here. We've got 3 athletes that have run sub 14, so it'll be incredibly exciting. They're going to go in the lanes next to each other in lane 5, 6 and 7. But while we wait for that, we'll head out to some field. We've got our multi-athletes at the moment in the outside of the track there, closest to the finish line. That's our women's heptathlon under 17 and 18 event there. That there is your shot put, and you've got your men's decathlon going on, and that's the high jump, which we can see in competition as well. So one of our athletes, our Victorians, just stepping into the ring now for shot put. That is Leith there, so she'll go for a reasonable throw here.
So if you want to see the full results, just make sure you go to the Roster Athletics website. That's how you can keep up with all of the results from all of the races, to be able to keep you updated with how everything is progressing.
I mean, particularly right in these multi-events with so
Correct.
many events to keep track of, that is the place to be, and you'll be able to see what they've thrown and what they're doing and how they're kind of stacking up in the competition they're in, but then also their overall results as well.
So Leith has been able to throw the best throw of her competition. She threw 11 metres 98 to go from about 7th where she was into 3rd. Here's Tarabay. 13.35 her best. She's already been able to amass 763 points. Looked pretty good, just was able to glide out to the right ever so slightly. She doesn't look all that impressed with it, but it is a throw over 13 metres. Gilroy is going to be next thrower into the circle. See what Tarabay does throw, if it's any better than the 13.53, which she was able to produce before. In the third and final round. Tarabay finished her shot put, and it is better for Tarabay. 13.61, so she's able to add on an extra 8 centimetres, which in turn makes her go to 768 points.
I can't believe she would look disappointed with that. I mean, these junior athletes, such high expectations of themselves, and I mean, that's how they perform, how they do, you know, that not expectation, but that feeling of greatness that our juniors have, and the ability and want to achieve there. But I mean, she's done her final throw, biggest throw of the competition so far. I mean, you can't be disappointed.
Correct. So she's definitely, as Ella has spoken about before, one of these stars of not just Victorian track and field, when we found out that she's amassed the second most amount of medals than anyone at the state championships, which is so impressive. And yes, she's still an under 18 athlete, so just no matter what event she's participating in, she's always going to be a live medal chance.
Absolutely.
Next up into the circle from New South Wales for the under 18 women's heptathlon is Hundle. Now, Hundle is sitting in 16th. She has only been able to throw 7 metres 57. This one really needs to be approaching the 9 metre mark, maybe just for her to be able to increase her position and get some more points. Throws it far. Looks like the red flag just popped up. Unfortunately, it could be wrong.
So how do you get a red flag in discus for those playing along at home? Do you know?
Discus?
Sorry, not discus. Shot put.
Shot
Watching
put.
shot put.
If you take the put away from your neck just before you release it, then I'm pretty sure that's a red flag. If you've got to hold it onto the neck as it is leaving your hands, as it's leaving your fingers. If you take it away from your neck and then push it out, it's a foul. But as it's leaving your fingers, it has to be in contact with the neck, I believe.
And obviously, if you step outside the ring there,
So
you'll end up with a...
You'll see when the circle comes back, there's a little white line that runs through the middle of the circle. It doesn't actually go in the circle, but either side of the circle, and you can use your imagination to track where it would be in the circle. But if you walk out the front of that line after you've thrown, there it is. You can just see where our officials are. You can see a white line go across the circle. If you step in front of that line as you exit the circle, then that is also a red flag.
Gotcha. Seeing some of the high jump here for the decathlon.
Hurdles aren't too far away from starting as well. Back to shot put. Queenslander goes far out the back of the circle for Frank. She's in. There's Ireland.
Here we see this hurdles race here, and as I said, this one is going to be super exciting. We've got 3 athletes who have already run sub 14 in this competition. The start list will come up here, and I'll quickly run through this for you. So in lane 1, Jake Hornsey. In lane 2, Byron Figuera. In lane 3, Tyson Brezigar. In lane 4, Gabrielle Owusu-Afria. In lane 5, Hunter Echels. In lane 6, Jackson Solomon. In lane 7, from Victoria, Felix Burgess. In lane 8, Duke Lambert from New South Wales. And rounding out our field in lane 9, the hometown representative, Cooper Friend. So look here for 5, 6, and 7. They're on your outside, or in the middle to the outside, closest to the stands. Those athletes will be the ones to watch here. So Burgess gets a good start there. Same there with Eschels, the Western Australian, but it is the New South Wales and Solomon leading them out incredibly, clearing these hurdles exceptionally well. We have a little tumble from the WA Eschels, but it looks like it'll be New South Wales on the podium, 1, 2, 3. So that'll be our podium there. Solomon, what a fabulous race there for him to pull through nicely. He just controlled that from the beginning, cleared that first hurdle so nicely, and that's really set his race up there.
It has. He did an excellent job, Solomon. Confirmed 13:41 for him with a plus 0.9.
Watch this race again here. He gets out reasonably well, but it's the first hurdle that just really sets this in. The other New South Wales athletes on your outside there, Lampret, and on the inside there, Figuera, fabulous job to keep calm after a little bit of stumbles and some falls in the rest of the field. You can see in lane 2 there, Figuera so excited about that. How much does that mean to bring home a silver medal?
A lot. Certainly at these national championships where we've seen medals are just so competitive. There's the confirmed times, 13:78 for silver, 13:39 for bronze. So to get a medal, you have to go sub 14 seconds. Awesome.
You can see those 2 times there at the bottom there, fair bit off what we saw for the rest of the field, but that's because those 2 athletes there, a little bit of a tumble, but incredible sportsmanship and really brave for them to get up and finish their races. That's what we love to see from these junior athletes, obviously not falling, but the strength to get up and finish.
The 16 100 hurdles aren't far away. They'll come out into the stadium momentarily. Here's our shot putters as they continue. This is their final round, by the way, for the under-17s and for the under-18s. We've seen the under-17s, under-18s I should say before. Now we're looking at the under-17s. And during our last break, it was awesome to see Gout Gout and Di Shepherd be awarded some awards from Australian athletics, and it's about an hour after Gout has finished competing. By the way, here's Hobbs from Western Australia in the heptathlon shot put. 8 metres 19 is what she's been able to throw for the under-18s. And about an hour after the event, Gout was still here signing medals, signing autographs I should say. Just with a flock of supporters around him. So it's just such a great experience for these athletes to see one of the best sprinters in the world continue to be here. And as Mitch said, he's got a wonderful head on his shoulders, so polite, his manners are impeccable, and really good on him for wanting to stick around and signing some autographs. See a few of the athletes who have represented Australia at the World Junior Championships as well, presenting medals. As here's our New Zealand visitor in the under-18 heptathlon shot put in Fell. 10 metres 28 is what she's been able to throw.
We're prepping into this 100-metre hurdle final for our under-16s. This is also absolutely stacked. The entire field here, and even PB-wise, sit within about less than a second of each other. So that's going to make your job, Ethan, very difficult there. You've got an entire field that sits within the 13-second mark. I think the slowest athlete to qualify in this field qualified with 13.97 yesterday, and our fastest athlete has qualified with 13.53. So if we talk about what that's going to look like on the track, that's nearly all of them clearing that last hurdle at the same time.
So we'll, if Ella's prognostication comes true, we'll all come down to a sprint finish. We've seen that with the 400-metre hurdles before, where once the final hurdle has been cleared, it just all comes down to that sprint towards the finish line. I wonder if we're going to see similar in this race. Wow, I hope so. So let's introduce the field to you. So there'll be Catalanic from New South Wales. There he is in lane number 1. Asen is next to him. Full start list presenting themselves on the screen. Catalanic 1, Asen 2, Paul Pratt 3 from New South Wales. Atkins also from New South Wales. He's in lane 4. Jathani from Victoria in lane 5. Then coming from Victoria in lane 6, Smiles in 7 from Queensland. Crosby, Western Australia 8. And then Kim from New South Wales. He is in lane number 9. A very exciting field, starting to assemble and present themselves. We've seen, as Ella said, athletes be able to go as quick as 13.5. And the slowest athlete to qualify came through with a time of 13.97, so all about half a second away from each other. This race is going to be amazing as they just present themselves to the stadium. Where do we watch, I hear you ask? Well, Atkins, he's definitely one always to keep an eye out on. He is the returning medalist, the returning gold medalist, I should say. He's going to be in lane number 4.
He's got the fastest PV there by a little bit. 13.05, and it says season's best as well, so it means he's run it this season, and that is important to take into effect. I think it's your man from WA, Crosby, as well, 13.12, so that sits very similarly to Atkins there.
Keep an eye out on what Crosby can do. As Ella said, he is the bronze medalist from last year. Kim as well, he won the All Schools bronze. So very exciting race is what is in store for us. Here we go. Catalanic Asen, Paul Pratt, Atkins, Geranthony, Cumming, Smiles, Crosby and Kim. Fast start from Catalanic, so too Crosby out wide. Paul Pratt charges through with Atkins sweeping past him. Atkins is in control. Crosby and Kim come behind him. Moving away is Atkins. He's got the gold. 12.82 plus 2.4. But an awesome time from Atkins. He's able to go back-to-back. 12.82 unofficially. Atkins, the under-16 national champion.
Clearly just cruising in those heats there. He's taken nearly half a second off, if not more, what he came into this heat through to final. I mean, sub 12, I know it's not legal, but he just controls the race from the beginning. So confident in his hurdling ability, and he's just not phased by the rest of the competition. It's his way. He knows it as he comes into this final hurdle and in the straight, has a look behind him and then is able to celebrate into the line.
Well, you mentioned before, Ella, despite the wind, and I know your feelings on the wind, but you still have to run that quickly, and that's something you have been very strong on. And he's still, while it may not count in terms of if there was a record or anything like that, or a legal personal best, still his body has now experienced what it is like to run what has now been confirmed as a 12.81.
What a sensational run. What an absolutely sensational run. Now we see our officials down there doing a fabulous job readjusting these hurdles for the women's finals here. But those are those results for our men's under 16 100-metre hurdle finals. What a fabulous thing. We get that whole field under 14 again, which is absolutely fantastic. Just shows the quality and the depth of sprinting and sprint hurdles in our country. I mean, we've got many successful 110-metre hurdlers at the moment up in the senior ranks. It's very, very exciting.
It really is, and growing depth is what we have in Australia at the moment across everything. not just specific events, which we are used to seeing, but everything. Australian athletics is at an all-time high, and long may it rain. As next up, we are going to see those 90-metre hurdles. Officials have done a very good job in just being able to quickly readjust the hurdles. There's a great look at pretty much where we're sitting, Ella.
Absolutely.
Up at the javelin room, I think we're in the Cusack grandstand.
I mean, where else would you want to be? In fact, I'm losing track of the days. I'm having to check here. It's a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I only found out it was Friday yesterday because the footy was on, and likewise with Thursday. So up until Wednesday, I had no idea what was going on.
I've been rolling with it's day 4.
Yes.
That's all I know.
Yes.
It's day 4. Day 4 could be on any day for all I know.
Correct.
It's day 4. So between that and my my actual training and my program, which is kind of keeping me a little bit understanding of what day it might be, depending on the days that I hit the track or the gym. But it's really confusing. There's so many events here, and I'm just so engrossed in this competition. I mean, it's been so exciting and just thrilling from our juniors here. I think we'll see a javelin throw at the end here. I think this is our last throw, and our leader, she'll try and get as close to as she can there and try and better that throw. I think that was the likes of Gemma Buckle.
Yep.
Just looking at it, I don't think that's going to better 46.48. That mark is much too close to that 40-metre mark, but what a stellar competition she's put together.
So she's the under-20 national champion now. She did get closer to the mark, but she still has got one more round to go. So 49 metres is what she's probably now looking for. 40 metres 50 is what it ended up being, the throw just then. One more round to come for these girls. Here's Allport from New South Wales. She's in 8th. She's thrown 40 metres 73. If she wants to get a medal, it's 44.90. And she find an extra 4 metres. Here she comes. Not bad release of the spear, but it's just going to fall short. Probably didn't have enough height, and maybe the timing of the release wasn't where she wanted it to be.
So the big one to watch, I think, in this javelin is Jessica Nolan from Victoria. She's been building nicely. It was her 5th throw there that put her into that from 5th through to that 2nd place. So 45.35 is what she did in that 5th round of throws. She's improved significantly. What I really like about her competition is she's just been so consistent. 44.03, 43.22, 44.38, 44.52, and then 45.35. It really feels like she's starting to build into something.
Here comes Olivia Williams. 37 metres 73 was Allport's last throw, by the way. Olivia Williams just touches the 40 metre mark. 41.26 was her best throw, which she threw in round number 5. Prior to that, it was 40 metres 99.
She might better it here. It'll be close. It'll be close. We see another one of our Western Australian athletes go here.
This is Emma Kempson. 43.01 is her best, by the way, for Olivia Williams. Just shy of the 40 metre mark. 39 metres 85.
So she's getting close. We're getting a lot closer to these medal contenders. She'll have to improve by a little bit, but just over a metre.
Emma Kempson jumping up and down on the track, getting the javelin position comfortable in her hand, ready to launch. She's in 5th, 43.01. She needs to find almost 2 metres to get onto this podium.
Though. She is capable. PB of 45.94. And that could be it.
That's not a bad throw at all. That's not bad at all. She's gone well over 40. She's probably gone well over 45.
That could almost put her into first. We're looking for 46.48 here. So if she manages that, she'll put herself into the gold medal position. She has a PB of 45 in the past, 45.84. So won't quite get her to that gold, but it will get her to silver.
Can she hold it? Or will it hold, I should say. She's done all of her throws. That is an excellent throw from her. And hopefully Gemma Buckle from Western Australia, she can find a few more metres and get onto the plane to Eugene. Nolan as well. She's also not far away from that mark. As Mace comes in, she's been able to throw 41 metres 86. Probably not her best throw, will land just shy of 40 metres.
This javelin competition is really shaping up here. I mean, to have an athlete go from 5th through to 2nd in the final round is just so exciting. So we see the Victorian now. Oh no, apologies, New South Wales. Seeing them all warm up, it's not that easy to keep track here.
Mace 37.08, by the way, so she will finish in 6th.
Cameron Harland will go now. Her throw here, 43.84. She has a PB of 44.91, so is capable of throwing a little bit further. Don't think the release there will be exactly what she was looking for, but it looks like a fairly decent throw.
It doesn't look too bad. So it looks over 40 metres, maybe a 44. Could even push 45s. I think 44 is where it is. This next hurdles race, the under 15s, isn't far away. So 43.22. We've got 3 throwers to go in the women's javelin. We will continue to keep you updated with how it does play out. Here charging in now is Nolan. And Nolan, a good release from her. And it'll go over 40, maybe even 46-ish.
This race here, the hurdles race that we're preparing for, is super exciting. I mean, the name that jumps out to me, there's a couple, but Harper Harding from Victoria, not to be Victorian and biased, but she's just had such a sensational season. Over the flat 100 metres, she's managed to break 12, so it sets her really well up for this 100-metre hurdle. So you'll see this start list come up. So in lane 1, Ela Vadges. In lane 2, Olivia King from Western Australia. In lane 3, Savannah Cox. She's an exceptional athlete and one we'll look for. Harper Harding, the Victorian, in 4. Marnie Lawrence in 5. Hello Keys is probably the other one to look for. She's the hometown athlete. She's the Queenslander. 12.79 PB and got her through to that final. We have Autumn Good from WA in 7, Portia Miller from Victoria in 8, and Sophie Whitfield. So if you were looking to look somewhere on the track, it's our 3 athletes that have gone sub 13. That's Harding in 4, Marnie in 5, and Hello in 6. So we will wait as they hop into the starters' hands now, but those are the ones to watch. Watch for the pink ribbon there of Harper Harding. Harper was so sensational out of those blocks. She's put a couple of steps on the field already. So can she hold this the whole way through? And she is breaking away. It's going to be a chase for those minor medals, but it is all Harper Harding. 12.44. That'll be a massive PB as well, if that is the official time on the clock. Oh, 2.7. I just saw the wind.
Oh.
Again, we've talked about it. She's run it now. That's a key thing, but those minor medals will be really interesting. It was so difficult, that sea of light blue, to tell who will quite get that one. You might have been able to see better than I was, Ethan.
I have to have a look at the replay just to confirm, but an awesome start from Harding. She really set the race up in the first 3 hurdles and was just stretching clear. Then we got to see Keys, the Queenslander, come through. Looking at the results, it has been confirmed. 12.43 Keys does get second, 12.72 with a plus 2.7, and then Lawrence 12.80 for her.
So that's probably what we expected there, though, athletes in the middle of that field. I mean, they've all had to run sub 13 to make that podium. So what a sensational crop of junior athletes. I mean, Harper Harding there to 12.43. I know it's windy. I mean, even Savannah Cox, the other New South Wales, are missing out on the podium, 12.92. So run sub 13 there and has missed out on that podium.
That's just unbelievable. I mean, it shows the depth of Australian athletics right now.
Absolutely. And the talent to run hurdles, I mean, it always used to make me nervous. I mean, school carnivals, that was about the only event I chose to opt out of. Hurdles are not my friend, put it that way.
They can be very frightening.
I think I've tripped over those tiny little ones. You know, the ones
the
they
wickets.
do for the wickets, the sprint drills, mini hurdles. they're high enough. So for Harper Harding to do that over the tall hurdles there, she's running 12:43. So 90-meter hurdles, that's sensational.
She's done very well. Done very well. 76 centimetres the height for the hurdles. And coming up next, we do have the under 16s. There's a time I want you to keep an eye out on, and I'll tell you that in just a moment. There's a full list of results from the under 15s. And our javelin, it has concluded. Gemma Buckle does walk away with gold. Her last throw was 44.79. It wasn't good enough to best her 46.48. Emma Kempson, 45.84 for her. And then Jessica Nolan, 45.36 is where she finished on. So for Kempson and Nolan, they actually have their best throws coming from the final round. So Kelsey Lee Barber-esque is what these girls were able to produce.
We've all been hanging on the edge of our seats here. What time do we have to look for? What are we looking for in this next hurdles race?
So it only really captured my attention because Abigail Steele ran a 12.38 in the qualifying rounds. Now the national record over this distance for the under 16s, it stands at 12.31, which was set by Sophie White back in Canberra of 2016.
So
Sophie
what we want to see here is the wind gauge
die
chill
down
out a little bit.
So I'm looking at the wind sock.
It's not
right
looking
now.
good, to be honest
Not
with you,
looking
right
good.
this second.
But here's the under 16 girls that come out.
So
The
you
wind
think-
may push the time over, but hopefully the wind can stay legal.
You'd think it's Steele's race here.
Mm.
At home, friends and family in the crowd. There we go. A good look at the wind gauge. See if they ran right now. I think
Correct,
they'd be
be
okay.
fine. Would be fine at the moment.
In fact,
By the way,
nearly
that's
dead
not-
Steele.
That's not where our wind gauge is. So sometimes we see the windsock doing different things to where the wind gauge is. So the wind gauge is set up at a different location. So that's why sometimes it can be a bit tricky to work out what is going on. But that is our best indicator for what the wind is doing. So it's picked up a fraction as these girls start to prepare.
So Steele from Queensland. Who else is a big note in this field? I mean, she'll be exceptional, but she does have to execute really, really well. And there'll certainly be some athletes thinking they can give her a bit of competition.
Dela Cruz Smeldon from Victoria, 12.97 in her qualifying round, and her personal best stands at 12.93. So Abigail Steele definitely the one to watch, 12.38 her best. Don't forget Matheson from New South Wales. She has been able to run 12.99 in her qualifier, and 12.88 is what her personal best stands at. And Georgiopoulos as well. She probably has the second fastest personal best on paper. 12.75 for Georgiopoulos from New South Wales. She starts in lane 6. She qualified in 13.26, so half a second away from what she is capable of. But they're coming back to their blocks now. This should be a very fascinating hurdles race. The windsock peaking up a little bit.
Almost looks like it's changed directions though. Looks like we've got a little bit of a crosswind happening, which I mean won't help these women in this race, but will help the wind gauge at the end if Steele manages to steal that
Boom Tish.
Australian record.
She'll be starting in lane number 4. About to just be presented to the field, to this grandstand at QSAC. Hope you're enjoying today's action on 7+. We've seen some memorable performances, haven't we? Zirom is going to be in lane 1 from Buzzer, in 2 from Victoria, Matheson 3 from New South Wales, Steele in 4 from Queensland, Dela Cruz Smeldon from Victoria in 5, Georgiopoulos in lane 6 from New South Wales, Belthusen from Western Australia in lane 7, Hobday from Tasmania in 8, and Mears, New South Wales, lane 9. So just walking to her blocks right now, that was Steele from Queensland. The next to her being Dela Cruz Smeldon. Here is a full start list. Steele in lane 4, 12.38. That's what she got in the qualifier. 12.31 is the under 16 national record for Australia in the 90-metre hurdles, set by Sophie White back in 2016. So almost 10 years old. It was set back in December, the 3rd of December, so at the All Schools Championships. The championship record as well for this race does stand at 12:24. Let's see what these girls can produce. Ziron 1, Buzzer 2, Matheson 3, Steele 4, De La Cruz Smolden 5, Georgiopoulos 6, Velthusen 7, Hobday 8, and Mears 9. Fourth from the right is Steele. And she got a good start, Steele. So too Buzzer in lane 2. Steele rips away from the field. Della Cruz Smolden goes after her, but Steele's in a class of her own. From New South Wales, Matheson comes behind, but she launches to the finish line. It's 12:16, so it goes under the national record time, but it's a plus 2.7. So unofficially, it's the fastest time we've ever seen. It will be a championship record for Steele, but just unfortunately that wind. But throw the wind out, we've got a 12-point runner in the 90-metre hurdles, and her name is Abigail Steele, and she's the national under-16 champion. It's been confirmed, 12.16.
Wow, what a run. Just watch this again. The steps in between each hurdle is just sensational. She just manages to put those steps in. She dominates this field from the beginning.
She really did. She just pulled away. Georgiopoulos was able to get up for second. And then De La Cruz Smolden after 12.79. 12.16 is what it finishes up being.
Puts her in a league of her own.
Oh yeah, so for the All Schools Championships, because she'll still be this age group for when they're under 16s at the All Schools Championships. And watch for her, so 12.16 is the time. Does go under the championship record. And also did go under the national record, but unfortunately the win just a 2.7. But even if you give her a 2.0, and I think she's well and truly underneath it. We'll watch for her because she's still got a few months to be able to break it. Well, after that race, we need to catch our breath, so we will go to a break, and then on the other side, we've got some more finals to look forward to. Don't go anywhere. You're live on 7+. Stick with us.
Welcome back to Brisbane. We are here for day 4 of our Australian Junior National Championships. The track's a little bit quiet at the moment. I think we're prepping into a big afternoon. We've got the shot put warming up. Down on the front straight, or in front of the straight, should I say, is the warm-ups for the under 20 men and women triple jump. That'll be a super exciting competition. I mean, there's a number of athletes there capable of jumping big. So you can see that warm-up there happening now for our shot put. We're yet to see, as I said, any throws on the board. We've got a lot of warm-ups going on, but I think it's the anticipation of what's to come for this afternoon, Ethan.
Correct, we've got some awesome races that we are going to be seeing. We've got the 200-metre finals, which aren't far away at all from starting. We are going to be seeing Tabor from New South Wales, who won the 100 metres yesterday, running 3 days ago, I should say, running 11.36. 11.36 as an under 18. That is just out of this world. So we'll see what she's able to produce in the 200 metres when we line them up shortly. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage on 7+. We've seen some stars of world track and field today. Ethan Cullivan alongside Ella Tobin. Mitch Dyer was here earlier in the day. He's just gone home. He's going to be resting up. He's here tomorrow. And if you're looking for something to do tomorrow, just come down to the athletic stadium. If you're here in the area, if you're in Queensland, make the journey down, because it's going to be one that you will not forget anytime soon. It's been a wonderful day of track and field. We will do the 200 metres in a moment, and then we'll move into some heptathlon 200s, 4x1s, and then to wrap up the day is going to be the 3,000 metre steeplechase. And we do it all again tomorrow, and then the day after that for the final day. The final day doesn't feel real. Look at the awesome crowd that has been here throughout the course of these championships. A lot of spectators, a lot of parents, a lot of athletes wanting to stick around and watch some of these events. Built back in 1982 was this stadium, or built for the 1982 Commonwealth Games. Opened prior to that.
So this triple jump that I spoke about before, this is an under 20 event. So that is athletes looking to head to our under 20 World Juniors. Now, at the moment, there's only one athlete in the men's and the women that have managed to qualify. I mean, the female athlete here, she needs no introduction. She's on the screen now. That is Izobelle Louison-Roe. What a fantastic athlete, starting to compete almost at a senior international level over the high jump. And believe it or not, she already has that qualifier in the triple. So she's going to be the one to watch in this competition. 13 metres here is the qualifier for the triple. She's the only athlete to have qualified in the high jump or the triple. So I'd say she's set herself up very well. 13:31 has been her biggest jump of the season. That was done in Canberra on Australia Day weekend, or the 26th of January. She's managed to jump again in Perth on the 14th of Feb. I believe that would be the Perth Track Classic. So, as I said, it looks like her and her mum there, who is also her coach. That will be the one to watch in this under 20 competition. I mean, crazier things have happened. We might see some of our other athletes jump it, but I'd be surprised here if Roe's not able to get the job done.
Just watch for the Australian record. It stands at 13 metres 36.
She's close.
She is very close. She's very close for that under 20 Australian record. We'll keep a very close eye on how this event does go.
Now the men's competition as well, that's got one qualified also. The qualifier there is 15:45, and it's the New South Wales athlete in station or number 4 there on our start list. So it's Daniel Okarenyang. He's the only male to have qualified in this event so far. He's put 3 qualifying times on the board and have cleared it by quite a significant amount. So 15:86 in Feb, 15:63 in March, and 15:46 again in Feb. So the big jump there is that 15:86 plus 1.9. He jumped that one in Hobart, so that would be the Hobart Track Classic, I'd say. So our junior athletes, fantastic to see them getting a go in our track classics, and I guess to compete against those senior athletes. So those two definitely the ones to watch in this triple jump competition. I mean, super exciting.
Wondering why the Okarenyang name sounds familiar. Brother Godfrey, but also Daniel is the under 16 national record holder. 15:45 is what that qualifying distance stands at. To be able to have it on 3 separate occasions shows that he is definitely a contender for selection. If he wins this, he doesn't have to worry about if he's going to be selected, because he will be on the plane to Eugene, Oregon. Tracktown, USA, one of the great track around the nation. There's been some wonderful looking athletic stadiums right around the globe, but what they've been able to produce and build over in the United States, it really is just something that all track fans, I'm sure, and athletes have got on their bucket list, to be able to go over there and just be amongst so much history.
So if you think you've jumped far here, head over to Eugene and you'll be absolutely flying. You can see this 200 on the other side of the track as well. That's Antonio Hiscock. He's a Melbourne Grammar boy. I know him really quite well from coaching there. So look to see his triple jump. He's had a little bit of a breakout season over the long jump, the triple and the 100. I mean, he's run 10.8 this season. So another very successful athlete just starting to come onto the athletic scene.
Turn to meter action not too far away. This intriguing triple jump final not far away from a start for both the under 20s, who will be jumping from one pit, to the boys under 20s, and then the girls under 20s both jumping in separate pits.
So let's
right next to each other, which helps.
Let's talk about this 200 metre final. I mean, our under 17 men are sensational. We've got 5 athletes in this field that have run sub 22, which is an exceptional in itself. Ashton Foley from New South Wales just dipping under with a 21.97. That's his PB, dipped under the 22 mark again to qualify with a 21.99. yesterday. The other athletes to look out for, it's the Victorian Veltman 21.88. Ran that yesterday. That's his PB now. What a sensational run. The two I'm probably looking at that I think will be the real threats here is in lane 6 and lane 7, Jaden Torodowski. That is the New South Wales athlete. PB of 21.48. It was sensational conditions here yesterday for 200 metre running. So I don't know if the wind's going to be quite the same here. I mean, it was favourable yesterday because we managed to get legal wins, but it has certainly helped to push them down the straight. The other one is the Victorian Kevin De Silva. I described it yesterday. He's like lightning on the track. His ground contact is so quick. He's such a smooth mover. So he'll go out of 7 there, but don't count out the New South Wales athlete Maldoni. So the ones I've missed there, the Queenslander in lane 1, Hayden Lockhart, the New South Wales, Thomas Giles in lane 2, and rounding out our field in Victoria, having a very sensational season as well. PBs over 200 and 400 at the Victorian Championships. That's Matthew Crichton.
The field is set for the under-17s. They've been presented to the stadium. Torodowski definitely one to watch out for. So too Kevin De Silva. We saw him in the 100 metres and he looked wonderful. Torodowski, the fastest qualifier, 21.48.
Just looking at your screen now, I think we might be missing Ashton Foley from New South Wales out of lane 3. So it won't be a full field here. It'll only be a field of 8. But I think you want to be looking on those outside lanes. So it's Torodowski in 6. He's 4 from the outside in the light blue, and then De Silva in the dark royal blue of Victoria in 7. So it is Torodowski that I think gets the best of the starts there. He's gone and put pressure up on De Silva as they round out into this bend. But De Silva does his work in this final 100 metres, and he's going to have to do it if he wants to get on this podium. It's the other Victorian Veltman running sensationally. So they're 4 abreast. Will Torodowski hold on to it? I think he might. Oh, but Veltman comes through. It'll be incredibly close there. The 2 blue states, Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria, New South Wales. How many Victorians will we get on the podium? How many New South Wales athletes will we get on the podium? Will Veltman outdip Torodowski, or has he done enough to hold on to that?
Torodowski just did enough to hold on for it. It is a championship record, 21.47 for Torodowski. He was just able to push the chest forward, and that led to his victory. Veltman did really well. I was watching Kevin De Silva on the outside. He came into the home straight in 4th, and I thought he may be able to overrun Torodowski and Veltman. But in the end, Torodowski, final stages, kept calm, kept composed, and gets gold in the under-17 200 metres. Well done, Torodowski, the champion, and also championship record.
Fantastic, and a legal win. Nice to see that win gauge back down at 1.2. Those boys will be very pleased with that. But look at the difference between these races. So close. We saw that photo finish just earlier. What a sensational run. I think De Silva there, I think Torodowski was really smart there. I think that race plan would have been to put pressure on De Silva early. I know in these sprint events, if you've got someone who you think is an equal or you think you can beat them and they come up on your shoulder real quick in these races, you tend to tense up and it's much harder to execute your race plan. So he just didn't look as electric as I've seen him in these relays and in these hundreds earlier in the week. And I think that's probably to the likes, credit to Torodowski there, who really executed the race plan. Really good start and got up on the shoulder of him early. Veltman there on the inside dragged through nicely. He was out of lane 5, so he had Torodowski in front of him to watch him come round the bend, set his sights on someone, use him as a rabbit, and he did just that, really, really holding his own in that last 20 metres to almost snatch it off him. 0.01 of a second. I mean, does he technically break the championship record as well? The previous championship record. I'll have to have a look at that and confirm that. So he should be really proud of his run there, but just a sensational run from these boys. I mean, potentially 2 to go under the old championship record. Just incredible.
It really is. We take a breath because we're not far away from the under-18s, and that's what the under-17s produced. I wonder if the under-18s are going to beat that in terms of entertainment. Definitely a lot of athletes to watch out for. Colleen, one of them. Gaustach Nagal Hayes from Queensland. Firth as well. Bogle, Rumming, Rendiro will present to you the full list of athletes when they are ready to go. But right now here are the shot putters. We're taking place towards the start line end, towards the 100-metre start line end. So away from New Zealand in the opening round has already been able to throw a championship record, throwing 16 metres 13. Karake from South Australia, 12 metres 76. Then Edwards from Western Australia, 11 metres 89.
So you mentioned it yesterday. Sorry, just before.
Yep.
Samuel Gaustach Malahagas, we watched him yesterday in his 200-metre heats, and I thought he ran sensationally given he had come from the final of the 110 hurdle. So he's actually walked away with gold there in that final.
Okay.
He's walked away with second in the 200, new shiny PB of 10.61. I mean, he's setting himself up sensationally. So it was a PB, legal PB in the heats of the hurdles, 13.66. Windy PB, 13.35 yesterday in the 110 hurdles to win that final, come back. I reckon it was less than 2 hours later, qualify for this incredibly competitive 200-metre event. So that's an athlete that knows how to win and knows how to perform at championships.
Gaustach Malgales is the athlete we're speaking of. He'll go in lane number 4. Walking back to their blocks now. There he is. Gaustach Malgales in lane 4. We'll take you through the field. So it'll be Waldrom, who represents Australia in lane 1. New Zealand, I should say, in lane 1. Colleen from New South Wales in lane 2. Then from Queensland in lane 3 is Green. Gaustach Malgales in lane 4 from Queensland. Firth from Victoria lane 5. Bolg from Victoria in lane 6. Rumming New South Wales in 7. Hirindiro Western Australia 8. Nawabi from the ACT in lane 9. Looks like he won't be starting, unfortunately. So Hirindiro is going to be on the outside. Ones to watch. Gaustach Malgales from Queensland in lane 4. Also Firth, who's run a 21.8 to qualify for this race. Bolg from Victoria, 21.70. They're just introducing themselves to the crowd. Taking through the field again, be Waldrom, Garleen, Green, Gaustach Malgales, Firth, Bulge, Rumming and Hirindiro.
I just want to draw your attentions to Rumming. This is who Mitch put stocks in yesterday.
Okay.
We had a little bit of a bet going, or I have Stotch in Gaustach Malahagas because I think he's just a sensational athlete. Rumming's here, you'll watch. He's such a smooth mover. We saw him in the 4x4 relays and the 400 yesterday. So if he can hold his own and execute well here, he's got a real shot as well.
Here we go. Under 18 200 final. Gaustach Malgales in lane 4. Bulge 6, Firth 5. And a really good start from Gaustach Malgales, out hard. Firth out the hardest, puts pressure onto Bulge. Then Rumming on the outside and Hirindiro moving well. Gaustach Malgales enters into the home straight with the lead from Rumming, who's on the outside. He's been pursued by Bulge, who goes into second. Hirindiro winding up. Gaustach Malgales holding on. Bulge comes hard late, but Gaustach Malgales, the under-18 national champion, there was chaos and pressure coming from behind him, but he's able to survive it all and claim gold in the under-18s 200 metres.
So 2 gold medals hanging around his neck, 2 gold medals and a silver. That's not a bad championships.
2.7 the wind, but the time 21.81 for him in the 200. Bulge 21.89 and Rumming the bronze 21.92. Looking at the replay, he had an almighty bend and it really set up his lead coming into the home straight. And how was the performance from Bulge, who just ripped through the field and moved past Rumming to secure the silver medal.
Well, I wish Mitch was in the booth now. I've outdone him there. I hope he's listening. Mitch, I had this one. I called it. But what a sensational run from all those athletes.
So there's the 4 results here. Indiro just misses out on the medal. He had to go sub 22 to get on the podium. Rumming, Bulge, Gaustuch, McHarley's 21.81 for him. Bulge 21.89 and Rumming 21.92 is how they finish. So we will take a break. Coming up next is going to be some more 200 metre finals. The first 2 have been incredible. What's the next 2 got in store for us at Brisbane? Back with more soon. We're back from the 2026 Australian Junior Championships at Cusack. It's been a wonderful day of athletics and there is no signs of slowing down. Here's the under-16 women's shot put. So we are still on top with a championship record throw of 16 metres 13. Leading for the Aussies is Karake, who's thrown 12 metres 97, Heap 12.79, and Henry Purcell 12.40 is currently holding on to the bronze medal position. The 200 metres continue to roll, and up next we've got the under-17s 200 metres. Fascinating, as they all have been. The contenders for this race, Ella, are spread right across the track.
I don't know where to look. I mean, I was looking at this start list and I watched these races yesterday. It was just sensational. There are 4 athletes in this field who went and ran the under-20 World Junior Qualifier in the heats. 4 athletes. Those athletes go on the outside there. So that is Ruth Ajika, ran 24.23. She is the fastest qualifier out of those heats, the New South Wales athlete in 5. Russell with 24.34, another New South Wales athlete. In fact, all the ones I'm going to mention are New South Wales athletes. Princess Clara Fietro, 24.33, and Rima Adelasia, 24.33. So Adelasia at her best has run a 23.60 in December in Melbourne at the All Schools to claim second against Amelia Reid. So she'll definitely be one to watch here, but it really could be anyone's race. We're looking here, lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8. You might be wondering why those girls are on the outside. Well, in 200 metre running now, that's where we put our athletes. That's the preferred lane. So 5, 6, 7, 8, that's where they want to be. I cannot wait for this one, and we'll be watching the clock with a real close eye because holy moly, it could be close. So it is the sea of blue, like I expected. 5, 6, 7, 8. The New South Wales athletes making up the stagger. I think it will be Adelasia that leads into this bend, and Princess will have to do a fair bit of work if she wants it. So Adelasia, few steps ahead. Adelasia 5 metres ahead. It's going to be really close for this second place, and just like it was in those qualifiers. But Adelasia will take this. I think it'll be Ruth Ajika who will get second, and it'll be so close for this third. But 23.58. Unofficially 0.2 legal wind. She's put her foot down. She's showing the under-20s. If you want this spot, you're going to have to run fast. Have a look at this. She comes off the bend sensationally. She's beautiful mover in this back straight and front straight, and just extends so sensationally through to that finish line. Such a close race there for the minor medals. What a fantastic job there. I think the dip for third is going to be so close, Ethan.
We'll see what it is confirmed to be, but if that result holds from Adelasia, which it has, in fact it hasn't held, it's gone even better. 23.57 for her, so personal best of Ajika 24.33, and Fetri 24.47 for the bronze. Look at how close that positioning is. Just Patiri was able to walk away with bronze.
So for those playing along at home, and particularly watching those under 20s, you do have to, well, don't have to, but to run in those under 20 comps, if you've got a qualifier and are running in the 200 and in the under 20 event and come first, you're an automatic on the plane.
Yep.
So she's playing a fairly good case there. They take 2 athletes to run in these under 20 events if they've got those qualifiers. So that puts her up very up there at the moment. I think with that time, that'll put her up with the 4th fastest time this year. Only Maya Tabor, who you'll see in this race directly after Zara Hagen and Amina Mertz, who we saw earlier in the 100. They're the only 3 to run faster than her, but, well, it'd certainly be pleading her case now.
Yep.
What a fabulous run that was.
Don't forget, Maya Tabor, she was able to run a brilliant time in the 100 metres. As Ella said, it was a gold medal performance from her, but 11:36 is the time she was able to blast through the 100 metres in. This will be fascinating what she's able to do. So we go quickly back over to the triple jump, which is directly in front of the grandstand. It's the under 20 men's and women's. The under 20s is what we're looking at. Only 3 jumpers so far. Zoe Hooker, 11 metres 85, Henderson 10 metres 88, and Condon 10 metres 33. As we see in Condon come through. White flag given to her.
So Ethan, having a look at this under 18 women's start list, another 4 athletes who have run this World Junior qualifier in the heats. I mean, Maya Tabor, probably the most impressive of them all. She's dipped under 24, 23.91, but she wasn't the only one to do it. The New South Waleser, who will go in 8 on her outside, she's run 23.83 in those heats. That'll be a PB as well, so she's peaking at the right time. The other ones to watch out for are Maddie Gifford, 24.08. That is a time that we absolutely should appreciate because it's incredibly fast. That sits under that World Junior qualifier of 24.35. And Monique Walker from WA, who I'm sure you'd be familiar with, 24.26.
She picked up a bronze in the 400 metres yesterday. How has she recovered from that? We'll find out. She's going to be starting in lane 3. The defending champion, Maya Tabor, she is going to be the one to watch. She will be racing in lane number 7 from New South Wales. 23.17 is what her personal best stands at. Has got the World Junior qualifying time well and truly covered of 24.35, as well. I think a lot of this field in this race, but the action around Tabor. Harrison from New South Wales, she'll be in lane 8. She qualified in 23.83. And then Carlson from New South Wales, she qualified in 24.65.
Just an incredible sprint crop coming out of New South Wales. I mean, those 4 girls that I mentioned earlier, those 4 all from New South Wales. 3 of the 4 that we've just mentioned now also New South Wales. I mean, half this field is New South Wales. So the light blue is absolutely flooding the track at the moment. Maya Tabor, she'll have seen what Rima Adelaja's just done in this 200. I don't know, if I was her, maybe it makes me nervous, maybe it fuels the fire. It'll be interesting to see how she responds, or maybe she hasn't seen it at all. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe she's incredibly focused on what she needs to do to run fast.
Well, let's find out what she's capable of. We've seen her skills in the 100 metres. How does it translate when we go over 200 metres? So it'll be Quill from Victoria in 1, Shortland from New South Wales in 3, Walker in 3, I should say. Shortland's in lane 2 with Early from New Zealand, who's in 4. Griffith is from New South Wales in lane number 5. She's actually the bronze medalist from the All Schools Championships when Maya Tabor was also able to take gold there. Carlson from New South Wales in lane 6. Tabor in lane 7 from New South Wales. Harrison from New South Wales in lane 8. And then Vincent is in lane 9. So the ones to watch, Tabor, Harrison, and also Gifford, who will be starting in lane number 5. So Monique Walker, we've seen her pick up a medal at these championships so far. She is pretty handy over the 200 metres. What is she going to be able to replicate? When you look at the records, the championship record stands at 23.26. If we see a personal best run from Tabor, that will definitely be able to break it. So the championship record, it is in danger of being broken. But here they go to the start line. Quill, Shortland, Walker, Early, Gifford, Carlson, Tabor, Harrison and Vincent from the inside to the out. Tabor third from left on screen. Fast start from Tabor. Harrison out quickly, puts pressure onto Vincent. Going well, Gifford moves up to Carlson. On the inside, Walker doing well, moving past Early. So too Shortland and Quill into the home straight. It's between Tabor and Harrison. Tabor stretches away. Harrison going with her, but no one can catch her now. Tabor's in a class of her own. Watch for the time. Glides to victory. It's a fast time. It's 23.16. It's a plus 2.3, so it won't count in terms of a personal best, but it is the fastest time she has ever run if it stands. Her PB 23.17, and she's just gone with a bit of a breeze, 23.16 with a plus 2.3.
I mean, her PB 23.17 legally, so she's come really close to that, and I mean 0.3 over the allowed win. So super disappointing to see that it doesn't settle down for that run, but I mean, you can't take it away from her because she's just won a national title. Look how incredibly she comes off this bend and accelerates through that last 80 metres. It is so difficult to hold your top speed in a 200, particularly when you know you've got some people chasing behind you. So it was interesting to see she didn't come off the bend as well as I would have thought. She actually didn't come off the bend first. It was Harrison on her outside that did such a sensational job there, but her ability to accelerate and slingshot off this bend, as we say, into this final straight was just incredible.
23.14. Just looking at roster, if you want to see all the live results, is where you are able to go. 2.3 was the wind on that race. Wait for it all to be confirmed, but looks like a new championship record. Harrison, by the way, got second, 23.69, and Gifford 24.12. We can take a breath after those 200 metres. We've still got a few more 200 metres coming up, but look at this. Here's Izobelle Louison-Roe for the women's triple jump. First time we get to see her at these championships in a competitive environment. Watch out for that national record, which she is more than capable of being able to break. She has got the World Junior qualifying standard, which stands at 13 metres. A 13.36 is what the Australian under-20 record is. She'll be looking to cement a place on the plane to go over to Eugene just in her final preparations. The pit is ready for her. High jump and triple jump, her specialties. Here we go. Here's Izobelle Louison-Roe. First time we get to see her in the women's triple jump. Good opening attempt. Exits the pit and all clear. So we'll get the results coming through shortly. 13.36 is the under-20 Australian record, which we know she is capable of doing. She's not too far behind of it.
Flick over to our men's competition. We have seen Daniel Okaranyang jump, and Jesus, did he perform 15.50.
Wow.
So World Junior qualifier into that negative 1.8 wind. So 15.45, the World Junior qualifier on his first jump, jumps 5 metres further. So what a sensational run from here. I think that was Jesse Masters that we'll see jump there. He is in a place, he's jumper number 12. So we're yet to see what he does. It's the New Zealander here. Looked at all right jump in the women's competition. But to come out and jump a World Junior qualifier into a negative wind. Oh, look, Izobelle Louison-Roe done the same thing.
Yep.
13.10. So she's jumped the World Junior qualifier by 10 centimetres in the first round. These juniors are not messing around.
Good opening account. So at the moment she's in the lead by about half a metre, just shy of it.
So we're prepping into what looks to be another very exciting 200-meter event. I mean, I don't know how we top the last two. They just keep bringing the excitement there. But we are going to see the heptathletes. So maybe not the speedy times that we've seen come out from our specialist sprinters. But the heptathletes, we've got an A, a B, and a C final in this women's 200-meter event. Now, I'm having a look at the field events live on roster at the moment. We've got the under-20 women's pole vault event going on. Now, I believe that's just started. We won't see them here, though, in the stadium. I believe they're out on the warm-up track. Yep. So we'll keep a close eye on those results for you, but keen to have a look again. This is a very important competition. We have 3 athletes who have jumped the World Junior Qualifier, the World Junior Qualifier of 4:05. That's Jamison Harding. We saw her sister just win the 90-meter was it the 90 or
90
the 80
hurdles?
meter?
Yep.
90-meter hurdles just before. Daisy Brayshaw, who's jumped 4:21. And the Ragney twins from Melbourne, who have jumped 4:17 and 4:06 respectively. So 4 athletes looking for 2 spots.
Back over at the women's triple jump we go after we saw a World Junior qualify, not for the first time, and from Izobelle Louison-Roe. About to go right now is our Queenslanders in fray. Standing on the pit. Judges just taking a seat. Ewan next to her, she's going to be up after Frey jumps. At the moment, if you want to get in the top 3, you've got to be able to go over 12 metres 14. That's what also has been able to do. Boris, 12 metres 67, and Izobelle Louison-Roe. Unfortunately, red flag goes up for our men's triple jump. Fortunately for Air from New South Wales, won't be able to record a distance, but he's still got a few attempts to come. Remember, it's the top 8 that then go on to get an additional 3 jumps. For the under 18s and below, it's an additional jump after 3 rounds, but for the under 20s and opens, that's when we see additional 3 jumps come into play. There's Frey, who we just saw, all clear for her.
Now, Carla Boris that you mentioned, she's a bit of athletics, well, not royalty, but her sister... Royalty?
Yeah, we'll put it royalty. Why not?
Her sister is Tiana
yes,
Boris.
Tiana.
She was a World Junior medalist just last year.
Yep.
So, not last year, last World Juniors in Peru. So, she'll potentially be wanting to book her spot there. She doesn't have the World Junior qualifier to her name yet. But 12:67, that's a decent first attempt. She's sitting in second place at the moment, so potentially has 6 jumps to do it, or another 5 at least.
First Australian, I think, certainly in a long time, may even be ever, to walk away with a medal after a major global championships. World Under 20s coming up later on this year in Eugene, Oregon. And these events are a big part of selection. If you are an under 20 athlete, you wish to go to the World Juniors, and you have got the qualifier and you are the first eligible athlete across the line, you're in. Win and you win. Put it simply. Shackleton from Queensland, she is the next jumper to go. A reminder, if she wants to get into the medals after round 1, she needs to be jumping further than 12 metres 38. Here she comes. Decent looking attempt. Izobelle Louison-Roe, the competition leader, with 13 metres 10. I think she will be on the plane to the World Junior Championships, but more of that triple jump in a moment, because we go back to the track, and on the track is more 200 metres, but this time it's the heptathlon. So for the under 17s, that's the first heptathlon 200 we're going to see. There are 3 races to work out how the points will be finalised after day one. And this is final A that we are seeing on screen right now.
So before, I guess, we get stuck into this 200-metre event, I kind of will give you the top three. Because that's their, well, top four. They're the ones that are really pushing for it at the moment.
Okay.
That's Olivia Scott-Rogers, currently sitting at 21.59. Chloe Taylor from Queensland, 21.42. Tiana Phillips from Queensland, 19.67. And Michaela Kludas from New South Wales, 19.56. So they're the ones to watch. Olivia Scott-Rogers goes out of lane 2 in this first heat here. And she'll be wanting to put something fairly decent on the board, I'd say.
So this should be interesting. So coming into this event, I'll give you the standings on how we are looking. After 3 events for these girls, they'll come back tomorrow and do 3 more. But Olivia Scott-Rogers, who's in lane 2, 2,159 points.
So they are away, first time of asking, and it is the Queenslander Chloe Taylor who makes up the best of the stagger to start. But watch for Olivia Scott-Rogers, her lopey style as she starts to get moving as she comes into this final straight. But I think it will be Chloe Taylor at the moment who leads them into this final 50 metres. Scott-Rogers doing a fabulous job to finish off strong here, and Dan not too far behind. So it will be the likes of Chloe Taylor with an impressive 26.37. I mean, these PBs aren't always up to date on roster, but based on that, I'd say it's an event PB.
Event PB, and it will go a long way in being able to help her. The wind 1.3, 26.37 is what the unofficial result is. Let's take a look at the replay. A fantastic bend from Taylor. Came into the home straight. Had Scott-Rogers really climbing stairs and closing in the gap on her, but Taylor, too good. 3 metres is what the margin ended up being, maybe just a little bit north of it, but Chloe Taylor, 2,142 points coming into this event, and after that, 2,905, and by looks of things, she will actually take the lead going into day number 2. And we were speaking about royalty and triple jump. I've just been alerted not to forget about Nicole Maldenis, or Nicole Hooker, as she is now known. Now, she's the mum of Zoe Hooker, and she's actually Australia's record holder in the women's triple jump. And I'm sure she'll be down there coaching Zoe Hooker. 14 metres 04 is what she's been able to jump. No one has been able to break it ever since she did it. We'll keep an eye out on Zoe. We're speaking about triple jump royalty. Have to mention those names. What the Maldenises have done for jumping in this nation have been wonderful, and good to see that it continues to roll down into this current generation.
So a little bit of an update on the pole vault. That bar is at 3 metres at the moment. We've had only 5 of our athletes jump so far. Quite a number choosing to pass. Those big heavy hitters with those World Junior qualifiers not choosing to step into that competition yet.
Next race about to go. It is Group B of the Under-17 Heptathlon. Cledas, Franchina, Fort, Chalmers, Farrell, Geck and Elrich, who all race. Here's a full look at the start list. Cludas is sitting in 4th, by the way. She's starting in lane number 2. Now she has points of 1,956. Franchina, she's in 5th on 1,924. So they're the athletes to watch. Franchina, lane 3. She's in 5th. Cludas. Got a good start to Cludas from New South Wales. So too Erilch from South Australia leads them through 70 metres. Geck moving well. Farrell putting pressure on her though. Fort doing nicely on the inside. So too is Franchina from Victoria. So Franchina will come into the home straight in second in pursuit of Erilch. Erilch just holding on. Is she going to be able to survive the challenge from Franchina on her inside? She does. She gets a 26:42 unofficial winning time. Franchina not far behind her at all, and that will help Franchina because coming into this race, she was in fifth, I should say, on 1,924 points, and being able to amass some more points is definitely going to help her. For Erilch as well, 1,874 points coming into this, and she's been able to go 26:41, 2,636 points going into day two.
Well, these girls are doing such a sensational job to hold form. And I'm sure they're already incredibly tired. I mean, I think we forget how challenging it is to do so many events because these women just do it so exceptionally.
Exactly right. They just, particularly at this age group, you often see them put themselves in individual events, and I'm always surprised with how well they are able to do on the individual side of things because not only are they just making finals, a lot of them are good enough to walk away with medals, which is just goes to show the strength that these heptathletes have and also we probably need to have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's such an incredible crop of young athletes coming through. I mean, we've said it so many times throughout this competition. We will see the final heat of these female under 17, or sorry, is it a heat or is it a final? What? It's a final, right? We call it a final technically because it's one race. The final. It's
We'll say final.
C. It's
Group
final
C.
C. Group C.
C, race 3, even.
So the ones to watch in this one is Tani Phillips. She sits up in those medal positions at the moment. She's from Queensland. She'll go out of lane 7 on the outside, 2 from the outside. But your other athletes in this field, the Victorian Asha Meek, the Victorian Ava Plant out of 3, the Queenslander Tiani Bisotti, our New South Wales athlete out of 5, Summer Judd, the Victorian out of 6, Sienna Geck, Tani Phillips, that one in those podium positions at the moment, who goes out of 7, and rounding out this field in the final of three finals is Laura Bray from Queensland. So Queenslanders on your outside. Watch for Tani Phillips in 7. We'll see what these girls can do. So strong start there from the Victorian on the inside. Asha Meek takes the stagger up to Ava Plant, her other Victorian. But you know who else is doing well? It's Sienna Geck on the outside. She's doing a fantastic job and she'll round out into this bend first. It'll be the Queenslander on her inside, Tiana Bisotti, that will not want to let it have her own way. But Sienna Geck, you've set yourself up fantastically with this bend and she'll come across for the first place in this heat. So Sienna Geck, fabulous run. Tiana Bisotti, awesome run as well. And we look at the Victorians on the inside, Asha Meek and Ava Plant embrace at that finish line.
So coming into this race, Sienna Geck was on 1,895 points. And she's able to stop the clock 26:57. So that's one of the fastest times we've seen so far today. She's able to get 748 points and move to 2,643. That will really help her, but just having a look at the replay, strong bend and an even stronger home straight. It can be so difficult after you've just had a unbelievable bend to not feel the pressure from those coming around her, and that's exactly what she did.
So if you're excited by the under 17 girls 200 metre heptathlon. Stick around because you need to get excited for these under 18 girls. We've got two finals here, Final A, Final B. Let's have a look at where the points are standing at the moment. We saw them in the shot put earlier today. We discussed the big one who's going to go out of lane 8 on the outside. That's Maddie Tarabay. She leads this competition at the moment. Can she do it in another event? I believe she won that shot put event. So can she continue to add on to her events there? Is she the new Mia Scary? I'm sure she'd like to be considered the Maddie Tarabay of athletics, but what can she do in these events to really set herself up really well as she comes into the final day of her heptathlon
She'll
tomorrow?
definitely be a contender. There's Hughes from Victoria. White flag given for her, Izobelle Louison-Roe. You saw her in the background. She is preparing and she is not far away. See her a second time. 13 metres 10 is what she did in her opening round of the women's triple jump. 13:36 is the national record for the under 20s. 13:31 is her best. Look at her just hyping herself up, really putting that competitive edge on. And here comes Izobelle Louison-Roe. They've just about to take off the cone from the track. The officials sat down, the pit's all mopped and raked, and here we go. Here's Izobelle Louison-Roe, 13 metres 10. Needs to find some additional 26 centimetres to get that record. More 200 metres not far away, but for now Izobelle Louison-Roe is the main focus of this stadium. She's asking for some support from the crowd. Let's give it to her. She is an extremely talented athlete on display for us right now in Brisbane. Here she comes. The leader, the competition leader, looking to find some extra centimetres to get her national record, which she's more than capable of. We'll come back and confirm that in a moment, because right now we've got the next 200 metres that is on track. It's the Group A of the under 18 women's heptathlon. Then a Scotty. She will be starting in lane number 3. Sienna Hobbs 4, Frankie 5, Hearn 6, Gilroy 7. There's a full start list, and by the way, Izobelle Louison-Roe, not the best, 12 metres 65, but still she holds on to first place, which you think she will. She'll have 4 more opportunities to continue to break it. Kalana Boris, she does well in round 2, jumping 12 metres 79 as this race about to start. There's Scotty in lane 2. Hobbs, Frankie, Hearn, Gilroy, Tarabay in lane 8. What can she do? Second from the left is Tarabay. Quick start for Tarabay, so too Gilroy on her inside. Hearn got away quickly. Tarabay puts pressure on her outside to Hoynes. Then in the middle, it's Hearn, who has been gone past Gilroy's. They come to the straight. Fell from New Zealand in lane 2, racing really well. Hearn putting pressure onto Tarabay, who's leading, and Fell doing the same. Tarabay just in front. Fell comes at her hard, but Tarabay holds on from Fell. It's a plus 2.2, but the unofficial time is a 25.74, and after a monster day for Tarabay, she can go home and rest up.
Absolutely. Maddie Tarabay there knows that she's put a very decent run on the board. It'll be interesting to see whether or not any of our other athletes are able to match that. But just look how controlled she is in these final stages of this race. She's just a spectacular athlete. So a jack of all trades, so multi-talented, multi-disciplined over so many different events, and she continues to shine. I mean, she's already in that first place spot at the moment, leading out of day 2. We'll have to wait for all these final, or this second final here to be run, but 25.75, 819 points for that one, so she's setting herself up well.
So we get those results as soon as they are confirmed. Back in the triple jump, if you're wondering, Frey is holding on to bronze. She's yet to jump in round 2, but she has been able to go 12 metres 38, which sees her in third. For the moment, as Group B is about to assemble. By the way, Not long after this, we'll be doing some 4x100 metre relays. Then we move into the Decathlon 400, their final event of the day. And then to round things out, some steeplechase is on the agenda.
So this one here, final B, we've got a field of 8 to head through our start list. In lane 2 from South Australia in the red is Teresa Stagnall. In lane 3 from Tasmania, Macy Peterwood. You'll see this start list come up now for you. In lane 4 from New South Wales, Caitlin Martin. In lane 5, Amani Mariahuhu from Victoria. She comes off a bronze medal in the hurdles yesterday, so that certainly sets her up to potentially run a really good 200. You've got Amber Hundle from New South Wales in lane 6, Ella Leith from Victoria in 7, Gemma Roberts from New South Wales in 8, and Eve Island from New South Wales in 9 to round out that field. Based on what we've got on roster at the moment, I'd be looking for Ella Leith. She's the Victorian that goes out of 7. That's 3 from your outside in the royal blue. So she's the one I'd watch. Seed time there of 25.96. So we'll see what she can do in this 200 metre event. And it's a fairly even start to begin with. It looks like Amber Hundle, who starts to make a little bit of a move, but it is the 2 Victorians as they round out into the bend. Amani Mariahuhu slightly leading from Leith. Leith slightly edging forward. It is going to be a race in 3. It looks like it's Amani's race at the moment, but Leith just that little bit of extra strength as they come through. I think this one will be all Ella Leith. Amani Mariahuhu, what a spectacular race from her. And Caitlin Martin as well. Lane 4 should come through for that 3rd place. Remember, we were watching the clock. They do have to compete against that A final. I think that'll put Mary Tarabay in good state for these points. I mean, 819 points was what she got for her time in that first heat. Ella Leith there will come through with 803, but that's another win there for Maddie Tarabay in this heptathlete event.
That it is, and just how impressive was this 200 metre race. There were athletes coming left, right and centre, and for Leith to be able to hold on 25.93, very impressive. Very impressive. Martin, her time 26.31 by the way, then Ireland 27.22. That completes those 200 metres. We've still got a whole heap to get through today. It's been a wonderful day for Australian track and field. We've seen a bunch of athletes be selected for the World Junior Championships automatically. As we go back to the women's triple jump, where Izobelle Louison-Roe still on top. Nguyen, the Queenslander.
Having a look at that men's triple jump at the moment. Our athlete in 2nd place, Lian Aganistopoulos, probably have absolutely butchered that last name there, but he's edging ever so closer to that 15.45 mark. 2 jumps in, remember they've got 6. 15.33 was his first jump. His second, not his finest, but you'll have to come back and have a look after the break. These jumps will continue, and so will the events on the track.
We got up to 30 degrees today, but temperature is going to continue to fall as we've seen a great day of track and field, and it is not yet done. We've got the women's triple jump, which is going on right now. Izobelle Louison-Roe, a star of not just Australian junior track and field, but Australian track and field. We remember at the Murray Plant Meet, don't we, when Nicola Oleshlagos had just come back from a successful World Indoor Athletics Championship. She came back to compete at the Murray Plant Meet, and she actually finished on the same height as Izobelle Louison-Roe, jumping 195 on countback. Nicola did get the victory, and we do know that Nicola did have a heavy travel schedule, which really did, I'm sure, plague her recovery off the plane, but still it just shows what kind of athletes Izobelle Louison-Roe is starting to mix it with. And if she can jump 13.36, 13.37 I should say, in this women's triple jump, then she will be the under-20 national record holder. The current national record stands at 13:36, and her PB is 13:31, so it is within her capabilities of being able to do so. Now here at this triple jump, you've just seen Zoe Hooker, who we spoke about before. Her mum is Nicole Maldenis. Nicole Hooker now, but she is the current Australian record holder in the women's triple jump, which stands at 14 metres 04, set back in 2002. She actually jumped it on 2 separate occasions. So the first one she jumped in Hobart of 2002, then the next one was in December of 2003. So she jumped at 14:04 twice, one with a plus 2.0, perfect wind, and then one with a plus 1.8. Linda Allen is the record holder for the under-20s, who we are hoping will see be broken by Izobelle Louison-Roe, 13:36, and that record was set back in 2006. And Tiana Boras, who we've spoken about before, she was actually just 6 centimetres off breaking the record. She is the current under-18 record holder, but had she have jumped further, she could have been the dual under-20 and under-18 record holder in the women's triple jump. 13:30 is what she has been able to go for the under-18 Australian record. And Izobelle Louison-Roe, for those who are just joining us in the women's triple jump, she did jump a World Junior qualifier in her opening round, jumping 13 metres 10. Her second attempt wasn't better, jumping 12 metres 65, as we have just moved into round 3. We saw Zoe Hooker before, and Izobelle Louison-Roe just starting to get prepared. But right now, we have got the men's triple jump as well, which is going on. Daniel Okoreniang out in front, 15 metres 50 to secure another World Junior qualifier. And as you mentioned before, Ella, it was into a strong headwind.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking on Izobelle Louison-Roe, I just want to circle back to her. She's such a sensational athlete over 2 events. I mean, the modern track or even the modern field athlete is starting to do that. The name that comes to mind, actually an American athlete, he's Harrison. He also competes in the long jump and the high jump and has done both at an Olympic level, because he's consistently ranked very high in both categories. I mean, you've got the likes of Tara Davies-Woodhull, who's a long jumper in the gold at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. She's also, I think, starting to return to the hurdle. So that's really interesting there. I think I saw something recently that it's the new challenge. I mean, so many of those American runners feel like they've broken world records or won Olympic golds, and they think, well, why not do it over another event? I mean, we've got even one of our own, Delta. Delta is in the hurdles and the long jump, and she competes incredibly over both. So I think it is the new age track athlete who is able to, I guess, take those basic skills and execute over multiple events.
A really good observation, Ella. And we did see Lamont Marcel Jacobs, when he was the reigning Olympic champion, he did tease a potential return to long jump. That is where his origins of the sport come from.
Well, isn't his Instagram handle Crazy Long Jumper or something like that?
It is. Back in the day, he used to be a pretty good long jumper. Here we have the high jump competition, which is for the under-20 men. Jonathan Waddingham, an athlete to watch out for. The height of the bar is at 1.85 m. We've seen 2 athletes be able to clear it on their first attempt. Unfortunately for New South Wales athlete Dine, just not able to do it on this occasion.
So the athlete currently sitting in 9th place, Tom Latcham. This morning, funny enough, his mum and him gave me a ride to the tracks.
Did they really?
Yep, staying at the same spot in Mount Gravatt. His mum, Mandy, very kindly offered to take me to the track. What a beautiful family. They live up in North Queensland, Rockhampton. So doing a fabulous job to get down here for the championships. I believe he's actually qualified already for the Oceania Championships in the open event as a North Queenslander. He spoke a little bit about the challenges as a North Queenslander, having to juggle his season. I mean, they've got to come down here and compete over what most of Australia considers the athletic season, but he said that his Northern Queensland season is actually starting just now.
Right.
So the ability for him to come out, and based on here what I can see, he's jumped a PB. So PB in this event already. is pretty exceptional. He had the javelin earlier today, and I think he comes back later this weekend for the hammer throw. He's a volleyballer as well, so very talented athlete. But just thought I'd give a shout out to him and his mum, making sure I get to the track safely. I appreciate that.
Priority number one at the moment is escort Ella to the track and make sure she gets here safe and sound. Waddingham, he is the defending champion in this age group. Got a few athletes who will be returning from last year. McKay Jones, he won the silver medal from New South Wales. He will come in later on. Here's Marcelo from Western Australia. Also the person who came fourth last year in Shadbolt. Fortunately, he won't be here, so it opens up some more opportunities for those who were just there or thereabouts last year.
This is a massive field here. I'm having a look. It looks like we've got 26 athletes. I mean, you can see there it's quite crowded in that area. The temperature's starting to drop a little bit here, particularly even for our Queensland athletes or even the Western Australian athletes. Such a long time in between jumps there. How do athletes manage that? I mean, I'm not equipped to comment in the field. We often see the likes of our jumpers wrap up in towels or blankets in between events, but 26 athletes, that's got to be a fair amount of time in between your jumps.
Yeah, you can just see them in the background. They've got the long pants on, they've got the towels going on. They just continue to do some activation drills just to keep the legs moving and just to make sure that they don't fall behind in their preparation.
The other thing that beams out at me at the moment, I'm really loving these spikes at the moment, the bright yellows. They're really easy to see on the track. You can see we've just flipped over to the triple jump. That's our athlete sitting in second place at the moment. Will be interesting to see if he's able to better that jump he did in round one. But the other athlete that we're just waiting to see again is Louison-Roe.
Yeah, she's not far away. You can just see her in the background doing pretty similar drills to what we saw some of the high jumpers do. There can be a bit of crossover between triple jump and high jump. Often some athletes who are good at high jump might try to determine if they are good at triple jump, and sometimes they can be quite successful in doing so. But the women's triple jump is what we are really excited to see, how Izobelle Louison-Roe is able to go. Coming through from Victoria right now, it is Hughes, who's jumped 11 metres 87. She's sitting in 8th. So at the moment she's in the top 8, which will see her receive an additional jump. Hughes with Hooker, Newen, Day, Orzo, Frey, Iris and Louison-Roe, who is the athlete you can see on the screen right now. So Hughes 11.87 in round 1, who we just saw jump, 11.71 in round 2, and 11.64 in round 3. The wind reading is a plus 2.5, so it's starting to pick up, which may be crucial for Izobelle Louison-Roe if she does get over the under-20 Australian record. And the high jump record's one that she's also going to be eyeing off. It stands at 1 metre 96. Also important to note, Izobelle Louison-Roe actually in this event last year, silver. So looking for redemption.
Well, not even this event. I think we haven't failed to mention yet that she's actually already been to the World Junior Championships. So as an athlete that was too young, she was one of our under-20 medalists. So you'll see her go through now for her triple jump.
Here she comes, just a little bit behind the board, but still a good attempt for her. Does look a little bit frustrated, but all clear. White flag goes up.
So it wasn't in this event that she won the under-20 silver medal. In fact, I don't think she competed into the triple jump in the last championships, but it was the under-20 in the high jump. So it'll be interesting to see if she qualifies. I'm assuming she's competing in this event to try and qualify for both. It'll be interesting to see whether or not how she prioritises her program. I mean, she's a real chance to bring home a double gold.
Yeah, so just put up results from last year. 1 metre 86 in the high jump for the under-20s is what she was able to jump. And in triple for last year, she just fell short by a few centimetres. It was only by about 20 centimetres where she fell short. So she got silver behind Zoe Chester, jumping 12 metres 66, and Izobelle Louison-Roe jumping 12 metres 47, and she only was able to hold on to it by 2 centimetres because Idris from New South Wales jumped 12 metres 45, so she's come a long way in a year from just scraping onto the podium in triple jump for the silver medal to now leading it by almost 30 centimetres, so she's done very well. By the way, her last jump 12 metres 88, so her opening attempt still the best. She will receive some additional jumps. 3 more will come after this, and the top 8 still holding strong with Hughes, Hooker, Nguyen, Day, Orzo, Frey, Virus and Louison-Roe. They come after her. Just starting to prepare. There's Borg from New South Wales, who is in 9th place at the moment, so just needs to find about 15 centimetres and she'll be able to get herself some additional jump.
We talked about this earlier as well. We don't have the pole vault with us. It is in the warm-up track, but it is an under-20 event, and we've got 4 fighting for 2 spots. At the moment, those big heavy hitters haven't entered that competition yet, so we're still waiting for Harding and the Rangi twins to enter. We'll see what they've got.
Just looking at the results from last year, Zoe Hooker came 4th, which was impressive because she was one of the younger athletes in the age group, and she's sitting right now in 7th. Izobelle Louison-Roe, the only returning medalist from the triple jump last year. Lily Fraser, she came in 7th, a familiar name. Lily Hicks.
Looking at a lot of that list that you've got up, a lot of those are looks to be 2006, so not returning medalists because they're not here with us, but likely because they've competed earlier in the week up in Sydney. So from there we will move to the high jump. It is the men's under 20 high jump happening on the
Finish line end.
Closest to the end of the 100. So Queenslander athlete just clear there. We also haven't had all our competitors enter into this competition yet. Western Australia.
Looks like Marcelo, who was able to go over it.
Let's talk about this event as well. It's an under 20 event, so another event which we're looking to qualify. We don't have any qualified athletes at this stage. So 212 is the mark that those boys will be looking for. At the moment, we're yet to have anyone qualify. So the closest to that is the likes of Ethan Grattan from Queensland. He's jumped to 205 this season. So that's still just under 10 centimetres off. McKay Jones from New South Wales, 210. So they're probably the two. Lachlan McGosh from Victoria as well, 205. But I mean, crazier things have happened. We had an athlete yesterday in the under 18 high jump. Mitch gave him a little bit of trouble for the t-shirt that he was wearing, but managed to come through and actually win the competition. Nearly an 8 or 9 centimetre PB. So these athletes and junior and senior athletes are coming to these competitions wanting to peak. So coaches will modify programs or gauge programs so that they will lighten up the load on their athletes coming into these championships so they can really perform their best. So if we're talking about an event that probably breathes PBs more than any other, it is these championships. Not only do you kind of prep well into them, but the other thing is you've got athletes around you doing great things. So when great athletes come together, we see exceptional things.
Yes. Exactly right.
Well, this is our athlete in second, I believe. It looks like he's put a reasonably clean jump there. We're waiting for the flag to come up. Apologies, this is our athlete in 7th at the moment. So 14.15 is what he's jumped so far.
Daniel Karaniang still the competition leader, having jumped 15 metres 50. To go back to the women's triple jump. It's becoming a very exciting field.
Is there anyone bordering that World Junior Qualifier mark 3:10? Anyone other than Izobelle Louison-Roe?
Pretty close. So Carla Boras has been able to jump 12 metres 79, so she's not an eternity away from it, but she is in the areas where she may be able just to have the belief restored into her. 13 metres flat is what the World Junior qualifying mark stands at. Izobelle Louison-Roe has been able to get over it 2 times, make it 3 now in these qualifying, in the final, I should say. So South Australian men's triple jump gets awarded with the white flag. Daniel Okaranian, 15 metres 50 on top. Leon Agonostopoulos from New South Wales, 15 metres 33. And Mason Watkins from Western Australia, 14 metres 86. He's been very consistent, has Leon Agonostopoulos, jumping 15 metres 33 on 2 occasions. Daniel Okaranian being able to jump at 15, 30 and above twice. As we go back to our high jump. And the white flag gets raised for Grant. Height of the bar, for those who are wondering, in this under 20 is 1 metre 85. And a few athletes who have been able to go over it on their first attempt. In fact, there's been about 9 athletes which have been able to do it. Grant was able to do it on his second attempt. Fortunately for Victorian, he's not able to go on this time, but no fear, still plenty more from him, we will see.
Absolutely. And this high jump competition, such a big field. We talked about that before. So many athletes with an opportunity to potentially put them in a spot to go to the under 20 championships. 2:12 is the marker we're looking for. We won't see that early in the competition. It's the New Zealander at the moment who just clips that bar with his legs as he comes round. We've actually got 2 international athletes from 2 different countries in this field, Ethan. It is New Zealand and France. We've got quite the crop of French athletes that we've seen over here, both able-bodied and para-athletes we've seen in our events. And of course, we expect the New Zealanders to come over and give us a run for our money. I mean, we've seen Zoe Hobbs in the past. Just, it's so exciting that Australian athletics is able to put on such an incredible competition that makes our international counterparts want to come and compete in these events.
But how many New Zealanders at these championships have we seen being competitive and are able to take line honours? So these New Zealanders know if they come over, they're going to have to bring their best, because we are certainly going to not go quietly representing our nation in that category as the New Zealanders are. And the New Zealanders put on a great show. There's been a few races where they've spoilt the party. They've finished on top of the lists after the races. A good clearance at 1 metre 85 for a New South Wales athlete in the under 20 high jump competitions. These are the athletes who were able to clear it on attempt 2 for them.
I don't think everyone's taken a jump yet in
No.
our high jump yet.
Still missing a few, such as Waddingham, who is the defending champion. He's actually passed all the way through to 1 metre 90.
So you can pass in these events. You don't have to jump at every height. We often see the likes of in international competitions. I mean, our very own Nina Kennedy doesn't come in till quite late these days. We see some of these athletes like Nina Kennedy and Mondo Duplantis in those international events just pop in to jump early. So they'll jump a little one early, might not be a height, almost like a warm-up height, one that they can almost guarantee they'll get the body moving, because it is a long time to sit out there and not do much. So you can see those athletes on the top end of that bend just doing a little bit of drills and warming up. So we will head to an ad break now, but don't leave us. We've got much, much more field events to come and then relays after that. So stay with us and we will see you very shortly.
24 degrees, mostly clear day today. There was a few times where the clouds did just shadow over the track, but for the finals of pretty much everything, we were able just to see perfect clear skies up in the air. Here's Newen for the under-20 women's triple jump. Now she is in 6th. This is a very fascinating triple jump. And we will go back to the men's as well, because unfortunately for Newen, it will be a foul. Zoe Hooker is behind her, jumping 11 metres 91. Newen's best 11 metres 92. And for how the under-20 men's are going, I hear you ask, they are right next to them, and they are also in the back part of the event. For the women, we're up to round 4. For the men, we're up to round 5. And Daniel Okoreniang is on top, having jumped 15 metres 50, which, as Ella said before, it was into a huge headwind of -1.8. So imagine what he could have done with a bit of tailwind behind him. He is the under-16 Australian record holder in the triple jump. On the women's side of the equation, here's also coming towards the board. Unfortunately, just be a foul for her. Had 3 fouls now. 12.14 is her best so far. She did that in round 4. And she can continue to be consistent, then maybe, just maybe, we can see her get onto the podium. Speaking of podiums, we're going to see Frey, who is next up, then Boris, then Izobelle Louison-Roe, who isn't far away from returning to the screens. You can just see her right at the back. You can see the athletes for our next track event, which is going to be the 4x100 metre relays. They are starting to assemble and get ready, but Frey, next up, 12.38 is what she's been able to jump. Gannon, who you saw in the men's triple jump before, 14.56 is what he just did to find himself in 5th place. Volker from Queensland, he is next up and preparing to go, but here's Frey. He is just preparing. He has a look around. Izobelle Louison-Roe just standing behind her. Watkins will be next up from Western Australia, who holds on to a bronze right now as we are in round 5. 14.86 for him. Volker, 14.83, so just 3 centimetres separating them, as Frey, also the medalist at the moment for the under-18, under-20 women's triple jump. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Ethan Quillivan alongside Ella Tobin in the Cusack Athletics Stadium. It's a wonderful stadium, as Volker, directly in front of the main grandstand, is able to have a really good jump, and so too Frey. So they both jump pretty much at the same time.
So
stands up a little sore, Ella.
Relays coming up.
Yes. Have you been busy?
Yes, I've been busy looking at some stats from this year and last year.
Okay.
So
Hit me.
last year, so 2025, these junior national championships, what we saw there is New South Wales came away with 4 golds, Victoria came away with 4 golds,
Okay.
and Queensland came away with 2.
Okay.
So you're probably not super pleased to hear that WA didn't
No.
manage to walk away with 1 gold, and
Not-
given the sprinting crop you have.
Yeah, not the best stat you could have presented me with.
Now, this year,
Go
this year it's a little bit different.
on. Okay.
New South Wales last year thought 4 relays, well, that's good, but we want to beat Victoria, and they
Yes, they
certainly
do.
have done that. They've got a commanding lead at the moment with 5 wins in the relays.
Wow.
Fabulous job from New South Wales across both the 4x1s and the 4x4s. Victoria coming in second with 2.
Okay.
No other state has managed to win gold in these relays.
So, of all the days we have had,
Yes.
are you telling me that only 2 states have been able to get on top of the podium across all the relays we've had across all the days?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Wow. So
So-
we could see any of these states other than Victoria and New South Wales today. We make a little bit of history, actually. Become the first state outside of Victoria and New South Wales to medal at these championships.
Well, I'm having a look at your Western Australian team,
Yes.
and it is Bless Joe. He closes here. So if the Western Australian team can get him the baton with not that much room, or not even not that much room, within striking distance, I think he sets himself up pretty well here.
I agree. You can hear the clapping in the background. That's all for Izobelle Louison-Roe, who comes into the pit, and she looked pretty good. What's the distance going to say? It jumps out, maybe not the feeling she wanted to. Maybe she realises that it's not just where she wants it to be. 13 metres 10 is still where she has her best result from round one. And we have just completed with Izobelle Louison-Roe finishing off there. That completes round 4. There's still 2 more jumps to come. Down to Okoreniang. Next up, 15 metres 50, excuse me. That's what he's been able to do also in round 1. So the competition leaders for the men's and the women's all coming from round 1. And here comes Okoreniang charging towards the board. Has an exceptional first phase of his triple jump. A red flag, unfortunately, for him. 12.81, by the way, for Izobelle Louison-Roe. Her 3rd best jump of the competition. Just behind 12.88 and 13.10. Okoreniang a foul, unfortunately, as the relays starting to assemble, Ella.
Now, I think these 4x1s are some of the most volatile events on the planet. I think these events here, it's so interesting because I did a bit of relay coaching for Team Vic earlier this weekend, and it's interesting to hear how the juniors talk about some of these relays. And I think as coaches, we really have to reinforce, you know what? Anything can happen.
Yep.
WA, Queensland, Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, whatever team is there might have the fastest runners. But we've seen in the past in World Relay Championships so many fast teams. I mean, the country that comes to mind, the US of A, not very good with their baton changes. So many times drop the baton. So step 1 in this race will be, can you cleanly get the baton all the way around the track? I mean, what these athletes will be doing, it's a 4x1, so we're looking for a blind change. And what you'll see our athletes do in position 2, 3, and 4, they'll be given a little bit of tape. And you can see them on the track behind them. Those athletes have put out a small piece of yellow tape. This is a marker where as the athlete before you is coming in with the baton, you leave as you hit that marker. Now, it is your job as the runner coming in the baton. And I always say, if you're coming in and you've got the baton in your hand, it is your job to put the baton in the other person's hand. Correct. The one taking off, the only role that they play is they must put their hand out, non-moving target. Yep. The moment athletes start to get a little bit nervous, particularly our juniors here, start to get nervous about these baton changes, they move their hand and it's a moving target, and it makes it so much harder to put the baton in safely. So the other thing to take note of is we've got our relay zones. These zones are about 30 metres. So you can see the boys before standing on the inside of those relay zones. Those are the yellow ticks. They start at the first tick. Now this first tick here, they've got 30 metres to change the baton. If they step outside of that tick, even though it's running further, automatic DQ. Yep. So get the baton round safely, stand inside the tick, then we'll see who wins. So we've got 5 teams in this one here. South Australia, Queensland, WA, Victoria, New South Wales. I mean, you'd have to look for New South Wales with 5 wins already. So they are clean away. It looks like WA doing a fantastic job to get up onto the shoulder of Victoria, but New South Wales will lead them into this back straight. We'll look to see if all the changeovers were clean, and I think that's some of the cleanest we've seen in this competition. New South Wales looking absolutely fantastically. They've got a lead, but remember there is a stagger. They're on the outside, but there's a stagger. We look to see these changeovers. I'd say they're clean as well, but New South Wales leads into this bend. I think we'll have to look for Victoria. That looked like a late baton change there, but New South Wales leading off in this final 100 metres here. So it'll be New South Wales trying to add another medal to their tally. Louis DeAndrea from Victoria trying to catch at them, but it'll look like New South Wales, South Australia, bless Joe to bring home the Western Australian team. I think we'll have to watch their baton changeover number 2. Looked a little bit dodgy from Victoria there. Just looked like the second athlete almost got to 150 metres to go. And that changeover zone is not that long. So we'll have to see for the results. Obviously, not in my hands, officials' hands. Look at this run here. New South Wales adds another one to their tally. So we're sitting at 6-2 to Victoria.
So Victoria are really starting to have to make up some ground on New South Wales in terms of that medal tally. But awesome race from New South Wales. They really held the speed of the baton at such a high pace, didn't they? And that's what's one of the most important part, if not the most important part of the relays.
Now, currently the results,
go on.
all in. So maybe that
All
was
in.
just me. Maybe our Victorian athlete coming around that bend just took a little bit further to slow down. We've just been told the results are held, so we'll wait for those officially.
Always a danger with relays.
But 42-48, I mean, that's not a bad effort from the New South Wales team.
No, not bad at all. So the under 16 women's 4 by 100 metres. That's going to be what comes out next. Update on how our triple jump is going. You can just see in the background Izobelle Louison-Roe preparing, and the standings in the men's triple jump, they haven't changed. So it's still Daniel Okoreniang, who's comfortably in front. He's jumped 15 metres 50. And Leon Agnostopoulos 15 metres 33. But Izobelle Louison-Roe just lurking around because she's not too far away. Carla Boras, who's been able to jump 12.79, she's about to take flight.
So we lose South Australia for the women's teams. Victoria, Queensland, WA and New South Wales will be the one contending. So I don't know what's going to happen here. Can New South Wales go 2 for 2 for the relays tonight?
Can they clean sweep? That will be fascinating if they can. Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, then New South Wales all taking part in this 4 by 100 metres.
I mean, I'm looking at these teams and there's quite a number of athletes that stand out to me. Let's go to New South Wales first, but talking about another New South Wales athlete before we do, that's Izobelle Louison-Roe again in the triple.
Here she goes.
Last jump, is this jump number 6 or
This is jump number 5?
Jump number 5, okay. So we'll see her go over for the second last time, or not over, forward.
Just wandering around. They've removed the cone. Here's Mason Watkins in the under 20 men's. Be a foul for him. He's still sitting in third still. I think he will hold on to his bronze medal, but Izobelle Louison-Roe, she's still got 2 more jumps to come, and this is one of them. 13 metres 36 is the distance she's looking to go. She's got the World Junior qualifier twice before coming in today, and today she got it in the first round, jumping 13 metres 10. If she gets gold here, then she automatically books her place into the World Junior Championship team for Australia. She's an excellent triple jumper, a wonderful high jumper, preparing to go. 2 more jumps to come for one of the up-and-coming stars for Australian athletics. Here she comes. Izobelle Louison-Roe comes charging in. A little bit behind on the board. She just rammed into the sand. Gets up.
She doesn't look too pleased.
Doesn't look too pleased. It's often hard to read Izobelle Louison-Roe. She looked very happy after round 1, as she should be with another World Junior qualifier. Doesn't seem to be expressing the same amount of excitement, but she will still be on top after this.
So these relays, we see the under 16 women. To be honest with you, I've had a look through, and as I said before, there's some exciting names in these relays. I mean, the runner to finish it off for New South Wales in lane 5, that'll be Marnie Lawrence. She's an exceptional athlete, has had a very successful weekend. Western Australia's last athlete, London Rakanui, she ran exceptionally well in those women's 400s earlier today, just to be pipped out for that gold medal. The other team that really pops out at me is the Victorians. I mean, I am Victorian, so potentially going to be a little bit biased here, but I think Victoria are going to take this if they can get the baton cleanly around. So Victoria in 2, Queensland in 3, Western Australia 4, and New South Wales in 5.
I think the results have just come through as well from the race just gone. We'll just have to double check. There may have been another DQ. If you want to see all the results, just go to the Roster Athletics website. That's how you can do it for the under 16 boys. So we know South Australia did have some issues, but Victoria, they do get DQ'd for changing outside the box. So you were spot on, Ella, with your observations. You said that their changeovers may have looked a little bit shaky, and that has just come through that they have been DQ'd. They're presented to the crowd, this under 16 women's 4x100 metres. Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia and New South Wales. Victoria closest towards the inside in lane 2, with Queensland lane 3, Western Australia next, and then New South Wales. By the way, Izobelle Louison-Roe, actually, we thought she looked upset, but that last jump from her was equal to the Australian record.
Holy moly.
So more on that in a moment. She didn't look pleased at all, and she was well back behind the board, but 13 metres 36 for Izobelle Louison-Roe. But relays next up. Fast start from Victoria, so too Queensland, putting pressure onto Western Australia. New South Wales out like a bullet. They've taken off and left Western Australia behind. Queensland catching up to WA. Victoria, a good changeover for them, flying up the back straight. It's New South Wales who's ahead. Victoria moves past Western Australia to put pressure onto Queensland. New South Wales just ahead, but Victoria had an excellent changeover. They're able to shoot through and take the lead off New South Wales. Queensland going with them. Western Australia come behind. Final changeover. How will it be for Victoria? It looked pretty good. Likewise with Queensland, then New South Wales. It's Victoria stretching clear. Queensland won't be able to go with them, or New South Wales. It's Victoria who's out in front by almost 10 metres, and they get the win. 56-21 for them. An awesome result.
46-21.
46-21, I should say.
So
Just inside the championship record if that result is confirmed, but 46.21 for Victoria.
told you. The Victorian team looked good on
Bang
paper.
on, bang on.
I've had to race a number of these athletes in this season, and some of them are just incredible. I mean, we've talked about Harper Harding, Tiana Hildebrand. She runs in our pros circuits quite a bit. I believe she actually won one of our pros races earlier in the year, and also comes out of Geelong. So she often heads down to the track in Geelong. Isabella Fox, another incredible athlete. Her mum actually Olympian.
Okay.
1-2 runner. I can't remember her name, which is terrible, but her mum actually Olympian. So another athlete there with a little bit of athletic royalty. And Jamie Ritchie, just an incredible athlete of this team, and has been for many years now. So we're waiting for those official results to come through. Yep, it is a championship record for the Victorians. So we've just seen them embrace at the finish line. What a fantastic team there.
46-21.
46-20.
46-20 even.
So they bettered that by
rounded down.
0.04 of a second.
New South Wales 46.84. Queensland 46.94. So we've seen a championship record, and if you did just missed it, we have seen Izobelle Louison-Roe in her last jump. She didn't look all that pleased with it, but she did jump 13.36, which is the magic number we have been waiting for her to jump, because that is equal to the Australian record. She did that in round 5. So what can she do in round 6? We are still a few moments away from seeing her take flight, but Izobelle Louison-Roe, 36.36 to wind legal, plus 0.1.
Now the next event on track, similar thing, we're going the whole way around, but this time instead of 4 athletes, there will only be 1. So 400 metres, and these decathletes have a big competition ahead of them.
For the under-17s, only 8 of them. Good to have your company in sunny Brisbane. The sun's starting to set. It's just 10 minutes to 6, which for me, as someone who lives out west, for the sun to set before 6 o'clock is almost unheard of. 23 degrees right now in Brisbane. Temperature starting to cool, and Daniel Okoreniang, speaking of cool, he's been able to jump another World Junior qualifier going 15 metres 68. 15.68, unbelievable He is going to take gold in the under-20 men's long jump, and he has secured a spot on the plane for the World Junior Athletics Championships.
So the decathlon, 10 events.
Yep.
Today we've seen our decathletes do the 100, the long jump, the shot put, the high jump, the 400 is what we're about to see. This will be the last event of today. Tomorrow we'll see them come back, 110 hurdles, discus, pole vault, javelin, 15.
It's insane, isn't it?
I'm sitting here like thinking about the athletes from Australia who don't compete in the multi-eventers and thinking about the skill and the talent they have to have in order to be a specialist at these events. And then you've got individuals coming out and running really or doing really quite well in all 10 of them. I mean, the name that comes to mind, he's a Swiss athlete. I think it's Kramer, who does exceptionally in the long jump, makes Diamond League World Finals in the long jump, but is a decathlete and an exceptional decathlete at that.
Exactly right. Just some of the individual accolades that these decathletes are able to achieve is second to none.
I'd love to know, I mean, people ask me the question with 400s, why do you run fours? But I'd love to know, why would you go and do a decathlon?
So here's Izobelle Louison-Roe, 13:10 in round one, which was the World Junior Qualifier, 12:65 then round two, 12:88 round three, 12:81 round four, and 13:36. That's right, 13:36 in round five. It was a Australian record. It equalled it, 13:36. If she can get further than that, then she goes into the record books on her own for the women's triple jump. She's equalled the record. Final jump. Here she comes. She gets on the board this time. She goes out far. The reaction of her, pretty similar to the one before. She's got a smile on her face. She knows that she is going to the World Junior Championships after she was able to jump 13 metres 36 to equal the Australian record. Has she been able to best it? Has she gone over?
It's the smile for me. She looked a little bit lighter coming into that jump. I think having jumped the equal Australian record, you just get to breathe a little bit there.
And
so
13:22, but it's wind aided, but still 13:36 for the plus 1.0. So she goes into the Australian record books having jumped 13 metres 36. Izobelle Louison-Roe, the Australian champion, the new equal Australian record holder, and now the under-20 national champion on her way to represent Australia again.
Well, we see the start list come up now. So this is one race for these under-17 boys. In lane 2, you'll see Darcy Webb in 3 from New South Wales, Oliver Watson in 4 from Queensland, Harry Osborne in 5 from New South Wales, Hamish McDonald in lane 6 from Queensland, Aidan Vang in lane 7 from Victoria, Cooper Nunn, and rounding out our field in lane 8 from Tasmania is Jasper Mason.
So looking at the leaderboard after day one for them, or after 4 events I should say, it's Harry Osborne who is on top on 2,950 points. Then it's Darcy Webb on 2,531 points, so about 400 points separating these two. Darcy Webb is in lane 2, Harry Osborne in lane 4. Cooper Nunn, 2,362. He's starting in lane number 7. Jasper Mason, who is in lane 8. He's on 2,335 points, so he's in 4th. Hamish McDonald from New South Wales, he's in lane 5 and is also in 5th overall, 2,332. Just 3 points behind Jasper Mason and about 30 points behind McDonald Nunn. Oliver Watson from New South Wales, 1,972.
So
and Vang on 1,946.
if you're Webb here, is there any way that you can come out of this day one leading? Like, what do you have to do to make up 400 points?
Probably not in this event, but he's still got 5 events tomorrow. If he can put in he'll have to do it incrementally, but maybe if he can make up 60 or 70 odd points, that may be enough for him to generate some momentum. 400 points is almost unassailable after day one. But if he can knock off a good 60 or 70 odd points, then maybe, just maybe, continue that into tomorrow.
So we'll see our talented multi-athletes head round for the one-lapper. So we're away in this 400, the final event of this program this afternoon, and it is Harry Osborne. He's the leader of the decathlon so far, and he is up on the shoulder of his fellow athletes. So he's following around Hamish McDonald. The Queenslander Jasper Mason has taken them out really, really strong, but it is this last 200 metres here that will separate the boys from men in this 400 metres. So as they come around into this final 150 metres here, it looks like it'll be the Tasmanian on the outside. Jasper Mason moving incredibly. As I say that, it is Harry Osborne coming through here in this race. He looks like he'll be stronger as this final 30 metres. He'll finish it off nicely. Harry Osborne in the lead for this decathlon. He'll take another win. The Tasmanian not too far behind. All of these athletes will finish off really nice and strong here. So 50.80, under 17, 400 metres. That's a solid time in itself.
That is extremely solid, a very good time. We'll see what that does for his points. 50.80, awesome for him. Just been rounded up to 50.81, so he's able to get 778 points. And he'll finish the day on 3,728 points. Then for Darcy Webb, we'll wait to see what time he's confirmed to. For Cooper Nunn, who got third in the race, 53.89 his confirmed time, and he got 644 points. So he goes into day number 2 on 3,006 points. For Jasper Mason from Tasmania, who ended up coming second, he gets 732 points from that race after he ran 51.84, 3,067 points for him. And for Darcy Webb, he came 7th in that race. Now that hasn't helped his standings at all, because he was able to get 552 points. So we saw Osborne get almost an extra 220 points off him. And for Darcy Webb, he'll go into day 2 on 3,083 points, so almost 700 points behind from our leader in Osborne, and Mason is only 16 points away from him.
So what an impressive run from Harry Osborne, but I thought such a gutsy run from the Tasmanian out in lane 8. I mean, he Van Niekerked it, or attempted to Van Niekerk it. He sent it in that first 300 metres, and it set up Harry Osborne so well.
He made Van Niekerk proud. That's what he did.
And that's what we like to see in these 400 metre events, decathlon or not.
Getting into the final 4 events of the day, it's been so good to have your company on 7+. Ethan Quinlivan alongside Ella Tobin. We had Mitch Dyer earlier on today. Be back tomorrow. Will be Ella and Mitch leaders off tomorrow morning. And we do come back for the second last day, can you believe? Second last day at about 11:15.
Now, while we wait for these decathletes, I know we've spoken about it before, but we currently have the under 20 pole vault going on in the outside. So since we last spoke about that, there's been a fair bit of movement here. We actually only have 2 athletes left in the competition, and one that looks like is yet to jump. That is Jamison Harding, who came in at 375 for her first jump. She's cleared that first time of asking. Our other athlete that's done an exceptional job here on her last jump, it's the New South Wales at Zomboro. She's cleared 375 on the last attempt. The only one we're waiting to come in now is one of our Victorians, Kashuna Ragni. She is yet to jump yet. So is very interesting in this competition. I don't think, well, our qualifier for this pole vault competition sits at 4:05. So these girls are more than capable of doing it. But we've lost nearly all our athletes so far.
Excellent job, Ella, keeping us updated on how the competition, the warm-up track is going. Same warm-up track, by the way, that Yes Gout was able to go 10 seconds flat on, and he just became the under-20 national 100-metre champion on this track as we get prepared for Group A of the under-18 men's decathlon. Hudinge 2, Fraser 3, Brady 4, Sanderson 5, Crowley 6, Gregory 7, and Cox 8. Cox got out hard, so too Gregory. Crowley got away quickly on the inside. Hardinge moves well, likewise Brady from New Zealand. Sanderson's flying through the first 80 metres, moves past Crowley. Brady goes with him up the back straight. Brady just in front, he's gone past Sanderson. Then on the outside, Gregory moves past Cox from New South Wales through the first 200 metres. Cox in a good position, so too Gregory, but in the best position is Brady. He's swooped past them all. Going with him is Sanderson. He's been able to go past Gregory and Cox. Then on the inside from the ACT, Fraser racing well, then Hardinge behind them to the straight. It's the New Zealander in Brady who will lead them in by 10 metres. Starting to lift is Fraser. He moves past the Victorian in Sanderson, and lifting is Hardinge. He's putting pressure onto Sanderson, but Brady won't be caught. A good way to end day one for him. From the ACT, Fraser finishes next, then Cox after. It's a 51.03 unofficially. Excellent race from Brady in the 400 metres. Took it out hard, and then up the back straight, that's where he shifted into another gear. And on the bend, he just picked those off on the outside of him and finished strongly to run in this under 18 400 metres for the decathlon. 51.02 for him. He gets 786 points.
So talking about our international athletes that come across and come here to perform and wanting to take line honours, Brady is one of them. He's currently sitting in that winning spot at the moment. 2:839 is what we see him on. The Tasmanian is not too far behind him, 2:793, but that run there from Brady will put him in fabulous stead.
So just checking how the combined results are going to be looking for these multi-eventers. At the moment, still got one group to come, by the way, but Brady, he is the competition leader. And with that, he moves on to 3,607 points. Hudinge from Tasmania, he was able to get 692 points to finish day one on 3,487. For Sanderson, 3,331. Cox, 3,130. So the top four at the moment all have remained the same. Laporte from Queensland, he'll be an interesting watch. So he's in 5th place. Maybe he can upset the top three, and he's going to be going in Group B of the 400 metres for the decathlon.
So we do have the second of 2 time finals here for these men's under 18 decathlon. Good run there put on the board by Brady. So we're interesting to see how our men in this one respond. Again, we spoke about it earlier. This is the comp with 2 internationals. We see our Frenchman out of lane 3. So let's have a look. We've got Mitchell. That start list is going to come up on your screen. So the New South Wales athlete Remy Mitchell. Out of lane 3 from France, Miel Guerin. Out of lane 4 from Queensland, Remy Laporte. Out of lane 5 from Victoria, Cyrus Ong. Out of lane 6 from Tasmania, Liam Smith. Lane 7 sees Queensland's Oscar Kemp. And rounding out this field in our second of 2 finals for this men's decathlon, the final event of the day is Kieran Seminole from New South Wales.
let's see how they're able to upset the top group of athletes who we just saw from the last race. Laporte won best to do so. He's in 5th place. Coming into this event, he's on 2,388. Cox, who is in 4th, coming into this event, was on 2,432. He was just able to get 698 points to move him to 3,130. And he is about 200 points behind Sanderson, who is in the bronze medal position.
So we'll keep an eye on him in this race. So we are away for this final event of this under-18 decathlon. It is the New South Waleser that leads them out strong. The Tasmanian Smith up on the shoulders, but the ones making the big moves is Remy Laporte on the back straight. He's taken the whole field. So lane 4 leading out, coming into this final 200 metres, and he's put the run on the board. Can he close nicely here? So Remy Laporte doing a fantastic job in this men's under-18 decathlon with 150 metres to go. I'd say he's going to come into the bend with a healthy lead. So Remy Laporte putting it on the line. Liam Smith chasing, but he's not going to be able to do much to catch him here. So Remy Laporte here looks like he's fading a little bit in this last 30 metres. Can the Tasmanian catch him? Smith coming in strong. So Laporte, Smith. I think Smith is going to come over the top here for this one. So what a fantastically and well-timed race for our Tasmanian. 55.11, so a fair bit slower than what we saw in the previous race, but just so well timed. Laporte went out so hard and just really struggled to hold on there.
He did very well, Smith, just to be able to have the belief in him. Laporte was the one leading into the home straight, but Smith, he had all the momentum. 55.10, it's what it's been confirmed to. 595 points for him, and Laporte 55.23 with a point score of 590 for that race. So when you have a look at the results overall, Laporte moves to 2,978, so he will stay in that 5th place. Smith from Tasmania, he will be big mover, I'm sure. So he goes into day 2 with 2,810 points, and that's going to place him in about 8th position, may even be higher, about 7th or so. So there's a list at the full time. Smith 55.10, 595 points for him, and then Laporte 590 points for 55.23 as his time. So we will take a break from QSAC, but don't go anywhere because we have got the final events of the day, which are going to be the 3,000 metre steeplechase for the under 20s. There's a few World Junior qualifiers in this. Don't go anywhere because you won't want to miss it. Final 2 events of the day are about to get underway. These are our 3,000 metre steeplechases starting to warm up and finishing off their preparation for the 3,000 metre steeplechase that we are going to be seeing in just a moment. It is an important race for World Junior qualifying for Jonathan Neathling for the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. He is the sole competitor who has been able to get the World Junior qualifying standard. For the girls, there's a few more, but more of that later on. And the qualifying standard, if you are wondering, stands at 9 minutes flat. And Jonathan Neathling, he did it when he was over in Adelaide. He was able to go 8:56.28. He did that at the Adelaide Invitational, if my memory serves me correct. So if he wins this, he is through to the World Junior Championship. So a lot on the line for him. He won't have it his own way because there are a few others who may just be lingering around and causing a few difficulties. He is the fastest on paper, but if we see a slowish pace start the race, Ella, then who knows what it could come down to.
Well, if you're not Jonathan Neathling, and I wonder what the conversations that coaches have had, if you're not Jonathan Neathling, you probably should be having a crack.
Yeah.
Like, I think you have to take this race out hard and set yourself up well so that if you do win, if you do manage to knock Jonathan Neathling from that top position, you do it with a World Junior qualifier.
9 minutes is the magical time they'll be looking to go under over the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Got a water jump that is in between there. just got the early steeples off. Don't forget they have one of the steeples off the race before we do get right into the thick of things. And this is the start line for the 3,000 metre steeple, I should say. Take you through the full list once they do get underway. Neethling is the defending under-20 champion. Underway for the 3,000 metre steeplechase for the under-20s. Kesby wears 1, Costa 2. Neethling, who is the defending champion from this age group, he's wearing hit number 3, the only man in the field who has gone under the World Junior qualifying time. Blue is 4, Heachton 5, Hermiston 6, Bergen 7, and Jared Ferguson wears hip number 8, Fulton 9, Beck 10, Davey 11, Stewart 12, Claren 13, and McGee from South Australia wears number 14 as they come through the home straight for the first time. It's Blue from Queensland, who is on top with Neethling, not far behind him, only about a metre or two. Neethling settling into a pretty comfortable pace. Then just behind him, it is Ferguson from Victoria, but we're starting to see maybe some packs initially form as Ferguson is able to go up to Neethling again through the first 350 metres for them.
So this is kind of what I expected to see. Blue here from Queensland, he's got hip number 4, he's leading this race out. Now he has a seed time of 9:21, PB of 9:21.74, so that currently sits 21 seconds off the World Junior qualifier. But if I'm being honest with you, it's not unusual in these longer distance events to see such increases in their personal best. So he's taken the race out because at the beginning there it just looked like it was a little bit pedestrian. They were letting Neethling kind of lead it, and he thought, you know what, I'm not going to be able to run a World Junior qualifier at this pace. I'm going to need to get moving. So what does he have to do in 9 minutes to run this World Junior qualifier? Well, it's 7.5 laps. It's 35 barriers in total. 28 of those are fixed and 7 are water jumps. And they've got to jump those barriers at 91.4 centimetres. So he's got a fair bit to do in 9 minutes if that's what he wants to achieve here. But he's setting himself up to. And I think it puts Jared Ferguson, the Victorian, hip number 8, in a really good position as well. He's another athlete in this field, sits here at a seed time of 9:29. So I said to you before, that's not unusual to be able to make that up in a distance event, and it's our other athlete, Keesby. He's got hip number 1. He just trails ever so slightly off that leading pack of 3. His seed time there is 9:18. So it'll be interesting to see how this race plays out, but if we were to look at the start list and look at what's happening, I'd probably say this is to be expected. Neethling now just taking that lead. He looks like he's almost trying to slow up this race, but Blue's not going to have it. He's going to start to lead it out. So Neethling wants to be in control, but he doesn't really want to run a fast race.
So Blue on the outside is able to go onto the shoulder of Neethling. Then Ferguson from Victoria, he's just behind them from New South Wales. Doing well is Kersby. He's put himself into the leading group of 4 with 3:50 to go in this lap. Neethling retakes control, but Blue not letting him have it his own way at all. The next barrier is a good one. Neethling just had a bit of difficulty on this barrier on the last lap, but this time around he goes over it with ease. Kersby still doing well to put himself into the top 4. 9 minutes flat is what the World Junior qualifying time is for this 3,000 metre steeplechase. And Neethling, as you said, Ella, just able to take some speed off the pace. He has gone into the lead, although Blue is still right on his shoulder. Blue has been leading for the majority of this race, but Neethling takes control as they turn for home once more. The clock just about to go to 4 minutes, and they've got 4 laps to go when they hit the finish line. And Neethling over the barrier with ease. Ferguson coming through in the middle. He draws level with Neethling. From New South Wales, Kersby still holding on to Blue as Blue's fallen to third. He may have even fallen to 4th, with Kirk really putting some pressure on blue. That is Kersby from New South Wales, who goes into fourth now because blue responded very nicely. But Ferguson, he is leading from Neathling with under 4 laps remaining.
Now, just having a look at the clock and me trying to do a quick bit of calculations, I do think at the moment they are on pace potentially to be able to run that World Junior qualifier. So we'll have to see how this race plays out in the later stages. But I like how this pack of 4 are working together. I like that they're doing the work. I said this to Mitch yesterday. It's interesting in the steeple comparatively to the flat events over those longer distances. You often see those athletes really, really cramped up next to each other. But the steeple seems to give each other a little bit more space. They know they've got to go over hurdles, know that they've got to go over water jumps. We talked about what a good water jump looks like. You're technically not getting very wet. You can land with 2 feet, 1 feet is preferred, and you want to come out of that nicely. So Neathling just playing with the lead. He wants it for a little bit, he doesn't. He wants it for a little bit, he doesn't. He kind of, and every time he hops into the lead, it's really interesting. The pace just slows up ever so slightly. Maybe he knows what he's doing there. Maybe he backs his kick, but all 4 of them at this stage are in it, and it would be silly for them not to have a crack at that World Junior qualifier.
Kersby moves from third to second, but then back to third. He's being pursued by Blue, who starts to make a move on him and swings around him and takes third spot off him. So Blue has gone into the bronze medal position with Kersby just sitting behind Neathling, the one to catch. With Ferguson from Victoria, he's sitting in second with Blue inflicting a bit of a challenge. Kersby from New South Wales, he's the 4th man on this pack and he is looking pretty comfortable. They come through into the home straight once more. They've just got about 900 metres to go. And it's Neathling who's decided that he wants to separate himself from the chasing pack. Blue, the one who's leading the chasing pack from Ferguson. And then Kersby from New South Wales, who wears hip 1. And Neathling in front by almost 20 metres as he's got only 800 metres to go. Blue pulling away from Neathling and also Kersby. 750 to go for Neathling. He looks like he's in a very good position to be able to automatically qualify himself for the World Junior Championships. He's already got the time. 9 minutes flat is what the time is right now. Are we going to see anybody else alongside Neathling be able to go underneath it? Blue pulling away from Ferguson. Kersby about to go onto the shoulder. Does it now. Moves ahead of him with 650 metres to go. It's all Neathling who is in control.
Yeah, the ability for him to put nearly 40, even 50 metres on this field in just 400 metres is just sensational. I think he was listening. I think he heard me tell the rest of you he was playing with the field and he thought, no, I'm a fantastic athlete in my own right. I'm going to lock in this World Junior qualifier and I don't want to leave anything to chance. So he comes into this bell lap. Can he put the another World Junior qualifying mark on the board? And look, it wouldn't be unheard of. He's going to have to close here in about 63 seconds or less. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do here and he'll start to accelerate. Those boys coming in now, if they want any hope of making that World Junior team, they'll need to have a super fast lap. And that'll be almost what you'd want to see in a 400. So it's unlikely to see that now from our trailing athletes. But Neathling has just set his race up fantastically. He's closed at the right time. Every step he puts ground on the field. So at this stage, I'd say we're leading by about 50, 60 metres. He's coming into that final 200. This is him against the clock. How fast can this race be? He's had a look behind him. He knows he's in the lead. He doesn't really have to do anything more. He doesn't have to run a World Junior qualifier. He's already got that. So he can enjoy the run in this final 100 metres. He can enjoy the fact he knows he's run that World Junior qualifier, and he does. He salutes the crowd. So Neathling, as he runs past the Brisbane sign, he knows he's got the World Junior qualifier. He's pretty bloody happy with himself, and he's going to come through with a time that's not too far off it. So Neathling there, what a spectacular run. We'll see the race for our minor medals here. It'll be the New South Wales athlete that'll come through, that is Kesby, and our Queensland athlete here in blue. So Kesby blue will be your silver and bronze medal for this race, but Neathling just controlled that fabulously.
And well done to Neathling. Gets himself a spot on the World Junior team after running a 9:04. He was able to qualify himself for the World Junior Championships when he got a fast time of 8:56.28. 9 minutes flat is the World Junior qualifying time, so he wasn't far off it today as we start to see the remaining athletes pile on in towards the finish line. But good races from all of our boys, even for the minor medals as well. Kesby confirmed 9:18.05, and then blue from Queensland 9:19.37. Ferguson with fourth, 9:23.27, and Beck 9:24.05.
Davey coming through just through the finish line now. It's another Queenslander coming through. So we see this field round off with our South Australian athlete McGee. So fantastic running out there, boys.
Extremely good from him. There's Neathling just getting around all of the other competitors, and here he is coming into the home straight. A few shades of gout about him, didn't he? Stretches the arm up, clears the final barrier with ease, moves past the wind gauge, moves past the Brisbane sign, slaps the chest a few times, sticks the arm out, waves the finger once more, and crosses the line as the national champion who is going to the World Junior Championships.
Now, the next race we're going to see, this is the under-20 women's race. You'll see, before we get there, you'll see those incredible results up from Neathling, Kesby and Blue. Again, we talk about this under-20 qualifier and wanting to make this team, but these three are national medalists, and that's important. Now, you'll see the final results there. So when we talk about our women's one, this one's exciting. This one's got a little bit of edge to it. We've got two athletes here who have qualified with this World Junior qualifier. The World Junior qualifier sits at 10 minutes and 36 seconds. The athletes here that have already qualified is Butler, Helena Butler, and Tessa Ebert. So Tessa's run this time twice. She's run 10:05. So in other words, she's absolutely smashed the World Junior qualifier. She's run 10:05.26 and 10:28.88. Helena Butler also there with that World Junior qualifier, 10:34.40. So on paper, you think it's Tessa's race, and she'll want to book her she'll want to book her spot in this team pretty comfortably, but you never know.
That's a great summation from you, Ella. 10:36 is what it is. Helena Butler, by the way, who we have seen be quite successful in these championships so far, and also at the senior championship. She's the under-18 bronze medalist, and at these championships she did walk away with a medal before in the steeplechase, in the 2,000 metre steeplechase. It was gold in the under-18s, so she's looking to be able to replicate this and produce some magic. Some gold in the under-18s, gold in the open category. She walked away with bronze. And is she going to be able to find herself a spot on the World Junior team? So she's actually not elected to do the under-20s, but Bert has. So if Bert can go under or beat the rest of the field, and she is absolutely booked herself a spot for the World Junior team. And then for Butler as well, she's probably realised that after getting the medal at the national championships for the seniors, in fact Helena Rose Butler, I beg your pardon, she's competing and she's going to be wearing hip number 11. So this will be extra exciting because you have Butler, who is the under-18 champion. She's going to be wearing hip number 11, as well as a medalist from the open age groups, and they performed up in Sydney.
I just thought that senior competitions set an opportunity for so many of our juniors to go up and A, have a crack at the World Junior Qualifier again, if they hadn't already have it, and B, have the opportunity to, if it's a round event, run rounds, get used to the body.
Correct.
That little bit of extra pressure. I mean, not many competitions in Australia do you have to run multiple rounds or even do a call room. So other than our championships events and our track classics, there tends not to be a call room. So to have that opportunity to practice how you want to turn up on race day and big race days when it counts. The Senior National Championships, although a more competitive competition, I'd say, in most events, there's less pressure for the juniors there because it doesn't mean anything. So we'll see them now go over this 3K steeplechase. I will read the start list out just as they start. So with hip number 1, that's Michaela McLean. With hip number 2 from Queensland, Coco Fiddler. Hip number 3 from Queensland, that is Keely Harland. Hip number 4 and 1 to watch from South Australia is Tessa Abert. She's got the fastest time in there and be looking for a World Junior Qualifier. Hip number 5 is from Victoria is Lara Smith. With hip number 6 from Queensland is Matilda Duhigg. In hip number 7 from Tasmania, Jessica Smith. We'll see hip number 8 from New South Wales, Kate Gayson. Hip number 9 from Victoria, Tavalia Williams. Hip number 10 from New South Wales, Grace Beck. 11, hip number, that's another one to watch. That's Helena Rose Butler. She's a Queenslander, so family and friends will be cheering her at home here. Hip number 12, Gemma Wilson, Queensland. And New South Wales are with hip number 11, Emily McLaren. Hip number 14, Molly Bremner from Victoria. Hip number 15, Natalia Barr from Victoria. Hip number 16, Mackenzie Sheff from Queensland. Hip number 17 from Victoria, Abby Reid. Hip number 18, Orla Shawkoth from Victoria. Hip number 19, Mia Crocker from New South Wales. And rounding out our field with hip number 20 is Jessica Laws. I'll hand that over to you because that was a mouthful to get in.
20-odd athletes. You did extremely well, Ella, as they go through the first for them. 400 metres, it's about a 1:28 they went through, so the pace is really off. We know that the 2 athletes who have got the World Junior qualifying time are Burt and Butler. Butler, the under-18 champion from not long ago, and also the Open bronze medalist from the Senior National Championships, which were done in Sydney. She's also the reigning under-17 champion from last year, so it just shows the talented athlete that she is. She got gold last year in the under-17s, came through and got gold in the under-18s from this year, then the bronze medal at the Open Championships, and she finds herself ahead. And coming through well is a Burt on the inside from South Australia. She's just been able to snatch the lead off her with 6 laps to go. Moving with them is the Victorian in Barr, who's doing well, and she's just been able to tuck herself in on the inside and maybe put some separation between Butler and a Burt. 10:36 is what the World Junior qualification time does stand at, by the way. And coming through on the inside is Shackloff, who's wearing hip number 18. So we're starting to see a pack of about 6 athletes move away from the field. Just catching up to them is Fiddler from Queensland. She's been able to rejoin the leading group, but Abert's still the one from South Australia. She's wearing the red of South Australia and wearing hip number 4. She's still definitely the one to catch. Shackloff also on the outside, racing really well, and the Tasmanian in Smith, Jessica Smith, was able to use the water jumps to her advantage, and guess where she finds herself? She's probably just leading as they come down this home straight. Butler, the bronze medalist from the Opens, doing well, so too is Abert. Abert's still the one to catch, but she's got some company in Smith and also on the inside in Shackloff.
So just before we return to this steeple, I do just want to give us a quick update on those under-20 events occurring in the field. So just quickly, we have McKay Jones leading that under-20 competition with a clean jump over of 2:03. We have a number of athletes still left in there. That is Joshua Rosano, Samuel White and Lachlan McClough, who've all failed their first jump at 2:03, but they'll get 2 opportunities to go over that. The other one that's starting to heat up is that pole vault competition. The 2 out there at the moment, you have a little bit of a change in leading. It is Rangni who's jumped 4:06, a world under 20 qualifier on her second jump. So Jamison Harding, I can see, has skipped 4:06 and is looking to take it at 4:11, but she's missed her first 2 jumps there. So as we return back to the steeplechase, not too much in terms of lead has changed. We've got our South Australian Tessa Ebert leading this race beautifully. She's stringing them out, but there's a group that want to go with her, and I quite like the colours in there. We've got lots of different states trying to stay in this race. So it's Tessa Ebert leading here. She's doing a fantastic job. She's on the outside shoulder there. They're nearly 3 abreast as they come into this steeple. So they don't want to give this lead up too early, because this race will start to heat up a little bit.
So for when she was competing in the Opens for Butler, she ran a time of 10:09.23 of the 3,000 metre steeplechase, and that is one of the fastest times we've seen this season. The fastest time comes from Tessa Ebert, who ran a 2:05.26. So on paper, they aren't separated by a lot. It's only about 4 seconds, and right now in the race, they move into the back straight. If we just hit the halfway point, it's Ebert who's in front by only 2 or 3 metres. She's taking complete control of the race, and Butler's starting to go with her. So too Smith, still tucked in on the inside. Shackloff from Victoria, who is doing well. We're catching up to them. Crocker from New South Wales. So in the under 23,000 metre steeplechase final, unfortunately Crocker has a fall, but she's able to pick herself back up, and she won't be too far away from the leading group. It was of 5, it now is of 4. It's with Shackloff who's in third, then Smith from Tasmania, and leading from the front is Ebert, with Butler not far away at all. Ebert turns into the home straight with the advantage. Then it's Butler, Shackloff I should say, then Smith from Tasmania. Crocker, who did fall over, she has been able to pick herself back up, and she's about 15 metres away from the leading group. But it's a race in 4. We've got 3 medals on the line with 1,200 metres to race.
So the 4 of them, they're looking fairly relaxed. To be honest with you, although it is Ebert leading, she looks the most relaxed there. She has the experience. She competed over in the Sydney National Championships very recently, but those girls behind her are just sitting pretty, waiting for her to do all the work. So incredible racing from all these women here. Currently, they're just slowly pulling away from the rest of the field. I think a little bit of pace has been injected into this competition as they start to see a little bit more of a train formation. Shackloff will have to work hard here to stay with the pack. She cannot let them get too far in front, particularly if she wants a run at these medals. So they are a little bit of pace injected into this race. They're now sitting in a little bit more of a train formation. The Queenslander doing an absolutely fantastic job to hold on to the back of Ebert there. It's just spectacular to see these girls just moving along in such a fashion in this event. So Shackloff's done a good job there to hold on. She can't let this pack get too much further away, but it is the likes of Butler. She's doing fantastic here to sit off the back of Ebert. Those 2 athletes are our World Junior qualified athletes. They'll know what's on the line, and they are starting to pull away from the Tasmanian Smith and Shackloff, the Victorian. So Shackloff and Smith are going to have to work hard to stay with our 2 World Junior qualified athletes, but Ebert and Butler just showing their class here. I think Butler has set this race up fantastically. She sat off the shoulder of Ebert for the whole race here. She cleared each of the steeples really cleanly, comes out of that steeplechase really, really easily. Looking at this screen here, Ebert just looks a face of determination. I'd say almost it is the likes of Butler, just looks a little bit more relaxed. She also has quite a lopey style. So Ebert making a little bit of a move here, coming in with about 550 metres to go here. They're going to come into the penultimate water jump here. And what can Ebert do coming out of the water jump? She knows it's important. She's put the foot down and she's injected pace into this race, Ethan.
Well, look at the speed that we are starting to see. The battle for the minor medals are definitely on. It's between Smith and Shackloff, with Shackloff just leading for the moment for Smith. But more on that in a moment, because we've got 420 metres to race. We've got one ticket to go over to Eugene for the World Under-20 Championships, and we've got two athletes who are really making a race of it. They've both gone under the World Junior qualifying time. They've got accolades galore. Butler, the open bronze medalist from the Sydney Championships and the Under-18 champion from these championships. Bert, she's the fastest qualifier in the field. She's run a blistering 10.05. Butler has been able to go a 10.09, and we're seeing Bert pull away from Butler. What's Butler got left in her legs for the final 250 metres? She's been able to pick up the pace again. She clears that jump beautifully through to 200 metres to go. It's still Butler who is in pursuit of Bert. Bert is able to turn into the final water jump with the lead, but it's only by 5 metres. Behind her, Butler, she's really in pursuit. The water jumps weren't particularly amazing from both of them, but they'll come into the home straight with a sprint finish. They can see the airline ticket waiting for them, but whose name has it got on it? We're about to find out. It's Butler over the final one, who draws level with Bert. Butler's able to stretch away, but Bert responds beautifully. It's a sprint finish. Bert clears her, and she takes home the gold and the qualifier through to the World Under-20 Championship. She's got the ticket. She's going on the plane. She is the Under-20 champion. Bert onto the plane for the World Under-20 Championships.
Fabulous race there for our bronze medal as well. Smith and Shackloff really put it in the line in that final 250 metres, coming over that second last dry barrier. Shackloff really accelerated into that water jump, and it looked like it was all hers until the final 40 metres, where Smith just really put the jets on. She saw the bronze and she wanted to take it home.
10:25.48, unbelievable for Butler as well, who has had an almighty few weeks. She got the bronze, she got the gold as an under-18, the bronze as an open athlete, and for the under-20 she gets the silver. 10:25.56 for her. It's a World Under-20 qualifier again, and in the end, only 0.08 of a second was what was able to separate them. In fact, it's 0.12, excuse me, but still incredible results that we were able to see from these athletes. Awesome running. That's what you want in a steeplechase. That's what you want at the end of 3,000 metres. You want it to be close. You want it to be tight. Had everything to gain from crossing the line first, and for Butler, it just unfortunately wasn't meant to be for her, but Bert on top.
As this steeple finishes, an update from the warm-up track. It is going to be Ragnif the Victorian who takes out this pole vault. She cleared at 4.06. Harding chose to skip 4.06 and missed all 3 attempts at 4.11. So she's jumped a World Junior qualifier and she punches her ticket. Reminder for that steeple, we do tend to take potentially 2 athletes in each event. So Butler's put a real case forward for her selection. It's just the first spot there, Bert, she punches her ticket. Butler will now have to wait.
What a way to end today. Here's a look at the replay. Bert was leading with 80 metres to go. Butler giving it everything. It was over this final barrier that Butler did not hold back her speed at all going into it. Bert did just a little bit, and then it was an all-out sprint with Bert getting the better of Butler. Butler, an awesome race for her. Bert sticks the finger up in celebration, as she should. 10:25.48. Butler, 10:25.56. Well, what a day. What a day. We've seen history made. We've seen athletes who have been able to book their ticket over to the World Junior Championships. It's been an awesome, awesome few hours of athletics at this remarkable stadium.
Don't leave yet if you're in the stadium though. The men's under-20 high jump has not finished their competition. We have 2 athletes left in this field. We'll see him out the corner of the screen go over to jump this. Just looks like he missed it there, so that will lock in our winner. That was the South Australian Rositano, who managed to clear 199 and failed that 203. So McKay Jones will win that under 20 final. He'll potentially look to jump a little bit further and see if he can get close to that under 20 mark. But as you said, Ethan, what a fabulous day of athletics. And I mean, we've got so much more in store.
Cannot wait for what the next few days are going to bring. It was a wonderful day today. Thank you so much for your company. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. And guess what? We're going to be back here tomorrow. Cannot wait for it. Hope you have a great evening. Chat to you tomorrow.